blood.
Speed boost for everybody.
Very good morning to everyone present here today and everyone watching on the live. Welcome back to day 2 of the Lanka Property Show 2026 at Cinnamon Grand. So this morning, let's start it off with the national anthem. If I could have everyone please stand up.
Resources here. Restored EP for everybody.
Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the Lanka Property Show here at Day 2. We have some exciting things coming up front with a new panel discussion today. And yes, enjoy the rest of Day 2. Thank you very much.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
හලෝ මිත්‍ර තාම කොස්වත්ත නේද මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තට ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා
තනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න Tamanගේම නිවසක් හිමි කරගන්න
හලෝ මිත්‍ර දැන් මොනවත්තද ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatiya, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Listen to the rhythm of the waves. Feel the calm in every breath. Architecture is inspired by the coastline, born from its nature. A design crafted not to stand apart, but to belong. Icon V, Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Introducing Sri Lanka's first oceanfront V-shaped apartment concept, ensuring every home enjoys a breathtaking sea view. Thoughtfully designed, 6 types of fully furnished apartments, 227 residences, 17 levels of elevated coastal living. Perfectly situated in front of the world-famous tourist destination, Rockpool Beach, Talpe. Step outside and wander through the historic streets of Gold Fort to the fresh fish market or paragliding experiences. The Southern Ocean is calling you to its golden beaches, turtle hatcheries, surf at sunrise, take a boat ride, whale watching, or enjoy a sea bath while watching the timeless grace of stilt fishermen. Here you don't just live by the ocean, you live where the ocean meets culture. Everything you need is within easy reach, with Icon V conveniently located close to Gold City. Live conveniently with the Southern Expressway, Pinnathua and Imathua interchanges, just a 20-minute drive from Icon V Talpe, and enjoy a 2-hour journey to Colombo International Airport from Icon V. Arrive through a refined entrance where every detail is designed to welcome you home. The reception lobby welcomes you into your own community. Modern and spacious lobby, a coffee shop, boutique store, and shared workspace and dining for everyday convenience. The sauna, cold bath, game room, and gymnasium offer the perfect balance of relaxation. Outside, a graceful concave pool. And children's play area, await, completing a truly luxurious way of living. Reach the pinnacle of luxury living with a rooftop terrace. Enjoy a romantic dining experience, an exclusive setting, and an infinity pool for a truly complete experience. Celebrate everyday living with hotel-type facilities, elegant dining space, an ocean-facing living room, cozy bedrooms with balconies overlooking the sea, and carefully designed bathrooms that define luxury by the ocean. Icon V, delivers a 5-star hotel lifestyle with the comfort of home for homeowners and investors seeking effortless returns from the tourism industry. As the sun sets into the horizon, life feels complete. Icon V Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Call us on 070 669 899. Another magnificent project by Odelia Group.
මිස් ශාන්ති
නෝන කාවත් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මං නිහාරිකාගේ යාළුවෙක් කියන්න.
ඒ දරුවට එන්න කියන්න. ඔය දරුවා කවුද?
මිස්ගේ පොත් කියවන්න මට පුරුදු කළේ අපේ අම්මා. නිහාරිකාගේ වගේ මටත් හිටිය අම්මා විතරයි. මේකේ දෙවෙනි කොටස එනකම් මං අවුරුදු ගාණක් බලන් හිටියා.
අසනීප ඇද්දිත් භාගයක් ලියලා.
ඒ පොත එනකම් මම වගේ තව දහස් ගාණක් බලාගෙන ඇති.
කතාව හිතේ තියෙනවා. ලියන්න අත කීකරු නෑ.
පොතක් ලියන්න හිතක් තිබ්බම ඇති. මම මිස්ට අතක් වෙන්නම්.
සුහද හදක් කියන්නේ අභියෝග ඉක්මවා යන්නට ලැබෙන ශක්තියක්. සෙලාන් බැංකුව සුහද හදක් ඇති දේශීය බැංකුව.
A rare dress where sky, nature and privacy meet. Sprawling garden homes that bring greenery to your doorstep. Penthouses that open out to light, air and expansive views. Sweeping decks and sunlit rooms to make every day brighter. A pool, spa, theatre and sky lounge that crown the experience. Built on a legacy of over 7,800 homes across generations. Iconic Galaxy, are you ready to claim your horizon?
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media.
Good morning, sir. How do you like your money in the morning?
Printed.
How about you, ma'am? Digital.
Introducing The Morning Money, the best weekly analysis of all money matters every Friday. Subscribe today.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
Zen-inspired architecture and endless paddy views for balanced, serene living. Serene Heights Resort Apartments, Talawattagoda. A project by Homelands.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. Two remarkable locations, one exceptional opportunity.
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media. With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media.
Good morning, sir. How do you like your money in the morning?
Printed.
How about you, ma'am?
Digital.
Introducing The Morning Money, the best weekly analysis of all money matters, every Friday. Subscribe today.
Sri Lanka's first luxury beach resort apartment and villas, consisting of 3 towers, the 321 resort-style apartments and 91 villas. Have a taste of an endless experience with Ocean Beach Resort Apartments and Villas, Vardua. Experience oceanfront luxury resort living.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
At Thunmala Handia, something extraordinary rises. Sri Lanka's first cantilevered sky pool, dining in the clouds, a 5-star floating restaurant, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments. Come experience it for yourself. Pentara Residencies, Thunmala Handia, the address in Colombo. A project by Homelands.
ஹலோ சிவா இன்னும் மாளிகாவத்தையிலையா
இல்ல குமார், அதுக்கு பிறகு பஞ்சிகாவத்தை, எட்டியாவத்தை, அழுத்மாவத்தை.
பிரைவேட் பஸ் மாதிரி சொல்ற.
இந்த மாசம் பிளவத்தைக்கு வீடு மாறுறோம்.
இடத்துக்கு இடம் வாடகைக்கு வீடு மாறும் கஷ்டத்திலிருந்து விடுபடுங்கள். மிக குறைந்த வட்டியில் வீட்டு கடனை பெற்று உங்களுக்கு என்று ஒரு வீட்டை சொந்தமாக்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள்.
இப்ப எந்த வத்தையில?
வெள்ளவத்தையில என்னோட சொந்த வீடு கட்டாயம் வா.
வீட்டு கடன் கமர்ஷியல் வங்கியிடமிருந்து.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy a rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduced Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever. Sri Lanka's first luxury beach resort apartment and villas, consisting of 3 towers, of 321 resort-style apartments and 91 villas. Have a taste of an endless experience with Ocean Beach Resort Apartments and Villas, Vadua. Experience oceanfront luxury resort living.
Hello, Mitra. තාම කොස්වත්තේ නේද?
මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත
ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ.
මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තට
ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා. තනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න. අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න. Tamanගේම නිවසක් හිමි කරගන්න.
Hello, Mitra. දැන් මොනවත්තේද?
ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක. එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක.
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air-conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
Hello everyone, we will be starting the second panel discussion today of day 2, and this is going to be the first panel discussion of the day and a third continuation of yesterday. So everyone, please be seated and please be ready. This is going to be one exciting and interesting panel discussion. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. Once again, everyone, a very short reminder. We will be starting the first panel discussion of day 2 at the Lanka Property Show. It's going to be a very interesting... And just a very quick update as to the status on our viewership at the lankaproperty.com website with all the new things that we have going on. So here you can see the active number of visitors on the website right here. It is at 1,183 all across the globe. Sri Lanka and everywhere else, everybody around is tuning in as to what is going on with today's real estate market in this wonderful country. So you can see here the entire compilation of how many people are viewing. So yesterday, it was a bit different. Most of our viewers on the website were coming from India, but today, 11,000 visitors have come from Sri Lanka in total. So you can see here all the numbers, but I think as the day goes on, the numbers are going to change a bit. So at the middle of the day, we'll give you another update. And for everyone watching live, please stay tuned. We'll be starting the panel discussion very shortly. So right before we move into the panel discussion, another brief summary as to our viewership coming from a live audience. And now you can see that the viewers have actually changed a bit. So now this is coming from our virtual events/virtual site on lankapropertyweb.com, where you can see once again the numbers have changed, but now India is the one on top. So we are getting a lot of viewership from many other sites. And now you can see here another updated version. So you can see here that Sri Lanka is getting the most viewership right now. So it keeps on changing over and over again. And now once again, the active users above 1,100 on the website, checking on all the projects that are here at the Lanka Property Show 2026. And now very shortly, we will be starting our third panel discussion. We had 2 panel discussions yesterday going into insights about the real estate market of Sri Lanka and looking into the future. And today's topic is going to be a bit of a different one, but I'll leave that for the panelists. So soon I invite Mr. Rukshan to give you a brief rundown as to who our panelists and our moderator is going to be.
අයිබෝවන් සුබ උදෑසනක් ඔබ සියලු දෙනාට. දේපල වෙළඳාම් ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ නව මානයන් ඔබ වෙත ගෙනෙන ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි ෂෝ 2026 10 වන දිග හැරුම සමග එක්වන ඔබ සැම ආදරයෙන් පිළිගනු ලබනවා. ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි ෂෝ 2026 ඊයේ දිනේදී ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක අයුරින් අප මෙම ස්ථානයේදී පවත්වනු ලැබුවා. අද එහි දෙවන දිනයයි. ඉතින් ඊයේ දිනේදී වාගේම අද දිනේදී අප සූදානම් වන්නේ දේපල වෙළඳාම් ක්ෂේත්‍රය පිළිබඳ වැදගත් හා යාවත් කාලින වූ කරුණු රසක් පිළිබඳ විද්වත් මණ්ඩලයක් ඔස්සේ සාකච්ඡා කරන්නටයි. ඒ සඳහා අද දිනේදී විද්වත් මණ්ඩල සභිකයන් කීප දෙනෙක් අප සමග එකතු වෙලා ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම ඔවුන්ගේ වටිනා කාලය අපට ලබා දීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔවුන් සියලු දෙනාටම ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි වෙබ් ආයතනය වෙනුවෙන් මාගේ ගෞරවනීය ස්තුතිය පුද කර සිටිනවා. අපගේ පළමු විද්වත් මණ්ඩලික සමාජිකයා ලෙස ඉංජිනේරු කුමුදුලාල් බෝගහවත්ත මහතාට මම ආරාධනා කර සිටිනවා. ඉංජිනේරු කුමුදුලාල් බෝගහවත්ත මහතා නිවාස ඉදිකිරීම ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ ජල සම්පාදන සමාන ඉදිකිරීම හා ජල සම්පාදන අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ලේකම්වරයා ලෙස කටයුතු කරන අතර සිය වෘත්තීය ජීවිතය තුළ නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ සභාපති ලෙසත් අධ්‍යක්ෂක සහ අතිරේක ලේකම් ව්‍යාපෘති අංශය අධීක්ෂණය ලෙස ජල සම්පාදන අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ප්‍රමුඛ තනතුරු කීපයක්ම දරා ඇත. සිවිල් ඉංජිනේරුකරණය, පාරිසරික ඉංජිනේරු කළමනාකරණය, ජල හා නිකාසන ජල කළමනාකරණය, ඝන අපද්‍රව්‍ය කළමනාකරණය සහ ව්‍යාපෘති කළමනාකරණය යන ක්ෂේත්‍රවල වසර 28කට වැඩි පුළුල් අත්දැකීම් සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර දැනුම් පරාසයක් ඔහු සතුය. මීට අමතරව ඔහු වරලත් සිවිල් ඉංජිනේරුවරයෙකු වන අතර ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉංජිනේරු ආයතනයේ සමාජිකයෙකි. ඔහු විශේෂත්ව ක්ෂේත්‍ර ලෙස ගිවිසුම් පරිපාලනය, සැපයුම් සහ පාරිසරික කළමනාකරණය හඳුන්වා දිය හැකිය. අපගේ මීළඟ විද්වත් මණ්ඩලික සමාජික වරිය ලෙස මහාචාර්ය උපුලි පෙරේරා මහත්මයට මම ආරාධනා කර සිටිනවා. මහාචාර්ය උපුලි පෙරේරා ශ්‍රී ජයවර්ධනපුර විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ Center for Real Estate Studies හි වත්මන් අධ්‍යක්ෂකවරිය වන අතර දැනට නගර සැලසුම් කරුවන්ගේ සංගමයේ නිත්‍ය සමාජිකාවක්ද වේ. සිය මූලික උපාධි පිළිබඳව දේපල කළමනාකරණය සහ තක්සේරු කරන සම්බන්ධයෙන් අවසන් කර පසුව 2008 වසරේදී ජපානයේ ටෝකියෝ විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයෙන් නාගරික ඉංජිනේරුකරණය පිළිබඳව සම්බන්ධයෙන් සිය පශ්චාත් උපාධිය ලබාගෙන 2019 වර්ෂයේදී බ්‍රිතාන්‍යයේ බර්මින්හම් විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයෙන් නාගරික හා ප්‍රාන්තීය අධ්‍යයන විෂය ක්ෂේත්‍රයෙන් ආචාර්ය උපාධිය ලබා ගත්තාය. වසර 25කට ආසන්න ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ අධ්‍යක්ීම් වලින් යුක්ත ඇය දේපල තක්සේරුකරණය, නාගරික සැලසුම් කිරීම, තිරසාර සැලසුම්කරණය යන විෂය ක්ෂේත්‍රයන්හි සහ ඊට අදාළ අනෙකුත් ක්ෂේත්‍රයන්හි ඇති තම හසල දැනුම උපයෝගී කරගනිමින් මේ වන විට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ උන්නතිය වෙනුවෙන් කැපී පෙනෙන දායකත්වයක් දක්වා ඇත. අපගේ තෙවන විද්වත් මාණ්ඩලික සමාජිකයා ලෙස සැලසුම් ශිල්පී EAC පියශාන්ත මහතාට ආරාධනා කර සිටිනවා. EAC පියශාන්ත මහතා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ නිවාස සහ භූමි කළමනාකරණ අංශයේ වර්තමාන නියෝජ්‍ය අධ්‍යක්ෂක ජෙනරාල්වරයා ලෙස කටයුතු කරන අතර ශ්‍රී ලංකා තත්ත්ව දේපල වෘත්තීය වේදීන්ගේ ආයතනයේ සභාපති වශයෙන්ද කටයුතු කරයි. ඔහු වරලත් නගර සැලසුම් කරුවෙකු වන අතර නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය සමග වසර 24කට අධික සේවා අත්දැකීම් ලබාගෙන ඇත. නිවාස නාගරික සංවර්ධනය, දේපල කළමනාකරණය සහ තිරසාර සැලසුම්කරණය යන ක්ෂේත්‍රවල ඔහු විශේෂීකරණය වී ඇත. වර්තමානයේ නාගරික සංවර්ධනය අධිකාරිය සතු දේපල සහ භූමි සම්පත් සම්බන්ධ ව්‍යුහගත කළමනාකරණය ඔහු විසින් පරිපාලනය කරමින් දේපල වෙළඳපොළ පුනර්ජීවනය සහ තිරසාර සංවර්ධනය සම්බන්ධ සාකච්ඡාවලදී එම අධිකාරිය නියෝජනය කරයි. මේ ළඟටම ආරාධනා කර සිටිනවා සැලසුම් ශිල්පී ඉන්දු වීරසූරි මහත්මියට. ඉන්දු වීරසූරි මහත්මිය නගර සංවර්ධන හා සැලසුම් සම්බන්ධ උපදේශිකාවක් සහ කතිකාචාර්යවරියක් වන අතර නගර සංවර්ධනය හා සැලසුම් කිරීම පිළිබඳ ජාතික සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර මට්ටමින් පුළුල් අත්දැකීම් ඇත. ඇය මීට පෙර නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ සැලසුම් අංශයේ නියෝජ්‍ය අධ්‍යක්ෂක ජෙනරාල් ලෙස සේවය කර ඇති අතර එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ මානව වාසස්ථාන වැඩසටහන යටතේ නගර සංවර්ධනය, විපත් අවදානම් අවම කිරීම සහ දේශගුණික වෙනස්කම් සම්බන්ධ ව්‍යාපෘති කළමනාකරු ලෙසද කටයුතු කර ඇත. ඇය නාගරික සංවර්ධන සැලසුම්කරණය පිළිබඳ පශ්චාත් උපාධියක් නිවාස හා නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධ්‍යයන ආයතනය වෙනුවෙන් උරුම කළමනාකරණය හා නාගරික පුනර්ජීවනය ලෙස පශ්චාත් උපාධි ඩිප්ලෝමාවක්, මොරටු විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයෙන් නාගරික සංවර්ධන පිළිබඳ පශ්චාත් උපාධි ඩිප්ලෝමාවක් සහ සංවර්ධන අධ්‍යයන පිළිබඳ උපාධියක්ද හිමි කරගෙන ඇත. ඇය සිය වෘත්තීය ජීවිතය තුළ නායකත්වයේ භූමිකා රසක් දරා ඇති අතර නගර සංවර්ධනය නැවත පදිංචි කිරීම, පළාත් පාලනය, දේශගුණික වෙනස්කම් සහ විපත් අවදානම් අවම කිරීම සම්බන්ධ ව්‍යාපෘති සහ පරීක්ෂණ කීපයකටම සිය දායකත්වය දක්වා ඇත. ඇය නගර සැලසුම්කරණයේ කරුවන්ගේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ආයතනයේ පරීක්ෂණ මණ්ඩලයේ සභාපති ලෙසද වර්තමානයේ එහි නිත්‍ය සමාජිකාවක් ලෙසද කටයුතු කරයි. එසේනම් අපගේ අවසන් විද්වත් මණ්ඩලික සමාජිකයා මෙන්ම පූරකවරයාද වන මහාචාර්ය ජනක ප්‍රනාන්දු මහතාට මම ආරාධනා කර සිටිනවා වේදිකාවට පැමිණෙන ලෙස. මහාචාර්ය ජනක ප්‍රනාන්දු මහතා ශ්‍රී ජයවර්ධනපුර විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ ව්‍යාපාර ආර්ථික විද්‍යා අධ්‍යයනාංශයේ ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ කතිකාචාර්යක වන අතර එම අධ්‍යයනාංශයේ හිටපු අධ්‍යයනාංශ අධිපති ලෙසත් පශ්චාත් උපාධි ව්‍යාපාර අධ්‍යයනාංශයේ හිටපු අධ්‍යක්ෂකවරයා ලෙසත් සේවය කර ඇත. ඔහු ජපානයේ නගෝයා විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයෙන් අන්තර්ජාතික සංවර්ධන පිළිබඳ ආචාර්ය උපාධියක් ලබා ඇති අතර ආර්ථික විද්‍යාව සහ සංවර්ධන අධ්‍යයන ක්ෂේත්‍රවල උසස් උපාධි කිහිපයකින් විදුප්ලත් මහාචාර්යවරයෙකි. ඔහුගේ ක්ෂේත්‍රය පිළිබඳ පුළුල් පරීක්ෂණ සහ උපදේශන අධ්‍යක්ීම් සම්භාරය සුළු හා මධ්‍ය පරිමාණ ව්‍යාපාර සංවර්ධනය, වෙළඳපොළ පරීක්ෂණ, බලපෑම් ඇගයීම් මෙන්ම ප්‍රතිපත්ති විශ්ලේෂණ වැනි වැදගත් ක්ෂේත්‍ර ආවරණය කරයි. එමෙන්ම ඔහු ප්‍රසිද්ධ ඔස්ට්‍රේලියන් අවෝඩ් ෆෙලෝෂිප් මගින් ලබා දෙන විශිෂ්ට සම්මාන දෙවරක් ලබාගත් අයෙකු වේ. එසේනම් මහාචාර්ය ජනක ප්‍රනාන්දු මහතාණෙනි වේදිකාව ඔබට බාර ගන්න.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. සුබ උදෑසනක් සියලු දෙනාටම. මම හිතනවා ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි වෙබ් ආයතනයේ ප්‍රථමයෙන්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත විය යුතුයි මෙවැනි කාලින මාතෘකාවක් සඳහා අපිට වේදිකාව සකස් කර දීම සම්බන්ධයෙන්. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම මේ වැඩසටහන ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි අද කතා කරන්න යන්නේ දිත්වා වලින් පස්සු ලංකාව අනාගතයට සරල වෙන නිවාස ප්‍රමිතීන් සහ ප්‍රතිපත්ති කියන තේමාව යටතේ. ඇත්තටම මේ දිත්වා කියන එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි ඒක යම්කිසි සිද්ධියකට ලඝු කරාට අපි ගෝලීය වශයෙන් ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි කතා කරන ප්‍රධාන මාතෘකාවක් තමයි ගෝලීය උෂ්ණත්වය ඉහළ යාම කියන එක. ඒකම මුහුදු මට්ටම ඉහළ යාම කියන එක. මේවා දේශීය වශයෙන් පමණක් නෙමෙයි ජාත්‍යන්තර වශයෙන් රටවල් රැසක් මුහුණ දෙන ගැටලු. ඉතින් මේ වගේ විපර්යාසයන් තුල අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම උෂ්ණත්වය ඉහළ යන තත්ත්වයක් තුල අපිට නිවාස සැලසුම් සකස් කිරීමේදී නිවාසවල ව්‍යුහය සකස් කිරීමේදී ඉතාමත් සැලකිලිමත් වෙන්න වෙනවා. මොකද මම හිතන්නේ පෞද්ගලිකව මේ දවස්වල අපිට තියෙන හීට් එක අපි කතා කරන්නේ අපි පොඩි කාලේ මෙච්චර රස්නයක් තිබුණ නැහැ කියලා. ඒතකොට සමහරක් වෙලාවට අපිට දැන් තියෙන නිවාස ව්‍යුහය සැලකිලිමත් වෙන්න වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම මේ මුහුදු මට්ටම ඉහළ යාමත් එක්ක ඇතිවන තත්වයන් තුළ අපිට කලින්ට වඩා ගංගොතුර තත්වයන් වලට මුහුණ දෙන්න සිදු වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකම නිවාස සඳහා වඩා සුදුසු මොන ප්‍රදේශයන්ද මේ සෝන් හඳුනා ගැනීම වගේ දේවල් මේ මාතෘකාවත් එක්කම අපිට ඇත්තටම කතා කරන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා තමයි මම උත්සාහ කරේ කියන්න දිත්වා කියන්නේ එක ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් විතරයි. නමුත් මේ දිත්වා සහ මෙතනින් ඉදිරියට අපිට මුහුණ දෙන්න තත්ත්වයන් ගත්තොත් එහෙම ව්‍යසන කළමනාකරණය කියන එකේ වැදගත් අංගයක් වෙනවා. එතනදී නිවාස සම්බන්ධයෙන් කොයි විදිහටද අපි මේ සැලසුම් සකස් කරන්න ඕන කියන එක තමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ. ඒකම ලංකාව තුළ අපි දකින දෙයක් තමයි ව්‍යසන කළමනාකරණය ගත්තම ඩිසාස්ටර් මැනේජ්මන්ට් ගත්තම ඒකේ අධියර කීපයක් තියෙනවා. බොහෝ වෙලාවට ලංකාව තුළ අපි දකින දේ තමයි ව්‍යසනයක් වුණාට පස්සේ ඒකට ප්‍රතිචාර දැක්වීම එහෙම නැත්නම් රෙස්පොන්ස් ඇන්ඩ් රිකවරි කියන පැත්තට තමයි අපි වැඩියෙන්ම අවධානය යොමු කරන්නේ. හැබැයි මේකේ ව්‍යසනයකට සූදානම් වීම ව්‍යසනයකින් ඇතිවන අවදානම අවම කර ගැනීම මිටිගේෂන්ස් ඇන්ඩ් ප්‍රිපෙයාර්ඩ්නස් කියන දේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අවධානයක් තියෙනවද කියන දේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපිට ගැටලු මතුවෙනවා. ඉතින් මෙන්න මේ ව්‍යුහය මේ වගේ පසුබිමක් තුළ තමයි අපි අද මේ මාතෘකාව සාකච්ඡා කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් එතනදී නිවසක් කියන එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒක හුදෙක් වාසස්ථානයක් විදිහට අපිට නිර්වචනය කරගන්න බෑ. ඒ තුළ විවිධාකාරයෙන් අපිට ආරක්ෂාව, සමාජ ස්ථාවරත්වය, ඒ වගේම ආර්ථික සුරක්ෂිතතාවය කියන මේ සියලුම දේවල් සැලකිලිට ගන්න වෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් කතා කරනකොට තමයි මේ මාතෘකාව වැදගත් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ සඳහා අපිට මම හිතන්නේ ශාස්ත්‍රයේ තුල සුදුසුකම් තියෙන මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අදහස් දැක්විය හැකි විද්වත් මණ්ඩලයක් අද සහභාගී වෙනවා. ඇත්තටම අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම මෙහි ප්‍රතිපත්ති සම්පාදනයේ නියමුවන් ඉංජිනේරු කුමුදුලාල් බෝගහවත්ත මහත්මයා ලේකම් නිවාස ඉදිකිරීම හා ජල සම්පාදන අමාත්‍යාංශය නියෝජනය කිරීම සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා. මොකද අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට සාකච්ඡා කරනකොට අපි දකින දේ තමයි අපි සාකච්ඡාවන් ප්‍රතිපත්ති සම්බන්ධනයේ සමග සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් අද මෙතන එහි දායකත්වය අපිට ලැබෙනවා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා අපිට මේ සාකච්ඡාව ඵලදායක විදියට ඉදිරියට කරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ප්‍රථමයෙන් මම කැමතියි ඔබතුමා වෙත යොමු වෙන්න. ලංකාවේ නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තිය සම්බන්ධයෙන් වර්තමානයේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් පවතිනවා කියලා අපි දන්නවා. ඒකම මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තිය තුළ මෙවැනි ව්‍යසනයන් කළමනාකරණය කරගන්න දිත්වා වෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙනත් විවිධාකාරයේ අවදානම් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අවදානම් සඳහා යොමු වීමක් තියෙනවද අවධානයක් තියෙනවද කියන දේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපි කතා කරන්න කැමතියි. ඒ වගේම මතක් කරන්න කැමතියි මේ වැඩසටහන අපි ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් අධ්‍යයන 3ක් යටතේ ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. ප්‍රථම වටයේදී සම්පත්දායකයන්ගෙන් අදහස් ලබා ගැනීමෙන් අනතුරුව මම කැමතියි අපිත් සමග සම්බන්ධ වෙන ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ගෙන් ලැබෙන ප්‍රශ්න සම්බන්ධයෙන් යම්කිසි අවස්ථාවක් ලබා ගන්න. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට පුළුවන් අවසාන වශයෙන් තුන්වෙනි වටයට යොමු වෙන්න. ඔබතුමාට මම ප්‍රශ්න යොමු කරන්නේ ඉංජිනේරු කුමුදුලාල් බෝගහවත්ත මහතා. ලංකාවේ පවතින ප්‍රතිපත්තිය සහ ඒ තුල disaster. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් තියෙන තත්ත්වයක් කිපුවද කියන එක.
මේ ඉස්සෙල්ලම ඉස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕන ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි ආයතනයේට මේ වගේ කාලීන මාතෘකාවක් සම්බන්ධව මේ වගේ විශේෂ ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨ අය එකතු කරගෙන මේ වගේ සංවාදයක් ඇති කිරීම සම්බන්ධව මේකෙන් අපිට lesson learn practice එකක් විදිහට ඉස්සරහට ගොඩක් දේවල් අරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන්. එකක් තමයි සහභාගී උපත් අපි එන්න වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා. සහභාගී උපත් වැඩි වෙන්න එක හේතුවක් විදිහට global climate change එක. අපේ පරිසරයේ තියෙන උෂ්ණත්වය ඉහළ යාම ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් සඳහන් වෙනවා. ඉතින් ලංකාව මේ global warming කියන එකට අපි දායක නොවුනත් අපේ රට එහෙම දායක වෙලා නැහැ. අපේ රට කියන්නේ වැඩිපුර ඔක්සිජන් නිෂ්පාදනය කරපු රටක්. කාබන් ඩයොක්සයිඩ් වඩා ඉතිහාසය තුල ඒකනේ. නමුත් අපි දැන් ඒකේ වික්ටිම් වෙලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපිට දැන් අපේ ජීවිත කාලය තුලත් මේ දේශගුණ විපර්යාසය අපි භුක්ති විඳිනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අසාමාන්‍ය ගෙවල්, අසාමාන්‍ය වර්ෂාපතන. එතකොට ඒ වගේ ඒවා ඉතින් සුලි කුණාටු වගේ ඒවත් දැන් අපි මුහුණ දෙනවා. ඉතින් අපිට ඒක අපි කැමතුණත් අකමැතුණත් අපේ දායකත්වයේ නැතුව වුණත් දැන් අපිට ඒක මුහුණ දෙන්න වෙලා තියෙනවා මේ වගේ ව්‍යසනයන් වලට. විශේෂයෙන්ම එතකොට නිවාස කියන ප්‍රශ්නේ මේක බලපානවා. ඉතින් නිවාස වලට යම් ප්‍රතිපත්ති රට තුල හදලා තියෙනවා. මේ සැරේ නිවාස ගත්තොත් නිවාස 6100ක් විතර සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම විනාශ වුණා. මේ දිත්තා සුළු කුණාටුව කියන්නේ මිලිමීටර් 500කට ආසන්න වර්ෂාපතනයක් එක දිගට දවස් 3ක් විතර ලැබෙනවා. සහ දිස්ත්‍රික්ක ගණනාවකට 21කට විතර මේක බලපෑවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි දන්න ඉතිහාසයේ අපි ඉගෙනගත්තු ඉතිහාසයේ කාලගුණීය වර්ෂාපතනය 1870 80 වගේ ඉඳලා තමයි මනින්න පටන් අරන් තියෙන්නේ රෙකෝඩ් කරන්න. ඒ දන්න ඉතිහාසයේ තිමිච්ච වැඩිම එක අසාමාන්‍ය තත්ත්වයක්. නමුත් කොහොම හරි අපිට ඒක නිසා ලොකු විනාශයක් වුණා. අපේ සම්පූර්ණ විනාශ වෙච්ච වල වටිනාකම ඇමරිකන් ඩොලර් බිලියන 4ක් විතර. අපේ GDP එක 100ක්. ඇමරිකන් ඩොලර් එකෙන් 104ක් විතර ඩැමේජ් වුණා. දැන් ඩීටේල් එස්ටිමේට් කරන් යනවා. ඒක බිලියන 3කට කිට්ටු වෙන්න අඩු වෙයි කියලා හිතෙනවා. ඩීටේල් කරාට පස්සේ මේ එතකොට ඒකෙන් ගෙවල් 6100ක් විතර 6100 විතර සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම විනාශ වුණා. ඊට අමතරව 1,10,000ක් විතර නිවාස අර්ධ වශයෙන් හානි වුණා. එතකොට සම්පූර්ණ නිවාස වශයෙන් 6,000ක් හානි වුණා. 1,10,000ක් විතර අර්ධ වශයෙන් හානි වුණා. හැබැයි අර්ධ වශයෙන් හානි වෙච්ච නිවාසත් නැවත රෙපෙයා කරලා පදිංචි වෙන්න බැරි මට්ටමේ නිවාස තියෙනවා. තව නිවාස තියෙනවා රෙපෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණාට ඒක පිහිටලා තියෙන්නේ දැඩි අවදානම් කලාපේ. ඒතකොට එතනත් පදිංචි වෙන්න බෑ. එහෙම වුණාම නිවාස 20000ක් විතර වගේ දිත්ත සුළු කුණාටුව නිසා අතන 14000ක් විතර වගේ අපි හිතනවා 1 ලක්ෂ ගාණයෙන් නැවත හදන්න වෙනවා කියලා. සම්පූර්ණ කැඩිච්ච ගාන 6000 එකතු කරාම දෙකම 20000ක් විතර හදන්න ඒකට ආසන්න ප්‍රමාණයක් හදන්න වෙයි කියලා අපි හිතනවා. එතකොට මේක ලොකු ගාණක් ලොකු වැඩක්. ඒ අතරේ ගෙවල් කොහොමත් අපේ රජයේ විදියට මේ අවුරුද්දේ ගෙවල් 30000කට කිට්ටු වෙන්න හදන තිබුණා. එක විදියට නිවාස අමාත්‍යාංශයේ විදියටයි දීවර අමාත්‍යාංශය තරුණ කටයුතු අමාත්‍යාංශ එක අමාත්‍යාංශ හරහා මේ නිවාස හැදෙනවා. එතකොට මේවා රට පුරා දැන් හදාන්න පරිමතිනවා. නමුත් ගැටලුව තියෙන්නේ මේ හදන නිවාසත් ඇත්තටම මේ අපේ තියෙන ස්වාභාවික විපත් වලට උරුත් දෙනවද? ඒව ගැන අධ්‍යයනයක් කරලාද හදලා තියෙන්නේ. මෙතන ලොකු ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා. ලංකාවේ නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තිය මොකක් විය යුතුද? ලංකා නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒකේ විශාල හිඩසක් තියෙනවා. ඒ හිඩස නිසා ලොකු ප්‍රශ්න ගණනාවක් රට තුල මුහුණ පාලා තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි කාට හරි ගොඩ ගොඩ ඉඩමක් තියෙනවා නම්, ඒ කියන්නේ කුඹුරු නොවන ඉඩමක් තියෙනවා නම්, ගොඩ ඉඩමක් තියෙනවා නම් එයාට අපි ඒකේ නිවාසයක් හදන්න දෙනවා. කුඹුරු ඉඩමක හදන්න දෙනව අඩුයි, දෙන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි පොල් ඉඩමකද කොහෙද කියලා නැහැ. එතකොට රජයට මේ නිවාස වැඩපිළිවෙලක් හරියට තිබෙත් නැහැ. ඒක නිසා රට පුරාම 37ට horizontally housing unit හැමතැනම හදාගෙන ගියා. මේක තුර ලොකු ප්‍රශ්න ටිකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට මේ house ගත්තම වහිනකොට යට වෙනවා. පායනකොට වතුර නෑ ගොඩක් තැන් වලට. අලිමිනිස් ගැටුමට මුහුණ දානවා. ඉතින් ඔය වගේ ලොකු ප්‍රශ්න ගණනාවකට මුහුණ පාලා තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව මේ ජීවත් වෙන මිනිස්සු අති විශාල විදියට දැන් ප්‍රධාන නගරයෙන් ප්‍රධාන පාරට ඊටාම දුරස්ස වගා බිමේම පොඩි කෑල්ලක ගෙයක් හදා ගැනීම තුල විශාල ප්‍රශ්න තෝගයකට මුහුණ පාලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේවා අපි දීර්ඝ වශයෙන් කතා කරන්න ඕනේ. මොකද එයා ළමයා ඉස්කෝලේ දාන්න ටවුමට එන්න ඕනේ. බෙහෙත් ගන්න ටවුමට එන්න ඕනේ. ඊට අමතරව බැංකු කටයුතු වලට එන්න ඕනේ. ඊට අමතරව බඩු ගන්න එන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ එන්ටර්ටේන්මන්ට් ෆිල්ම් එකක් බලන්නවත් එන්න වෙනවා. හැබැයි නගරේ ඉඳලා කිලෝමීටර් 50 40 50 30 15 ජීවත් වෙනවා. වැලටට සමහර අය ටවුමට එන්න ඕනේ. මේකත් එක්ක ජන ජීවිතේ විසාම විකෘති වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේ අයට ගෙයක් තිබුණත් එයාට ජීවිතේ විඳින්න බැරි වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මම UD එකේ ඉන්න කාලේ සභාපති විදියටත් මම කිව්වේ අපි පැහැදිලිවම නගරයට ආසන්නව සහභාගී විපත් වලට උරුත්තු දෙන්න පුළුවන් ඉඩමක අපි වර්ටිකලි ජීවත් වෙන්න ඕනි. ඒක තමයි අපි කැමති වුණත් අකමැති වුණත් මේ සීලුම ප්‍රශ්න වලට උත්තරයක් විදියට අපි වර්ටිකල් ලිවිං බලෙන් දෙනව නෙවෙයි. ප්‍රශ්න ටිකට උත්තර හොයන යනකොට උත්තරේ විදියට තමයි වර්ටිකල් ලිවිං එන්නේ. ඒකයි ඒකට අපි එතන ජීවත් වෙන්න ඕන කියන මතය තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මේක රජයක් විදියට මැදිහත් වෙලා දැන් තරුණ කෙනෙක් විවාහ වෙලා එයාට ගෙයක් ඕන නම් එයාට ඉස්සෙල්ලම බලන්න ඉඩමක් ගන්න. වෙන ඔප්ෂන් එකක් සමාජයේ තියලා නැහැ. එතකොට ඉඩමක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඉන්නේ ගොඩාක් ඈතට වෙන්න. තමන්ගේ ආර්ථිකයට කළා එයාගේ ඉතින් අවුරුදු 8ක් 10ක් හදනවා. හදලා අර වගේ මහමගට අතිවිශාල කාලයක් වැය කරනවා ඉතින්. ඔන්න ඔය ගැටලු ටික තමයි අපිට තියෙන්නේ.
හරි. මම හිතන්නේ වර්තමානයේ නිවාස පද්ධතිය තුල සහ නිවාස ඉදිකිරීමේදී මතුවෙන ගැටලු සම්බන්ධයෙන් මම හිතන්නේ ඉතාමත් පැහැදිලි ඉදිරිපත් කිරීමක් අපිට එතුමාගෙන් ලැබුණා. මම කැමතියි ඒකම යොමු වෙන්න සැලසුම් කරු පියශාන්ත මහතා වෙත. මම හිතන්නේ මේ විශේෂයෙන්ම අපේ ලේකම්තුමා මතු කරා ආදායම් මට්ටමින් පහළ ඉන්න පවුල් වලට මේ නිවාස ගැටලුව කියන එක ඍජුවම දැනෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් RD එක විශාල වැඩ කොටසක් කරගෙන යනවා. ඉතින් මෙතනදී මේ නගර සැලසුම්කරණය, නිවාස සැලසුම්කරණය කියන දේවල් ඒකාබද්ධ වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? සහ මෙතනදී නිවාස ඉදිකිරීමේදී ආර්ථිකයේ විවිධ ස්තරවල ඉන්න පුද්ගලයන්ගේ අවශ්‍යතාවයන් හඳුනාගෙන ඒ සඳහා ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන වැඩපිළිවෙල මොනවද වගේ දේවල් මම හිතන්නේ අපිට ඉතාමත් වැදගත් වෙනවා. මොකද අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම කොළඹ මේ මිල අධික ඇපාර්ට්මන්ට්ස් ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒවා සමාජය තුළ ඉන්න බහුතරයකට මිලදී ගැනීම හැකියාවක් පවතින්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් අපි දන්නවා ලංකාව ගත්තොත් එහෙම 40%ක් විතර දිලිදු බවින් පෙළෙන පවුල් තමයි ඉන්නේ. මේ තත්ත්වයක් එක්ක නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය කොහොමද මේ නිවාස සැලසුම් ඉදිරිපත් කරන්නේ සහ එතනදී මේ අපේ ලේකම්තුමන් මතු කරා සමහරක් ප්‍රදේශ ඇත්තටම ජන ජීවිතයට සුදුසු නැහැ. ඉතින් එවැනි තත්ත්වයක් තුළ මේ නගර නිර්මාණය කිරීමේදී නිවාස සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔබතුමන්ලාගේ කාර්යභාරය කොහොමද කියන එක දැනගන්න කැමතියි.
පළවෙනියෙන්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මේ වැඩසටහන මේ කාලින වැඩසටහන සංවිධානය කිරීම පිළිබඳව ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි වෙබ් ආයතනයේට ඒ වගේම මම හිතන්නේ කාලින මාතෘකාවක් මේ කතා කරන්නේ මේකදී නාගරික සැලසුම්කරණයේදී කොහොමද මේ විවිධ ස්තර වලට බලපාන විදියට නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් සකස් කරන්නේ. ඒක හොඳ මාතෘකාවක්. මෙතනදී අපේ ඇත්තටම නාගරික සැලසුම්කරණයේ අපිට බෙදා ගන්න අමාරුයි දුප්පත් මිනිසුන්ද පොහොසත් මිනිසුන්ද කියන එක ටිකක් අමාරුයි සැලසුම් කරන්නේදී ඒක සැලසුම් කරන්න හොඳත් නෑ ආකල්පේ මත. නමුත් අපිට ප්‍රායෝගිකව සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා මේ අපේ රටේ ඉන්නවා විවිධ සමාජ ස්තර. සමහර කොටස් ඉන්නවා ඒ අයට එයාගේ ආදායම් මට්ටමත් එක්ක ගත්තම හොඳ නිවසක ජීවත් වෙන්න හොඳ නිවසක් හදාගෙන ජීවත් වෙන්න බැරි කොට්ටාසයක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කොට්ටාසයට තමයි ඇත්තටම රජයක් විදියට රජයේ මැදිහත් විය යුතු කොට්ටාසය. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ලංකාවේ හැම රජයක්ම පහුගිය අවුරුදු 30-40ම පත් වෙච්ච හැම රජයක්ම මේ කොට්ටාසය දිහා බලලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකෙදි නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවල ඉන්න අඩු පහසුකම් ජනාවාසවල කට්ටියට විශේෂයෙන් රජයේ මැදිහත් වෙලා පහුගිය අවුරුදු 10-15 ඇතුළත විශාල නිවාස සංකීර්ණ ඉදි කරලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවල නිවාස ඉදි කරනකොට අර අපේ ලේකම්තුමා කිව්වා වගේ අපිට මේ horizontal development වලට යන්න බෑ. මොකද ඉඩම් වල තියෙන හිඟතාවය නිසා අපිට සිද්ධ වෙනවා මේ නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවල ඉන්න අඩු පහසුකම් ජනාවාසවල ජීවත් වෙන අයට කොහොමත් එම ප්‍රදේශවලම හයි රයිස් බිල්ඩින් වලට යම්කිසි හයි රයිස් කිව්වට අපි තට්ටු 40 50 නෙමෙයි යම්කිසි තට්ටු 10 15වත් යුක්ත නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති ඉදි කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒ කාර්යයට නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය, නිවාස සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය, නාගරික ජනාවාස සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය මැදිහත් වෙලා අඩු පහසුකම් සහිත ප්‍රදේශවල ඉන්න ජනතාවට නිවාස ලබා දෙන්න කටයුතු කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තව කොට්ටාසයක් ඉන්නවා. මේ කොට්ටාසය බොහෝ වෙලාවට නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවල ජීවත් වෙන්නේ ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවල ජීවත් වෙන ඒත් පල්හැ අඩු ආදායම් ලාභින්. ඒ අයටත් විශේෂයෙන් නිවාස සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය මැදිහත් වෙලා විශාල වශයෙන් වාර්ෂිකව නිවාස 20-30ක් වගේ ප්‍රමාණයක් හදලා දෙනවා. ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්නවා තව කොට්ටාසයක්. මේ කොට්ටාසය තමයි ඇත්තටම මධ්‍ය ආදායම් ලාභින්. මේ කොට්ටාසයට ඇත්තටම රජයේ මැදිහත් වීමක් ඍජුව ලබා දෙන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් මේ අයටත් අර පහසුකම් සහිත නිවසක වාසය කිරීමේ අවශ්‍යතාවය තියෙනවා. හැබැයි ඒ අයගෙත් අර ආදායම් මට්ටම මේ අපි කියන ලෙවල් එකට ඒ කියන්නේ හොඳ මට්ටමේ නිවසක ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් ආදායම් මට්ටමක් නැහැ. ඉතින් හැබැයි මේ අයට රජේනුත් ලොකු සහයෝගයක් දෙන්නේ නැහැ. පෞද්ගලිකාංශයේ මැදිහත් වීමෙන් නිවාස හදනවා. ඒවත් ඇත්තටම ලබා ගැනීමේදී ලොකු ගැටලුකාරී තත්ත්වයක් තියෙනවා. මේගොල්ලන්ගේ ආදායම් මට්ටම් දැන්ට පවතින රටේ තියෙන නිවාසවල මිල ගණන් වලට ගැලපෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ අය ගැන ඇත්තටම රජයන් විදියට යම්කිසි මැදිහත් වීමක් විය යුතු කොටසක් කියලා හඳුනාගත යුතුයි. ඊගව මට්ටම තමයි ඉහළ ආදායම් ලබන කොටස. ඉතින් ඇයට නම් ඇත්තටම පෞද්ගලික අංශයේ ඍජු මැදිහත් වීමෙන් තමයි නිවාස ඉදි කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ අයට මම හිතන්නේ රටේ ඉන්න සියලුම පෞද්ගලික අංශයේ කියන්නේ රියල් එස්ටේට් වලට සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච ආයතන නිවාස ඉදි කරනවා. ඉතින් මේට අමතරවත් දැන් මේ ওই කොට්ටාස වලට වැටෙන්නේ නැති කොටසක් ඉන්නවා. ඒ අය තනිව නිවාස ඉදි කරගෙන ජීවත් වෙන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා. මේ ආකාරයට යම්කිසි විදියක ඒ කියන්නේ රාජ්‍ය පෞද්ගලික අංශේ මැදිහත් වීමෙන් තමයි මේ ලංකාවේ ඇතුලේ නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘතීන් සිද්ධ කරන්නේ. එතනදී අර රජයේ මැදිහත් වීමෙන් සිද්ධ කරන නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති මම හිතන්නේ අපිට යම්කිසි පාලනයකට යටත් කරලා කිරීමේ හැකියාව තියෙනවා. මොකද රජය සියලු මුදල් ලබා දෙනවා මේ නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති වලට. එතනදී තමයි අපි සැලසුම් සහගත ලෙස මේ අය ඇත්තටම අර අපේ ලේකම්තුමා කිව්වා වගේ horizontal development වලට නැතුව vertical development වලට මේ අයව යොමු කරන්න ඕන. ඉතින් අපේ නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තිය ගත්තත් මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියේ අලයින් වෙන්න ඕන. මොකද දැන් අපේ තියෙන ලිමිටඩ් ඒ කියන්නේ සීමිත ඉඩම් වලට තමයි අපි මේ නිවාස මම හිතන්නේ ලක්ෂ 50ක් 60ක නිවාස ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා ලක්ෂ 55ක් විතර. ඉතින් මේවා ඔක්කොම අර හැමතැනම නිවාස හදන ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තමයි දැන්ට අපේ තියෙන්නේ. කොහෙද හිස් ඉඩමක් තියෙන්නේ පර්චස් 6ට 10ට සබ්ඩිවිෂන් කරලා හැමතැනම නිවාස හදන ක්‍රමයක් තමයි දැන්ට තියෙන්නේ. අපි නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් හදනකොට ඉස්සරහට හරි මම හිතන්නේ මේ දැන්ට තියෙන ප්‍රතිපත්තිය වෙනස් කළ යුතුයි. වෙනස් කරලා නිවාස ඒ කියන්නේ නාගරික ජනාවාස ග්‍රාමීය ජනාවාස නියමිත සුදුසු තැන්වල ඉදි කරලා ඒවා මම හිතන්නේ අපි හැමතැනම තට්ටු 10 15 30 40 වෙන්න ඕනේ. අඩු ගානේ තට්ටු 4 5වත් නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවලටත් හඳුන්වලා දෙන්න ඕන. ඉතින් ඒ ආකාරයට හදන ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තුලින් තමයි අපිට තිරසර ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයකට ළඟා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්නම් අපේ දැන්ට තියෙන මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති තුලින් බොහෝ වෙලාවට රටේ හැමතැනම නිවාස හදන්න දීලා කඳුකරේද ජල මූලාශ්‍ර ආශ්‍රිතවද ගංගා ඇල දොළවල් හැම තැනම කිට්ටුව නිවාස හදන්න දීලා මේ දිත්වා කුණාටුවත් සුලි කුණාටුවත් එක්ක අපිට හොඳින් දැනගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා මේ කියන්නේ විශේෂයෙන් අනවසර ආකාරයට හදපු සහ අක්‍රමවත් ආකාරයට ඉදි කරපු නිවාස සහ ප්‍රදේශ තමයි වැඩියෙන්ම මේ කුණාටු හරහා බලපෑම් වලට ලක් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ නිසා මම හිතන්නේ 10කට ආසන්න ප්‍රමාණයක ජීවිත හානි වුණා. අර ඩොලර් බිලියන 3ක් 4ක් අලාභයක් සිද්ධ වෙලා තියෙනවා. අදටත් අපිට රේල් පාරවල් මම හිතන්නේ තව අවුරුද්දක් දෙකක් විතර ඇයි නුවර මාතලේ රේල් පාර හදාගන්න. ඉතින් මේ වගේ විශාල හානි වලට පත් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මේ ආකාරයේ සැලසුමකින් තොරව නිවාස සහ අනිකුත් ඉදිකිරීම් සිද්ධ කරපු නිසා.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. මම හිතනවා දැන් මෙතනදී සැලසුමකින් තොරව නිවාස ඉදිකිරීම කියන එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම පෞද්ගලික මට්ටමින් සිදුවෙන දෙයක්. අපි දැන් UD එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම එවැනි නිවාස සැලසුම් කරනකොට මේ අවදානම කියන එක කොයිතරම් දුරකට සැලකිල්ලට ගන්නවද කියන දේත් පොඩ්ඩක් ඔබතුමාට මතු කරන්න පුළුවන් නම්. මොකද දැන් අපි vertical housing ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඒ වලට නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය සතු ඉඩම් යොදා ගන්නවා. එතනදී මම හිතන්නේ අහන් ඉන්න කෙනෙක්ට වැදගත් වෙයි Taman තනියම ආපදා අවදානමක් තියෙන තැනක නිවසක් හදනවද නැත්නම් UD එකකින් හදන නිවසකට පදිංචියට යනවද? මොකද එතන මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක් යටතේද ඉදිරිපත් කරලා තියෙන්නේ නැත්නම් ඉදි කරලා තියෙන්නේ කියන එක.
ඇත්තටම දැන් නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය විසින් ඉදි කරන ලද විශේෂයෙන් ඔය කොළඹ ප්‍රදේශයේ කොළඹ සහ අනිකුත් නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවල ඉදි කරලා තියෙන අඩු පහසුකම් ජනාවාසලාභීන්ට ඉදි කරලා තියෙන නිවාස මේ දිත්වා සුලි කුණාටුවෙන් කිසිම බලපෑමකට ලක්ුන්නේ නැහැ. හේතුව අපි ඒවලට අවශ්‍ය පැරාමීටර්ස් උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගම් වතුර තත්ත්වයකට වුණත් සුලි කුණාටු තත්ත්වයකට වුණත් ඔරොත්තු දෙන ආකාරයේ ප්‍රමිතීන් අපි අනුගමනය කරලා තිබුණා. නමුත් මේ දිත්වා සුලි කුණාටුවෙන් වැඩිම බලපෑමක් වෙලා උනේ මධ්‍යම කඳුකර ප්‍රදේශ ආශ්‍රිතව සහ ගංගා ද්‍රෝණී ආශ්‍රිතව ප්‍රදේශවල මේවා විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් අපේ නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ බල ප්‍රදේශ නෙමෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ සැලසුම් රෙගුලාසි ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය අමාත්‍යවරයා විසින් නාගරික ප්‍රදේශ ලෙස හඳුනාගත් ප්‍රදේශවල විතරයි. එතනින් පරිබාහිර විශාල ප්‍රදේශයක් තියෙනවා නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ සංවර්ධන රෙගුලාසි භාවිතා නොවන. ඉතින් මෙන්න මේ ප්‍රදේශවල තමයි වැඩි වශයෙන් මේ දිත්වා අසුලි කුණාටුව නිසා හානි වුනේ. හැබැයි ඒකම තවත් කොටසක් තිබුණා නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවලත් උදාහරණ විදියට ගම් වතුර නිසා ලොකු බලපෑමකට ලක් වුණා. උදාහරණයක් විදියට ඔය කොළොන්නාව හංවැල්ල ඔය වගේ කැලණිය ඔය වගේ ප්‍රදේශවල නාගරික ප්‍රදේශ නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියේ සංවර්ධන රෙගුලාසි ක්‍රියාත්මක වන ප්‍රදේශ. හැබැයි මේවලදී කාලය තිස්සේ අනවසර ඉදිකිරීම් කරපු ප්‍රදේශ. ඉතින් නාගරික ප්‍රදේශ වුණාට අනවසරයෙන් ගංගා ඇලවල ඒ ද්‍රෝණි වල රිසර්වේෂන් වල හදපු නිවාස තමයි මේ හානියට විශාල වශයෙන් ලක් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. අර ප්‍රමතිසහගතව ඇප්‍රූවල් එකක් ඇතිව හදපු නිවාස බලපෑමට ලක්ුණේ බොහොම අඩු වශයෙන්. අනිත් විශාල කියන්නේ විශාල ප්‍රතිශතයක් මේ දිත්වා කුණාටුව නිසා හානියටපත් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ අනවසර ප්‍රදේශවල. ඒ කියන්නේ නිවාස හදන්න සුදුසු නැති ප්‍රදේශවල තමයි ඒ නිවාස ඉදි කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේකට තමයි අපි ඉස්සරහට යනකොට මේකට අපි දැන් සොලියුෂන් ගැන කතා කරනකොට අපි කතා කරමු මම හිතන්නේ ඊගාවට.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. මම හිතන්නේ අපි මෙතනදී මතු කරන්න උත්සාහ කරා ඇතැම් අවස්ථාවලදී ප්‍රතිපත්ති නැද්ද නැත්නම් තියෙන ප්‍රතිපත්ති ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ නැද්ද වගේ කරුණක්. නමුත් මම මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් යම්කිසි පසුවිපරමක් කරනකොට අපේ ජාතික භෞතික සැලැස්මක් පවතිනවා 2017 2050 කාලය තුල. මම හිතන්නේ ඉන්දු වීරසූරි මැතිතුමීට කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන්. මම කැමති අපේ සැලැස්ම කුමක්ද සහ මේ සැලැස්ම තුල අපි අර කලින් කතා කරා වගේ නුසුදුසු ඒ කියන්නේ මිනිස්සුන්ට නිවාස සෑදීමට සුදුසු ස්ථාන සෝනින් කියන එක අපි හඳුනගෙන තියෙනවද? මේ සැලැස්ම තුල අපි කොයිතරම් දුරකට ආපදාවන් කියන එක සැලකිලි රන් තියෙනව සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔබතුමීගෙන් දැනුවත් වෙන්න කැමතියි.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. මම පළමුවෙන්ම මමත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මේ වගේ වැඩසටහනකට ආරාධනා කරපු බව. මම හිතන්නේ ඔබතුමා ඇහුවේ ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත් ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඔව් අපිට ලංකාවේ දැනටම තියෙනවා ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුමක් සහ සැලසුම් ප්‍රතිපත්තියක්. මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තිය අපි පළමුවෙන්ම කරපු ප්‍රතිපත්තිය යාවත් කාලීන කරලා තියෙනවා. ඔය ඔබතුමා අහපු ආපදාව සහ දේශගුණ විපර්යාසය පිළිබඳව වැඩි අවධානයක් යොමු කරා. විශේෂයෙන්ම ගත්තොත් ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුම් ප්‍රතිපත්තියේ පැහැදිලිවම කියලා තියෙනවා මොනවද ලංකාවේ ජනාවාසවලට සුසු ඉඩම් මොනවද කියලා සිතියමෙත් පෙන්නලා තියෙනවා. ඒ ප්‍රතිපත්තියේ පැහැදිලිව පෙන්නනවා. අපි දෙගොල්ලම මම හිතන්නේ පළවෙනි කතාවේදී කතා වුණේ අපිට ග්‍රාමීයයි නාගරිකයි නිවාස පිළිබඳ. මම මේකට විශේෂයෙන් අවධි කරන්න පුළුවන් වතු නිවාස. මොකද අපිට නිවාස කියලා කිව්වම කොටස් තුනක් තියෙනවා. නාගරික, ග්‍රාමීය සහ වතු නිවාස. මෙහිදී වැඩිපුරම වතු නිවාස කියන එක පිළිහිලා තියෙන්නේ ප්‍රේශාන්ත මහත්තයා කියෝ වගේ අපේ සංවේදී කලාපය තුල. ඔබ ජාතික භෞතික සැලැස්ම සවිස්තරාත්මක බැලුවොත් ඔබට පැහැදිලිව පේලා තියෙනවා පාරිසරික සංවේදී කලාපය කියන එක සැලැස්මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියේ පැහැදිලිව දක්වලා තියෙනවා සුදුසු ස්ථානයක් නෙවෙයි මේ වගේ සංවර්ධනයේ සුදු කියලා. එහිදී අපිට අපි දන්නවා ජාතික භෞතික නැෂනල් ප්ලෑන් එකක අපිට බැරි වෙනවා ඊටාත්ම කුඩා ව්‍යාපෘති පෙන්වන්න කුඩා ප්‍රදේශ පෙන්වන්න. එහෙත් ඒ සැලැස්මේ ජාතික භෞතික සැලැස්මේ තියෙන ක්‍රියාදාමය ඒක පදනම් කරගෙන කලාපීය සැලසුම් හදන්න ඕන ප්‍රාදේශීය මට්ටමේ සැලසුම් හදන්න ඕන. එහි පැහැදිලිවම දක්වනවා ජාතික භෞතික සැලැස්මේ මොනවද වෙරළ ආශ්‍රිතව තියෙන අවදානම් කලාප ඊගාවට මධ්‍යම කලාපයේ තියෙන ප්‍රදේශ මොනවද? ඊට පස්සේ ඊට අමතරව පෙන්නනවා ලංකාවේ අපි පාරිසරික විතරක් නෙවෙයි සංවේදී කලාප කියලා ගත්තම තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ලේකම්තුමාගේ විශේෂ අවධානයක් තියෙනවා මේ ඉඩම් කැබලි වලට කැපීම අපි land fragmentation කියන එක. මේක කොහොමද මෙතෙන්දි පෙන්වන ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුමේ එහෙම නොකර අපි කොහොමද මේ ඒ අනිකුත් සංවේදී කලාප in advance කොහොමද මේක හොයාගන්නේ කියලා. ඒ සඳහා අපි පරිසර කිව්වොත් අපිට ඒක වෙන්න පුළුවන් සංස්කෘතික පරිසර වෙන්න පුළුවන්, ආගමික පරිසර වෙන්න පුළුවන්, තෙත්බිමක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පෞරාණික භූමියක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුම් ගත්තොත් ඒකේ තියෙනවා සිතියම් ගත කරලා දැනට මං හිතන්නේ 16ක් විතර තියෙන ස්තර. ඒ 16 ඊටාම පැහැදිලිව පෙන්නනවා ජනාවාසයක් හදනවා නම් මොන ප්‍රදේශද ඒවට සුදුසු කියලා. ඊට වඩා තවත් සවිස්තරව ඒක යන්න කලාපීය සැලසුම් සහ අපි ප්‍රාදේශීය සැලසුම් වලට අදාළ නීතිමය ප්‍රතිපාදන දීලා තියෙනවා. අපි විශේෂයෙන්ම සඳහන් කරන්න ඕන මට මෙතනින් ඔබතුමා ප්‍රශ්නට වඩා අමතර එකක් අපි ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් කෙලින්ම ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්න නම් කරුණු තුනක් තියෙන්න ඕන. පළවෙනි එක තමයි තියෙන්න ඕන ඒකට සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම legislation එහෙම නැත්නම් legal frame එකක් නීතිමය ප්‍රතිපාදන තියෙන්න ඕන. අනිත් එක තියෙන්න ඕන අපිට ආයතනික ප්‍රතිපාදන. තුන්වෙනි එක තියෙන්න ඕන අපිට මූල්‍යමය ප්‍රතිපාදන. මේ තුන එකිනෙක නිසි පරිදි ගැලපුණොත් විතරයි අපි මොන ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් හැදුවත් මොන සැලසුමක් හැදුවත් ඒක පොළොව මට්ටමේ අපිට දකින්න වෙන්නේ. ඊටාම කෙටියෙන් ওই ටික තමයි මට ඉස්සෙල්ලම කියන්න තියෙන්නේ.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. කියන්නේ ඔබතුමිය සඳහන් කරන විදිහට අපිට සැලැස්ම තිබුණට ඒකට අවශ්‍ය ව්‍යුහාත්මක පහසුකම් මේ වෙනකොට නැහැ කියන එකද ඔබතුමියගේ අදහස?
නෑ අපිට නීතිමය ප්‍රතිපාදන හොඳටම තියෙනවා. අපිට ඉස්සෙල්ලම ලංකාවේ තිබිච්ච ටවුන් ඇන්ඩ් කන්ට්‍රි ප්ලෑනින් ඕඩිනන්ස් කියන එකෙන් ග්‍රාමීයකින් තමයි ප්‍රතිපාදන දීලා තියෙන්නේ ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුමක් හදන්න, කලාපීය සැලසුමක් හදන්න. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට ආයතනිකක් තියෙනවා ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුම් දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව කියලා පිළිලා දෙනවා. අපිට ඊට පස්සේ අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ ප්‍රතිපාදන. ඒකවට ෆයිනෑන්ෂල් ෆ්‍රේම්වර්ක් එකක්. මෙන්න මේ ෆ්‍රේම්වර්ක් එකත් අනිවාර්යයෙන් මේකත් එක්ක එකිනෙක යන්න ඕන. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි දිත්ව වගේ එකක් වෙච්ච එක. ඒක දිත්ව විතරක් නෙමෙයි අපිට සුනාමිය ආවා. අපිට තව ඉදිරියට ඔබතුමාලා කතා කරපු වගේ දේශගුණ විපර්යාසයන් වලට මුහුණ දෙන්න වෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ හැම එකටම අපි මොනවද අපිට තියෙන මූල්‍යමය ප්‍රතිපාදන කියන එකත් මේ සැලසුම් එක්කම නිසි ලෙස හසුරුවා ගත්තොත් මම හිතනවා කලට වෙලාවට අපිට ඒ ටික කරගන්න පුළුවන්. අපි හැමතිස්සෙම කියන්නේ preparedness plan. before මොකන හරි සිදුවීමට පෙර මේ හැම එකටම අපි සූදානම් වෙලා ඉන්න ඕන. preparedness plan කියන එක ඉතාමත්ම වැදගත්.
මම හිතන්නේ අපි ප්‍රතිපාදන ගැන කතා කරොත් එහෙම අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ව්‍යසනයට පස්සේ ඒ සඳහා රීකන්ස්ට්‍රක්ෂන් පැත්තට තමයි වැඩියෙන්ම අවධානය යොමු කරන්නේ. නමුත් අර preparedness කියන පැත්තේදී අවධානම අඩු බවක් තමයි අපිට පේන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ලේකම්තුමා ඉදිරියේදී අපිව දැනුවත් කරයි. මොකද මම මේ දවස්වල පොඩි ස්ටඩි එකක් කරගෙන යනවා මාතර ලවණ බාධකී ගැන. ඒකෙන් ඇතිවෙච්ච ප්‍රතිවිපාක නිසා මම හිතන්නේ 1.2 බිලියන් අපි ආපදා විදියට ගෙවනවා. ඒකෙන් බලපෑමට ලක් වෙච්ච ෆාමර්ස්ලට. එතකොට අපි 1.2 බිලියන් ෆාමර්ස්ලට ගෙවනවා කියන්නේ ඒක එතනදී ඇත්තටම අපේ අර රියැක්ෂන් එක තමයි එතනදී තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් ප්‍රිපෙයාර්ඩ්නස් එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් අවධානය යොමු කරනවාද කියන ගැටලුව එනවා. ඉතින් මම කැමති අවසාන වශයෙන් මහාචාර්ය උපුලි ඔබතුමියට යොමු වෙන්න දැන් මෙතනදී අපිට යම් ආකාරයක ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් ඒකම අපි ගත්තම මිනිස්සු තවමත් මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියට අනුගත නොවි Taman කැමති තැන්වල සමහරක් වෙලාවට මේක ලීගල් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, ඉලීගල් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. නිවාස ඉදි කරමින් පවතිනවා. ඉතින් මේ දුර අපිට තව කොච්චරක් දුරට යන්න පුළුවන්ද? සහ මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියට අපි මිනිස්සුම අනුගත කරනකොට, ජනතාව අනුගත කරනකොට සමහරක් වෙලාවට ඔවුන්ගේ ඉන්න තැන්වලින් මෙවැනි තැන්වලට අපිට නැවත පදිංචි කිරීම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට මේකත් සමහරක් වෙලාවට වර්තමානයේ ගැටලුවක් වෙලා තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔබතුමියගේ අදහස් දැක්වීම ලබා දෙන ලෙස මම ඉල්ලා සිටිනවා.
මුලින්ම මමත් කැමති මුලින්ම ලංකා ප්‍රොපර්ටි වෙබ් ආයතනයට ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න මෙවැනි කාලීන මාතෘකාවක් තෝරා ගැනීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපි නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය ගැන මූලිකවම ගත්තොත් මම හිතන්නේ දැන් මෙතෙක් කතා කරපු සියලු කරුණුත් එක්ක සලකලා බැලුවොත් සහ දැන් අපි අන්තර්ජාතික වශයෙන්ුත් ජාතික මට්ටමෙනුත් නිවාසයක් කියන එක මූලික මිනිස් අයිතිවාසිකමක් හැටියට හඳුනාගෙන තියෙනවා. අපේ ව්‍යවස්ථාවෙත් ඒක හඳුනාගෙන තියෙනවා මේ මූලික අයිතිවාසිකමක් හැටියට නිවාසයක් access to housing කියන දේ. ඒ වගේම එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ සංවිධානයත් එක මූලික මිනිස් අයිතිවාසිකමක් හැටියට හඳුන්වා තියෙනවා 1948 ඉඳලා. එතකොට අද අපි වර්තමාන තත්ත්වය බැලුවොත් අර නිවසක් කියන එක අපි කවුරුත් දන්නවා ඒක නිකම්ම ගෙයක් කියන දේ විතරක් නෙවෙයි ඒක ඊට වඩා සංකීර්ණ සමහර ලාවට ඒකකයක් විතරක් නෙවෙයි ඒක ක්‍රියාවලියක්. ඒතර මෙවැනි තත්ත්වයක් යටතේ තමයි අපිට දැන් මේ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය සාකච්ඡා කරන්න වෙන්නේ. සහ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය කියන දේ ලංකාවට හෝ තුන්වෙනි ලෝකයේ එහෙම නැත්නම් දියුණු වෙමින් පවතින රටවල් වලට පමණක් ආවේනික ප්‍රශ්නිකුත් නෙවෙයි මේක ලෝකේ ඕන දියුණු රටක වුණත් තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය කියන දේ. ඒතර මේ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නේ කොටස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. ඇත්තටම එකක් තමයි housing affordability කියන එක. අපිට කොච්චර දුරට මේ දැන් අපි කතා කරන ගොඩක් ප්‍රශ්නවල අපි මූලාරම්භයට ගියොත් මෙතන තියෙන්නේ ඇත්තටම housing affordability issue එකක්. අනිත් පැත්තෙන් අර ඔබතුමා කිව්වා වගේ අපි ඔය විපර්යාස කාලගුණික විපර්යාස සහ අනිකුත් ව්‍යසන තත්ත්වයන් ගත්තොත් housing sustainability. ඒතර housing issue එකේ අපිට address කරන්න තියෙන කියන්නේ හඳුනා ගන්න මූලිකම ප්‍රශ්න දෙක තමයි affordability එක සහ sustainability කියන එක. එතකොට දැනට තියෙන ප්‍රතිපත්ති ගත්තාම ඇත්තටම අපිට නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තියෙනවා, ජාතික බෞද්ධින් සැලසුම් ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තියෙනවා සහ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය කියන දේ සංකීර්ණ නිසා මේක එක ප්‍රතිපත්තියකින් පමණක් විසඳිය හැකි එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට ඇඩ්‍රස් කරන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්නිකුත් නෙවෙයි. එතකොට ඒකේ දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් ලංකාවේ මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් පොලිසිස් හුඟක් මේකට ආවේනිකයි. රීසෙටල්මන්ට් සම්බන්ධෙනුත් අපිට පොලිසි එකක් තියෙනවා. ක්ලයිමැටික් චේන්ජ් කාලගුණික විපර්යාස සම්බන්ධෙනුත් පොලිසි එකක් තියෙනවා. ඩිසාස්ටර් මැනේජ්මන්ට් සම්බන්ධෙනුත් පොලිසි එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ හැම පොලිසි එකක්ම මේ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නයට ඍජුවම සහ වක්‍රව දායක වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි ඔබතුමාත් විශේෂයෙන් දන්නවා affordability ගැන කතා කරනකොට රටේ තියෙන මූල ප්‍රතිපත්තිය. විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නයට සම්බන්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි ඉඩම් ප්‍රතිපත්තිය. එතකොට අපි දැන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපි කියනවා දැන් ඇයි අපිට මෙච්චර ප්‍රතිපත්ති තිබිලත් අපිට මේ අනවසර ඉදිකිරීම එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ අනිත් තියෙන නිවාස ප්‍රශ්න විසඳ ගන්න බැරි එක ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි මිනිසුන්ට ඉඩමක් හිමි කර ගැනීමේ තියෙන ගැටලුව. එතකොට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපිට ඉඩමක් කියලා අපිට ගන්න වෙන්නේ එක්කෝ අපේ පවුලෙන් අපිට ලැබෙන ඉඩමක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි අනවසර ඉඩමක්. එතකොට අර affordability issue එක තමයි නැවතත් එතනට අපිට ගිහින් මොකද කාලගුණ විපර්යාස වලට වඩා මිනිස්සු ඉස්සෙල්ලා බලන්නේ කොහොමද අපි ගිහිල්ලා ඉඩමක් අරගෙන ගෙයක් හදන්නේ කියන එක. සහ අනිත් කාරණාව තමයි අපි ඉඩමක් ගෙයක් නිවසක් කියන දේ ගත්තාම මේක සංකීර්ණයි කියන්නේ අපිට ගෙයක් ගත්තාම අපේ තියෙන ජීවන රටාව. ඒතර සහ අපේ ඉන්න ජීවන එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන එක housing pathway එක. දැන් අපි ඕනම කෙනෙක් මුලින්ම රස්සාවක් හරි තරුණ කාලේ අපිට ජීවත් වෙනකොට අවශ්‍ය වෙන ගයක් නෙවෙයි සමහරවිට අපි වයසට යනකොට අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපේ තියෙන ජීවන අපේ තියෙන වයසත් එක්ක අපේ අනිවාර්ය අවශ්‍යතාවය වැඩි වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපිට තනියෙන් ජීවත් වෙන්න බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට සපෝට් සිස්ටම් එකක් ඕනේ. එතකොට අපි කොච්චර සෝෂලි ස්පේෂලි ඉන්ටිග්‍රේට් වෙලා තියෙන එක මත ලොකේෂන් එක මත අපිට නිවස තෝරගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට ඔය කියන දැන් සියලු කාරණා එක්ක තමයි මිනිස්සු අර වගේ තීරණ වලට යන්නේ. නැතුව මිනිස්සු මං හිතන්නේ කවුරුණත් කැමති හොඳ නිවසක මේ ඒ සැලසුමක් ඇතුව ඒ ඇප්‍රූවල්ස් එක්ක ඒ නිවසක් හදාගෙන කවුරුත් අකමැති නෙවෙයි. නමුත් අර තියෙන සමාජාර්ථික ගැටලු කියන தත්ත්වයේ යටතේ තමයි අර විදිහේ කාරණාවල් වලට යොමු වෙන්නේ. සහ අනිත් පැත්තෙන් ගත්තොත් මං හිතන්නේ මිනිස්සු අපි දැන් කොච්චර ප්‍රතිපත්ති තිබුණත් මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති කොයිතරම් දුරට මිනිස්සු දැනුවත්ද? ඒ කියන්නේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තියනවා කියන එකම නෙවෙයි. නමුත් මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති තුලින් අපේ ජීවිතයට කොයිතරම් මේ දේවල් බලපානවද කියන පිළිබඳ දැනුවත්භාවය මං හිතන්නේ මිනිස්සුන්ට නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ ජීවිතේට මේ ප්‍රතිපත්තිය කොච්චර වැදගත් වෙනවද? මගේ සැලසුම මේ බිල්ඩින් එක නැත්තම් හදන ගේ මේක අනුමත කරගෙන ගියොත් මට මගේ නිවසේ වටිනාකම කොච්චර වැඩි වෙනවද? මගේ නිවස කොයිතරම් දුරකට රෙසිලියන්ට් වෙනවද? ඒ කියන්නේ මොකක් හරි ආපදාවකින් කොයිතරම් දුරට ආරක්ෂා වෙනවද කියන පිළිබඳව යම්කිසි අවබෝධයක් මිනිස්සුන්ට නැති ප්‍රශ්නෙත් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා මම හිතනවා මේ නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය කියන දේ අපි ප්‍රතිපත්ති ගත්තොත් ඇත්තට මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති හුඟක් අපි ඇනලිසිස් එකක් කරොත් ඒ ප්‍රතිපත්ති ඇතුලේ මේ වර්තමානයේ ලෝකයේ පවතින වැලියුස් හුඟක් තියෙනවා. දැන් උදාහරණයකට හවුසින් පොලිසි එක ගත්තත් මේ හවුසින් පොලිසි එකේ අර්බන් රූරල් සහ එස්ටේට් සෙක්ටර් එක විතරක් නෙවෙයි රීසෙටල්මන්ට් සම්බන්ධයෙන්ුත් ඒක ඇඩ්‍රස් කරලා තියෙනවා. ක්ලයිමැටික් චේන්ජ් සම්බන්ධයෙන්ුත් ඒක ඇඩ්‍රස් කරලා තියෙනවා. හැබැයි එක පැත්තකින් මිනිස්සු ඒ ගැන දැනුවත් නැහැ. සමහරට මිනිස්සු පමණක් නෙවෙයි සමහර ලාවට අන්තර් ආයතනික ඉන්ස්ටිටියුෂනල් ඉන්ටිග්‍රේෂන් කියන එක. ඒකත් එක ගැටලුවක් වෙනවා මේවා ක්‍රියාත්මක කරනකොට. අසහ අපි මේ කියන පොලිසිස් අපි කොහොමද ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ටේෂන් එකේදී ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් කරගන්නේ? මොකද සමහර ලාවට දැන් උදාහරණයක් හැටියට දැන් අපි තිබුණාට අපි මේ හවුසින් මේ රීසෙටල්මන්ට් පොලිසි එකක් මේ විදිහට යම් ප්‍රින්සිපල්ස් ගයිඩ්ලයින්ස් තිබුණාට දැන් අපි තුමු දිත්වා අවස්ථාවේදී මිනිස්සුන්ට අපේ අර කලින් වගේ ප්‍රිපෙයාර්ඩ්නස් එකක් නැති නිසා දැන් මිනිස්සු ඒක උනාට පස්සේ තමයි හිතන්නේ දැන් අපි කොහෙද ගිහිල්ලා ඉන්නේ මේ මිනිස්සුන්ව తాවකාලිකව කොතනද තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට අර කියන විදිහට මේ මිනිස්සු නැවත පදිංචි කරනකොට අපිට අර කියන විදිහට හොඳ මේ නැවතත් අර ඒ ව්‍යසන තත්වයන් වලින් මගහැරිච්ච හිඩම් ඒ වගේ ක්වොලිටි එකට හදන නිවාස දෙන්න තරම් කාලයක් නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ ආර්ථික දේශපාලන වශයෙන්ුත් යම් එන ප්‍රෙෂර්ස් නිසා සමහර ලාවට නැවතත් මොකක් හෝ ඒ වෙලාවට తాවකාලික විසඳුමකට යන්න වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට ඒක අමතක වෙනවා. ඒතර ඒ වගේ අර අපේ මං හිතනවා අර අපේ ප්‍රිපෙයාර්ඩ්නස් එකක් නැතිකමත් අර ආයතනික මට්ටමින් පොලිසිස් තිබුණාට ඒව අතර කෝඩිනේෂන් එකක් නිසියාකාරව නොමැති වීමත් සහ මූලික වශයෙන් අපේ මූල්‍ය ප්‍රතිපත්තිය මේකට අනිත් එක ප්‍රතිපත්තීන් කොහොමද සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නේ affordability එක sustainability එක කියන දේ මම හිතන්නේ මේක අර සංකීර්ණ ගැටලුවක් සහ ක්‍රියාවලියක් කියන දේ අපි අවබෝධ කරගන්න අපි අර ප්‍රශ්නේ ෆ්‍රේම් කරන විදිහ. ඒතු මම හිතන්නේ එක ප්‍රතිපත්තියකට විතරක් මේක විසඳිය හැකි ප්‍රශ්නයක් කියලා.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. මම හිතන්නේ අපි දැන් මූලික වශයෙන් මාතෘකාවට අදාළව සම්පදායකයන් සියලු දෙනාගේම අදහස් ලබා ගත්තා. අපි ඊගා වඩේට යන්න කලින් මම කැමති අපිත් සමග සම්බන්ධ වෙන ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ගෙන් සහ සහභාගී වෙන අයගෙන් මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔබට මොනවා හරි ගැටලුවක් තියෙනවා නම් අවදානම සහ ව්‍යසන ඒකම ලංකාවේ නිවාස ප්‍රතිපත්තිය සම්බන්ධයෙන් අපි කැමති ප්‍රශ්න කිහිපයක් ලබාගෙන ඊගා වටේට යොමු වෙන්න. මම හිතන්නේ ප්‍රශ්න ලැබෙන තෙක් අපිට දෙවෙනි වටය ආරම්භ කරන්න පුළුවන් සහ ඒකම මෙතනදී යම්කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් මතුනොත් අපිට ඒක අවස්ථාවකදී යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් පළවෙනි වටේදී අපි ඇත්තටම ගැටලුව හඳුනාගත්තා. මම හිතන්නේ මෙතනදී අපි මූලික වශයෙන් හඳුනාගත්ත ගැටලුවක් තමයි ලංකාවේ ප්‍රතිපත්තියක් තියෙනවා. ඒකේ එකම ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීමේ යම් ගැටලු තියෙනවා. සහ ඒකම තවත් ගැටලුවක් තමයි මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති කීපයක් පවතින අවස්ථාවක මේවා සමාජයේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති පිළිබඳව දැනුවත්ද සහ එකම මට හිතෙනවා මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ විවිධ ආයතන හරහා. මේ ආයතන අතර අන්තර් සම්බන්ධතාවය කොයිතරම් දුරකට පවතිනවද කියලා. ඉතින් මේ පවතින තත්ත්වයේ තුල අපි ඉදිරියේදී සැලැක්ස්ම සකස් කළ මේ ගැටලුවට විසඳුම් හොයා ගන්නවා නම් මම කැමති ලේකම්තුමා වෙත යොමු වෙන්න. රාජ්‍යයක් විදිහට මේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඉදිරියේදී මෙවැනි තත්ත්වයන් වළක්වා ගන්න මොන විදිහේ සැලසුම්ද ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙමින් පවතින මම හිතන්නේ මෙතනදී විශේෂයෙන් වැදගත් වෙනවා විවිධ ආයතන තුල ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන ප්‍රතිපත්ති. දැන් ආපදා කළමනාකරණය ගත්තොත් මේක විෂයක්. ඒ වගේම නිවාස සැලසුම ගත්තොත් මේක තියෙන ඊට වඩා වෙනස් තැනක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේ සම්බන්ධීකරණය කොයි විදිහටද කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ සහ ඉදිරියේදී මොන වගේ සැලසුම්ද මේ නිවාස අවදානම් නැත්නම් ආපදා සඳහා සුදුසු වෙන විදිහට සකස් කිරීමේදී ඔබතුමාට බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ කියන එක.
එකක් තමයි දිත්ත සුලි කුණාටුව නිසා ගෙවල් 20000ක් විතර හදන්න වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ හදනකොට නිවාස අමාත්‍යාංශයේ විදිහට අමාත්‍යාංශ ලේකම් විදිහට මම විශාල මහන්සියක් දරනවා. ඒව නගරයට ආසන්නව අපේ සහභාගී පත්වල උරුත් දෙන ස්ථානයක තට්ටු 4ට හතරේ නිවාස සංකීර්ණ හදන්න. එතකොට ඒකට අපි දිසාපතිරත් එක්ක ඉඩම් හොයාගෙන අපි දැන් සැලසුම් හදලා තියෙන්නේ. කියන්නේ ආකිටෙක්චරල් and ඉන්ජිනියරින් ඩිසයින් කරලා තියෙන්නේ ලොට් A B C D කියලා ලොට් වර්ග ටිකක් ඒක එක කොමියුනිටියට මැච් වෙන විදියට අපිට හිතන විදියට වර්ග අඩි 600ක් 750ක් වගේ සීමාවක ඒව ඩිසයින් කරලා අපි සෑහෙන උත්සාහ දරනවා ඒ දිත්ත සුළුකුණාටුවට බලපෑත් වෙච්ච ප්‍රදේශවල අයට කොහේ හරි ඈත අලිය ගහන හරි යට වෙන්න තියෙන තැනක ඉඩමක අර මිලියන 5ක් රජය දෙන එක අරන් ගේ හදනව වෙනුවට ඒ මිලියන 5 අපි තියාගෙන මිලියන 5ට හොඳ ගෙයක් නගරයට ආසන්න ප්‍රධාන පාරට ආසන්නව හදලා දෙන්න. ඊට අමතරව ඒ නිවාස සංකීර්ණ තුල සීලුම අනිකුත් යටිතල පාස්කම් ලබා දෙන්න. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් එන චිල්ඩ්‍රන් පාක් එකක්, එතකොට මොන්ටිසෝරියක්, චයිල්ඩ් රිසෝස් සෙන්ටර් එකක්, හෙල්ත් කෙයාර් සෙන්ටර් එකක්, ෆුඩ් සිටි එකක්, ඊට අමතරව නිවාස සංකීර්ණ වැඩි වෙන්න ඒක මිනි සිටි එකක් විදිහට අපිට පරිවර්තනය කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ විදිහට අපි උත්සාහයක් දරනවා. ඉතින් මේක ඇත්තටම සමහර අය කියනවා ලංකාවේ අයට මේක vertical living කියන එක හුරු නෑ එක සැරේට කරන්න බෑ කියලා. ඉතින් මම කියන්නේ අපි දැනටමත් අවුරුදු 50ක් 60ක් පරක්කුයි කියන එක. දැන් ලෝකේ vertical living ගත්තොත් මැඩ්රිඩ් සිටි එක ගත්තොත් 1500 ගණන් වල තට්ටු 4-5 නිවාසවල ජීවත් වෙන්න පටන් ගත්තා. ඔය පුරවැසියා කියන වැඩේ ආවි ඉස්සර මිනිස්සු ජීවත් වුණේ පුරවරේ නගරේ. ඒක තමයි පුරවැසිය කියන නම ආවේ. එතකොට අනිත්යෙන් උදාගත්ත ආර්ථික කටයුතු වලට අක්කර දසදහස් ගණන් වලින් වගා බිම් වලට, ෆැක්ටරි වලට, ෆාම් වලට තියාගත්තා. ඉතින් මේ වැඩේ නිසා අපේ ලංකාවේ ගත්තොත් එහෙම ඉඩම් හොයාගන්න නැහැ. ෆෝරස්ට් එකේ රිසර්වේෂන් අරේ මේ ඇරුණාට පස්සේ හැමතැනම ගෙවල්. ඉතින් ඒක නිසා තමයි අපි එහෙම උත්සාහයක් දරනවා. ඊට අමතරව නිවාස අමාත්‍යාංශ විදියට හැම නගරයකම දිස්ත්‍රික්ක 24 පුරාම 2027 බජට් එකට සල්ලි ඉල්ලලා එක නිවාස සංකීර්ණයක්වත් හදන්න ලොකු උත්සාහයක දරනවා. මේ දිත්තා සුළුකුණාටුවට අමතරව. එතකොට කාට හරි ගෙයක් ඕන නම් කොහේ හරි Tamanට පුළුවන් තැනක ඉඩමක් හොයාගෙන ජීවිත කාලෙම හදන ගෙයක් හද ඉන්නව වෙනුවට යම්කිසි පහසු ගෙවීමේ ක්‍රමයකට නගරයට ආසන්නව තට්ටු සීලුම පහසුකම් තියෙන නිවාසය තට්ටු හත දුර පළාතට යනකොට අර මිස්ටර් ප්‍රේශාන්ත් කිව්වා වගේ අපිට තට්ටු 10 15 20 ඕනේ තට්ටු 4ක නිවාස සංකීර්ණයක් හදන්න පුළුවන්. හදලා ඒකේ පදිංචි එතකොට ඒකේ සමහර විට තනි ගයක් තනි කාමරයක ගයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කාමර 2ක ගයක් තියෙන්න ඕනි. කාමර 3ක ගයක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ආරම්භයේදී අලුතෙන් විවාහ වෙන කෙනෙක් තනි කාමරයක Tamanට affordable එකක් ගනි. පස්සේ යාට ළමයි ලැබෙනකොට ළමයි ලොකු වෙනකොට ඒ ගේ තියලා වෙන එකකට යන්න අවස්ථාව අපි ලබලා දෙන්න ඕනේ. මෙහෙම තමයි යන්නේ. දැන් මම විශ්වාස කරන විදිහට මේ අපි මුලදී හදන නිවාස සංකීර්ණ අවුරුදු 15ක් තිබුණාම ඇති. ඒ අවුරුදු 15ක් තුල එන අපිට ඉකොනොමිකල් රිටර්න් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ අවුරුදු 10ක් තුලම මම හිතනවා මේක ROI එයි කියලා. අවුරුදු 15ක් තුල මේ මිනිස්සු පහසු නගරයට ආසන්නව පදිංචි වීම නිසා ඉතුරු වෙන බෙනිෆිට් එක ඉක්‍රොමෙට දෙන බෙනිෆිට් එක නිසා අපිට අවුරුදු 15න් 20කින් පස්සේ මේ ටික කඩලා එතන තට්ටු 30ක එකක් හදන්න පුළුවන්. ආය අවුරුදු 30කට විතර පස්සේ ඒක කඩලා තට්ටු 60ක එකක් හදන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම තමයි රටක් යන්න ඕනේ. අතු අපි මුලදීම තට්ටු 60ක් 40ක් හදන්න ගියොත් හදන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඔන්න ඔය වගේ වැඩපිළිවෙලක් අපි අතිවිශාල විදිහට උත්සාහ දරනවා. ලෝකෙ මේක 1500 ගණන් වල තමයි පටන් ගත්තේ. ලංකාවේ ගත්තත් සොයිස පැට් එක හැදුවේ 1974. දැන් අවුරුදු 50කට වැඩි. ඒක ඊටාම හොඳට තියෙනවා. අදටත් ඉන්නවා. අපිත් ඔයගයි හිටිය විශ්වවිද්‍යාලය යනකොට මොරටු විශ්වවිද්‍යාලය. ඉතින් මේකෙන් ලැබෙන ඉකොනොමික් බෙනිෆිට් එක අතිවිශාලයි. මගේ විශ්වාස කරන විදිහට අපි නගරයකට දුරින් කිලෝමීටර් 40-50 දුරින් ගෙවල් හදන්න දීලා අපි ඒවට යටිදල පහසුකම් දෙන්න ගියාම වතුර, ලයිට්, එතකොට පාරවල් නඩත්තු ට්‍රාන්ස්පෝර්ට් දෙන්න ගියාම යන වියදම අපි හරි කැල්කියුලේෂන් එකක් නගරයට ආසන්නව නිකන් ගෙයක් දුන්නා රජයට ලාභයි. දැන් අපි අර නිවාස ආධාර යටතේ වතුකරේ එක ගෙයක් 1 මිලියන් බැගින් එක තැනක් තියෙනවා. ගෙවල් 20ක් හදලා තියෙනවා මිලියන 20ක් දීලා 1 මිලියන් බැගින් පොඩි ගෙවල්. හැබැයි ලයිට් දෙන්න ගියාම මිලියන 40ක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා. يعني එක ගෙයකට මිලියන් දෙකක් වතුර ලයිට් දෙන්න විතරයි. ඊට අපි වතුර දෙන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ පාර හදන්න ඕනේ. ඊට අමතරව දැන් පාර වතුර දෙන එක උනත් මම මිනිස්ට්‍රි පෝර් සප්ලයි ගැන මම දන්නවා. එක ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එකක වටිනාකම ඩොලර් මිලියන 200යි 150යි. එහෙම තමයි යන්නේ. මේ කොස්ට් එක බැලුවම කිලෝමීටර් 40 50 60 වතුර අදිනවා මේ ඈත නගරයෙන් ප්‍රධාන පාරෙන් ඇතුළට වෙන්න ගම්මානවලට. ඉතින් මේ ඔක්කොම ගත්තාම එහෙම දුන්නත් ඒ අපි ඔක්කොම කැල්කියුලේට් ගත්තත් නිකන් නගරයට ආසන්නව මිලියන 5ක 6ක ගියක් නිකන් දුන්නත් ඉකොනොමිකලි අපි හිතනවා ඒක ලාභයි කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ වැඩපිළිවෙලක තමයි අපි ඉන්නේ නිවාස අමාත්‍යාංශයේ විදියට අමාත්‍යාංශයේ ලේකම් විදියට. ඉතින් මේක අපි නිලධාරීන් විදියට අපි දැනගන්න ඕනේ මේක තමයි ෆීසිබල්ම ක්‍රමය. ඒතකොට නගරයට ළඟයි වැඩපොළට ළඟයි මේ කට්ටිය ආපස්සට යන්න ඕනේ වගා බිම් වලට. වගා කරන්න ෆැක්ටරි වලට පොල්ට්‍රි ෆාමින් වලට ආපස්සට යන්න ඕනේ. අන්න එහෙම ක්‍රමයක් තමයි අපි උත්සාහ දරන්නේ.
මම හිතන්නේ ඇත්තම ඉතාමත් වැදගත් සංකල්පයක්. මොකද නිවාස සැලසුම් කරන්නේදී වැදගත්ම දේ තමයි අර මම කලින් කතා කරා වගේ නිවසක් කියන්නේ ජීවත් වෙන්න ස්ථානයක් පමණක් නෙමෙයි. ඒකට තව විශාල වශයෙන් අවශ්‍ය වෙන අනිතල පහසුකම් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. මම තව පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් එක්ක මම ඊගාව කතිකයට යොමු වෙන්න කැමතියි. මම කැමතියි ඔබතුමාගෙන් දැනගන්න දැන් මේ සියලුම දේවල් රජයට තනියම කරන්න පුළුවන්ද සහ රාජ්‍ය පෞද්ගලික හවුල්කාරීත්වය සම්බන්ධයෙන් තියෙන අවස්ථා මොනවද කියන එකත් දැනගෙනම ඊගාව මේකට යොමු වෙන්න.
ඇත්තටම සීලුම් දේවල් රජයෙන් කළ යුතු නැහැ. සීලුම් දේවල් රජයෙන් කරන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. රජයේ තියෙන්නේ ඒ අවශ්‍ය පහසුකම් ටික සපයලා දෙන්න. නමුත් අර මුල් වටේ දැන් මේ වැඩේ මහ පොළොවේ පැල කරන්න දැන් ඉඩම් ගැටලුව තියෙන නගරයක් ඉට්ටු වෙන්න දැන් කොළඹ ගත්තොත් මහල් නිවාසවල ජීවත් වෙන එක ඉතාම පහසුයි හොඳයි ඒක තමයි අපේ ජීවිතේ පහසු කරගන්න හොඳම විදිය කියන එක ගොඩක් අය තේරුම් අරන් තියෙනවා. නමුත් පිටපළාත් වලට යනකොට ඒ මතේ තාම මිනිසුන් නැහැ. ඒක නිසා මේක ආරම්භයක් විදියට රජයට යම් උදාහරණයක් දිස්ත්‍රික් 24 නගරවල් කීපයක අඩුම හවුසින් ස්කීම් 30 40ක්වත් ආරම්භ කරන්න වෙයි. ඒකත් එක්කම දැන් ලංකාවේත් මං හිතන්නේ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම කොළඹ වුණත් මේ ඕෂන් වීව් එක පටන් ගත්තේ ප්‍රශාන්ත රජයෙන් නේ. ඒක තමයි මුලින්ම හදපු ඒ වගේ හයි රයිස් හවුසින් ස්කීම් එක. හරි නේද? එතකොට ඒක රජයෙන් තමයි පටන් ගත්තේ. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මේක දැන් රැල්ලක් වගේ ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. රැල්ලක් කිව්වට එහෙම ලොකුවට හැදෙන්නේත් නෑ. ගෙවල් මම දන්න විදිහට ඔය අපි අන්ඩර්සෝස් සෙටල්මන්ට් එකට හදපු මිස්ටර් ප්‍රේචාන්ද්‍ර දායකත්වයෙන් හදපු ගෙවල් යුනිට් 10000 ඇරියම ඔය ප්‍රයිවට් අය සාමාන්‍ය මිඩල් ක්ලාස් අපර් ක්ලාස් වලට ඔක්කොම හදලා නෑ 10000. ඔය පවුගේ ටිකේ ඩුබායි හදලා තියෙන පවුගේ අවුරුදු 10ට 6 ලක්ෂයක් 600,000. අපි හදලා තියෙන්නේ 10,000 වගේ රවුන්ඩ්. ඉතින් මේක මම හිතනවා ලක්ෂ 2ක විතර තව ඩිමාන්ඩ් එකක් මේ මොහොතේ තියෙනවා කොළඹවට. ඉතින් පිටපළාත් වල ඒ දේ තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඔබතුමා අහුවාගේ ප්‍රශ්නේදී මේ පුද්ගලික අංශය ඊට පස්සේ මේකට අපි බැටන් එක දෙන්න ඕන. අපි රජයේ හැම දෙයක්ම කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. හැබැයි මේ concept එක මහා පොළොවේ පැල කරන්න රජයේ ලොකු කාර්යභාරයක් තියෙනවා. නැත්තම් අලුත විවාහ වෙන අයත් ආයි කොහේ හරි ඉඩමක් හොයාගෙන ආයි අලි මිනිස් ගැටුම තියෙන තැන් අපි හදනවා සමහර අවසින් ස්කීම් විවෘත කරන්න යන්න බෑ ඊට කලින් දවසේ අලිය ගහලා මරලා. එතන විරෝධයක් රජයට. අලිය පාලනය කරේ නෑ කියලා. අපි අලිය හදන තැන් වල ගෙවල් හදන්න දීලා ඊට පස්සේ අලි එලෝ ඉන්නවා දැන්. ඉතින් ඔය වගේ විකෘතියක් තියෙනවා මෙතන. පැහැදිලි විකෘතියක් තියෙනවා. මිනිස්සු ජීවිතේට විඳින්න බෑ. ජීවිතේ මහමගට වැය කරනවා අතිවිශාල ප්‍රමාණයක්. ඒ වගා කරා වුණත් ඒ වගා බිම් තියෙන්න ඕනේ අක්කර දහස් ගණන් වලින් එකට. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ අක්කර දෙකමාර අක්කරේ වවලා ඒ ගොවිය දත් හැමදාම දුප්පත් රටත් දුප්පත්. ඉතින් මේ හැම දෙයකම මේ දැන් අපි ඉලෙක්ට්‍රික් බෝඩ් එකට බනිනවා මේ කරන්ට් එකේ මිල වැඩි කියලා. නමුත් මේ වගේ ගම්මාන වලට කිලෝමීටර් 30 40 50 ඇදලා කරන්ට් දෙන්න ගියාම වියදම වැඩි තමයි. ඉතින් එතකොට වෙන්නේ හැමදාම ලොසස් එකකුත් එනවා. කේබල් එක දිගේ කරන්ට් එක යනකොට. ඉතින් ඔය වගේ ගැටලු ගණනාවක් තියෙනවා. මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ මේ vertical living කියන එක අපි බලෙන් දෙන්න යනෝ නෙවෙයි. හැබැයි ප්‍රශ්නෙට උත්තරයක් හොයන් යනකොට උත්තරයක් විදිහට මේක. ඒකයි තියෙන්නේ.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. මම හිතන්නේ තාමත් වැදගත් කරුණු දැක්වීමක්. ප්‍රශාන්ත මහත්මයා මම කැමති යුඩි එක විදිහට දැන් මේ පවතින තත්ත්වයේ තුල මම හිතන්නේ මහාචාර්ය උප්ලිත් මතු කරා affordability කියන එක තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට number 1 කියලා එන්නේ. එතකොට අපි ඔබතුමා කලින් මතු කරා අපි මේ දුප්පත් සහ පොහොසත් කියලා ගෙවල් හදන්න අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. නමුත් affordability කියන එක ගන්නකොට ඇතැම් ජනතාවට මේ නිවාස දරා ගැනීමේ හැකියාව කියන එක ගැටලුවක් එනවා. ඉතින් ඉදිරි සැලසුම් කොයි විදිහට සකස් වෙලා තියෙන යුඩි එක පැත්තෙන් මේ අවශ්‍යතාවය හඳුනා ගන්න සහ කොළඹින් පිට මොන වගේ සැලසුම්ද ඔබ මේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රියාත්මක කරමින් පවතින්නේ මේ පවතින ගැටලුව නිවාස ගැටලුව निराකරණය කරගන්න.
මම හිතන්නේ අපි අපේ ප්‍රධාන මාතෘකාවත් එක්කම සම්බන්ධ කරලා කතා කරොත් දැන් දිත්වා කුණාට් සුලි කුණාටුවත් එක්කම ඇත්තටම රජයේ මැදිහත් වීමෙන් අපි ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුම් දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව හරහා සැලැස්මක් පිළියෙල කරමින් පවතිනවා. ඒක ඒ කියන්නේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ප්‍රජයිල් ඒරියා ප්ලෑන් කියලා තමයි යන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ මධ්‍යම අධිසංවේදී කලා ප්‍රදේශ සැලැස්මක් අපි පිළියෙල කරනවා. ඒකෙදි ඇත්තටම ඒ සැලැස්ම බොහෝ දුරට දැන් අවසන් වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒකෙදි තාම ගැසට් කරලා නැහැ සැලැස්ම. හැබැයි සැලැස්ම හඳුනාගෙන තියෙන වැදගත් කරුණු රාශියක් මේ ප්‍රදේශවලදී වලට කොහොමද නිවාස සහ අනිකුත් සංවර්ධනයන් ගේන්නේ කියලා. මේකේ මේ සැලැස්මේ ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් මේ අධි සංවේදීක ප්‍රදේශවලදී ප්‍රදේශ කලාප 6කට හඳුනගෙන තියෙනවා. ඒකේ ප්‍රධාන කලාපයක් තමයි අධිසංවේදික ප්‍රදේශවලත් තියෙනවා නාගරික ප්‍රදේශ ලෙස හඳුන ගන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රදේශ. තව ප්‍රදේශයක් තියෙනවා කුසිකාර්මික සහ ග්‍රාමීය නිවාස ප්‍රදේශ. සහ ඊට පස්සේ තව ප්‍රදේශ 4ක් තියෙනවා. එකක් තමයි වන කියන්නේ ෆොරෙස්ට් ඒරියා වන වගා කළ හැකි ඒරියා ලෙස තව කොටසක් හඳුනාගෙන තියෙනවා. තව කොටසක් තියෙනවා මේ තෙත්බිම් සහ පහත් බිම් ඒරියා ලෙස. අනික් කොටස තමයි ජලාශ තියෙන ප්‍රදේශ. එතකොට මේ අධි සංවේදික කලාපය තුල නිවාස ඉදිකරන්න තියෙන කලාප දෙකයි. එකක් නාගරික ප්‍රදේශ ලෙස හඳුනාගත්ත ප්‍රදේශය. අනිත් එක කුසි කාර්මික සහ ග්‍රාමීය නිවාස. එතකොට මෙන්න මේ ප්‍රදේශ දෙක තුල නිවාස සෑදීමේදී අපි ප්‍රතිපත්තිමය තීරණයකට එන්න ඕන. මේ නාගරික ප්‍රදේශවල අපි ඔය සිංගල් හවුසින් යුනිට් කියන කන්සෙප්ට් එකට නොහා මේ ප්‍රදේශවල තමයි අපි අඳුර ගන්න ඕන යම් කිසි විදියකට මහල් නිවාස ක්‍රමයක්. ඒක තට්ටු 4 වෙන්න පුළුවන්, 5 වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක අපිට තීරණය කරන්න පුළුවන් ඩිමාන්ඩ් ඇන්ඩ් සප්ලයි එකත් එක්ක. මේ ප්‍රදේශ ඇත්තටම සේෆ් ලොකේෂන් විදියට තමයි හඳුන ගන්න ඕන. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ වගේ ඒ කියන්නේ සුලි කුණාටියකට හෝ වෙනත් ආපදා තත්ත්වයකදී ආපදාවන්ට ලක් නොවන ප්‍රදේශවල තමයි මේ නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති ඉදි වෙන්න ඕන. මේකෙදි තමයි රාජ්‍ය සහ පෞද්ගලික මැදිහත් වීම අවශ්‍ය. මේකේ නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති විතරක් කරලා මදි මේ ප්‍රදේශවල. ඇත්තටම ඒක මිනි ටවුන්ෂිප් විදියට අනිකුත් අපරවිය පහසුකම් පාසල් හොස්පිටල් ඔය වගේ ඉවත් එක්ක යන නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති තමයි මේ ප්‍රදේශයේ අපි හඳුනා ගන්න ඕන. ඒක තමයි දැන්ට සැලසුම් වශයෙන් හඳුනගෙන තියෙනවා ඒ නාගරික ප්‍රදේශ ආශ්‍රිතව ඉදිකරන නිවාස. මේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ෆ්‍රැජයිල් ඒරියා එකේ. ඊට පස්සේ තියෙනවා කුසිකාර්මික සහ රූරල් ඒරියා. ඒ කියන්නේ රූරල් හවුසින් කියන එක. ඒක ඇත්තටම රූරල් හවුසින් වලදී අර කිව්වා වගේ අපේ ඉන්ද මැඩම් වතු නිවාස තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් ග්‍රාමීය නිවාස තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේවත් ඇත්තටම මේකෙත් දැන් ඉස්සරහට ඇති වෙන දැන්ට ඇති වෙලා තියෙන එකට විතරක් නෙමෙයි ඉස්සරහට ඇති විය හැකි සියලුම ආපදාවන්ට ගැළපෙන විදිය නිවාස ඉදි කරන්න සුදුසු ප්‍රදේශ අපි අඳුර ගන්න ඕන. ඒකට මම හිතන්නේ ඇත්තටම NBR එකයි NBR එකේ කාර්යභාරයත් වැදගත් සැලසුම් වශයෙන් හරි ප්‍රදේශ මොනවාද නිවාස මිනිසුන්ට තමන්ට කියලා නිවසක් ඉදි කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකත් සේෆ් ලොකේෂන් එක තමයි හදාගන්න ඕන. එතකොට ආයි ආපදාවන්ට ඒ කියන්නේ නැවත නැවත ආපදාවන්ට ලක්විය යුතු තැන්වල මේ නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති හෝ තනි තනි නිවාස ඉදි කිරීම සිදු නොකළ යුතුයි. අනිකුත් සියලුම ප්‍රදේශ අනිත් ඒ කියන්නේ කලාප හතරම තියෙන්නේ මේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ෆ්‍රැජයිල් ඒරියා එකේ ඒ කියන්නේ සංරක්ෂිත ප්‍රදේශ විදියට. ඉතින් එහෙම සැලැස්මකට අපිට ඉස්සරහට යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම හිතන්නේ මේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ෆ්‍රැජයිල් ඒරියා එකේ ඉස්සරහට ආපදාවන් නවත්ත ගන්න පුළුවන්. ආපදා ඇති නොවන ප්‍රදේශවල අලුතින් නිවාස ව්‍යාපෘති අලුත් නගර සැලසුම් කිරීම තුළින් මිනිස්සුන්ට සේෆ් ලොකේෂන් වල ජීවත් වෙන්න අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙනවා. මම යන්න ඊගාව මුතුමා අහපු මහාචාර්යතුමා අහපු ප්‍රශ්නෙට මේ affordability එකට මොකද්ද කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම රජය මිනිස්සුන්ගේ මේ affordability එට රජයේ මැදිහත් වීම අපි රජයක් විදිහට හැම රජයක්ම විශේෂයෙන් පහුගිය රජවල් සහ මේ රජයත් ලොකු දායකත්වයක් ලබා දීලා තියෙනවා. මෙන්න මේ කියන්නේ දැන් රජයේ මගින් ඉදි කරනවා අපි affordable housing කියලා concept එකකට ගියා. ඇත්තටම ඒක කනගාටුවට කියන්න ඕන නවත්තන්න සිද්ධ වුණා පහුගිය economic crisis එකත් එක්ක. ඒකෙදී ඇත්තටම රජයේ විදියට tax වලින් කියන්නේ tax waive off කරා මේ affordable housing වල. ඒ කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම රජයේ දායකත්වය tax වලින් 20%ක් විතර ඒ කියන්නේ normal price එකට වඩා 20%ක් විතර අඩුවෙන් මේ නිවාස ලබා දෙන්න පුළුවන් විදියට රජය දායක වුණා. ඊට අමතරව රජය ප්‍රතිපත්තිමය තීරණයක් අරගෙන තිබුණා. රජයේ ඉඩම් මේ වලට භාවිතා කරනකොට ඒ ඉඩම් වල ප්‍රයිස් එක සෙලින් ප්‍රයිස් එකට නොදාන්න. එතකොට මේ අපි අර affordable කියන කැටගරිය ඒ කියන්නේ මිනිස්සුන්ට දැරිය හැකි මුදලකට නිවාස ලබා දෙනවා කියන එකට රජයේ දායකත්වය ගත්තම ඉඩමේ මිලයි ටැක්ස් ටිකයි අඩු කරා නම් කරගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඇත්තටම විශාල සහනයක් ලැබෙනවා ඔය කියන මධ්‍යම පාන්තික පිරිස් වලට. ඒකට ඇත්තටම රජයේ ඍජු දායකත්වය ලබාගෙන දෙන අතරමඟ තමයි මේ ඉකොනොමික් ක්‍රයිසිස් එක ආවේ. මම හිතන්නේ ඉස්සරහට ඒ කන්සෙප්ට් එක ආයි හඳුන්වා දෙන්න කටයුතු කරાવી. ඒ වගේම ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් රේට් එක ගත්තම දැන් මේ අපිට දැන්ට තියෙන්නේ මාකට් එකේ හවුසින් වලට 10-12 රේන්ජ් එකේ තමයි හවුසින් ලෝන් වල ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් රේට් ඩිසයිඩ් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මේක රජයේ මැදිහත් වෙලා 6%කට 7කට ගේන්න අපි සැලසුම් කරා. ඒකත් අර ඉකොනොමික් ක්‍රයිසිස් එකත් එක්ක කරගන්න බැරි වුණා. හැබැයි දැන් රජය ආපහු ඒ කන්සෙප්ට් එකට යන්න කටයුතු කරමින් සිටිනවා. විශේෂයෙන් අර ෆස්ට් හෝම් කියන කන්සෙප්ට් එකට කියන්නේ කවුරු හරි ඉස්සෙල්ලම නිවසක් ඉදි කරනකොට ඔය අඩු ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් රේට් එකකට ලෝන් එකක් දෙන්න ඒකේ මුලින්ම බැරි වෙයි සම්පූර්ණ උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ලක්ෂ 50ක වගේ රේන්ජ් එකකට වගේ ඒ 6.7 ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් රේට් එකට යන්න රජය උත්සාහ කරනවා. I think මේවා තමයි රජයේ පැත්තෙන් මේ affordability එක ඇති කරන්න කටයුතු කරන්නේ මේ ආකාරයට. ඉතින් ලෝකේ අනිත් රටවලත් මේ වගේ concept අඳුරනලා දීලා තිනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මම හිතන්නේ අපි සියලුම commercial bank සහ අනිකුත් housing bank එක්ක discussion කලිනුත් කරා දැනුත් අපව නැවත ආරම්භ කරන්න ඕන. මේ අපේ තියෙන concept වල loan facilities වල තියෙන ප්‍රශ්න තමයි මේවා උපරිම වශයෙන් අවුරුදු 20 25ට ලිමිට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. අනිකුත් දියුණු රටවල් මේ ලෝන් ස්කීම් යනවා සෙකන්ඩ් ජෙනරේෂන් එකට. එතකොට සෙකන්ඩ් ජෙනරේෂන් එකට ලෝන් ස්කීම් එකේ ඒ කියන්නේ ලෝන් දෙන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ කියන්නේ අවුරුදු 50කට වගේ ඒ රේන්ජ් එකට හවුසින් ලෝන් එක යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ affordability එක වැඩි වෙනවා. මොකද කාටවත් මේකෙන් බැංකුවකට වුණත් හානියක් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. බැංකුව ලෝන් එක දෙන්නේ තමන්ගේ ගෙදර ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ ගේ මෝගේජ් කරලා. එතකොට ඇයි අපේ බැංකු පද්ධතිය මේ වගේ ඒවලට එන්නේ නැත්තේ? මොකද බැංකු තියෙන්න ඕන තමන් ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ කියන්නේ ඉන්කම් ජෙනරේට් කරන්න විතරක් නෙමෙයි. බැංකු මගින් මේ ඉන්න අපේ සොසයිටි එකේ ඉන්න අයට අඩු ඒ කියන්නේ අඩු පොලියට වැඩි කාලයකට ලෝන් දෙන්න ඕන. නැත්තම් ඒගොල්ලෝ හැම අවුරුද්දෙම රෙකෝඩ් තියනවා හැම බැංකු මේ අපේ ප්‍රොෆිට් එක මෙච්චරයි අපි තමයි වැඩිම ප්‍රොෆිට්. ඕක නෙමෙයි බැංකු වල තියෙන ප්‍රධාන කාර්යය. ඉතින් බැංකුත් දැනගන්න ඕන. ඒක රාජ්‍ය බැංකු වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පෞද්ගලික බැංකු වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේ මිනිස්සුන්ට පහසුකම් දීලා මිනිස්සුන්ට ජීවත් වෙන්න නිවසක් අවශ්‍යයි. එතකොට මේ නිවසක් අඩු පොලියකට වැඩි කාලයක් තුල ගෙවන්න පුළුවන් විදිහට බැංකු ලෝන් දීලා මිනිස්සුන්ට සුවපහසු ජීවිතයක් ගත කරන්න හොඳ නිවසක ජීවත් වෙන්න අවශ්‍ය වටපිටාව සකස් කර දෙන්න.
මම හිතන්නේ ඉතාමත් වැදගත් යෝජනා කීපයක් ඔබතුමා මතු කරා. ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. මම කැමතියි නැවතත් යොමු වෙන්න ඉන්දු වීරසූරි මහත්මිය වෙත. දැන් අපි ප්‍රතිපත්ති සම්බන්ධයෙන් කතා කරනකොට මහාචාර්ය උපුලිත් මතු කරා විවිධාකාරයේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති තියෙනවා. මේවා අතර අන්තර් සම්බන්ධතාවයේ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගැටලු තියෙනවා. ඒ සම්බන්ධයෙන් ඔබතුමියගේ යෝජනා දැනගන්න ගම මම කැමතියි දැනගන්න තවදුරටත් මේ ආපදාවන් සම්බන්ධයෙන්. මොකද අපිත් එක්ක ඇත්තටම අද සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න හිටිය NRPගේ සම්පත්දායකත්වය අද එතුමා පැමිණෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේ අවදානම් සම්බන්ධයෙන් ගත්තම අපිට ඉතාමත් වැදගත් මේ ඩිසාස්ටර් මැපින් කියන එක. කොහොමද එක එක ප්‍රදේශ ඒවල පවතින අවදානම් තත්ත්වයන් යටතේ ආපදාවන් යටතේ හඳුනාගන්න කියලා. එවැනි ක්‍රමවේදයක් ලංකාවේ පවතිනවද? සහ ඒ පවතින තත්ත්වය අපි ප්‍රතිපත්ති සඳහා යොදාගෙන තියෙනවද කියන එකත් දැනගන්න කැමතියි ඔබතුමියගේ.
මම හිතන්නේ හොඳම ප්‍රවේශයකට අපි ආවේ. ඔව් අපි දන්නවා මම හිතන්නේ ડોක්ටර් උපුලිත් ඉතා පැහැදිලිව මේ කරා. ඔබ කාටවත් මතක නැති ඇති ලංකාවේ තියෙනවා ලෑන්ඩ් යූස් පොලිසි එකක්. ඒක කැබිනට් ඇප්‍රූවල් එකක් අරගත්තු එකක් 2007 වල මම හිතන්නේ. තව තියෙනවා අපිට ලෝකල් නැෂනල් ලෝකල් ගවර්න්මන්ට් පොලිසි කියලා එකක්. මේ සේරම පොලිසිස් මම යලිත් මතු කරන්න ඕන මේ පොලිසි අපිට තියෙන්නේ පොලිසි ලෙවල් එකකින්ම තියෙනවා. ඒව තවම අපිට ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් වෙලා නැහැ ප්ලෑන් වලට සහ ඇක්ෂන් වලට. ඒක තමයි මට මූලිකව කියන්න ඕන. අනිකෝ වැහුවා කොහොමද අපි අතර තියෙන කෝඩිනේෂන් එක. ඇත්තටම ගත්තොත් අපි ඩිසාස්ටර් මැනේජ්මන්ට් පොලිසි එක අපි ලෝකේ ඉතාමත් පිළිගත්ත සෙන්දායි ෆ්‍රේම්වර්ක් එක තුල තමයි ඒක හදලා තියෙන්නේ. හදලා ඊට පස්සේ අපිට තියෙනවා කොම්ප්‍රිහෙන්සිව් ඩිසාස්ටර් මැනේජ්මන්ට් ප්ලෑන් එක. මේ ප්ලෑන් එකේ අනුව ඩිසාස්ටර් මැනේජ්මන්ට් සෙන්ඩර් එකකින් hazard.lk කියලා තියෙනවා. අපිට ප්‍රවේශ වෙන්න පුළුවන් වෙබ් පේජ් එකක්. ඊගාට ඩිස්ඉන්වෙන්ටර් කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ දෙකේම අපිට බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් මොනවද අපේ ප්‍රදේශයේ තියෙන අපේ disaster management act එකේ තියෙනවා අපිට තියෙන disaster 21ක් හඳුරගෙන. ඒ 21 තියෙනම එක එක මොනවද ඒකේ තියෙන විශේෂ තියෙනව මොනවද එක එක ප්‍රදේශ වලට ගැලපෙන්නේ. අපිට මෙන්න මේ වෙබ් පේජ් දෙකෙන් තොරතුරු ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට අමතරව disaster NBR එක දැනටම ප්‍රදේශ මම හිතා දිස්ත්‍රික්ක 12ක් ඩික්ලෙයාර් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඩික්ලෙයාර් කළා ඔවුන් ඒ ප්‍රදේශය තුල අර ප්‍රීශාන්ත මහත්තයා කිව්වා වගේ තීව්‍ර කලාප, අධි තීව්‍ර කලාප, මොඩරේට් අඩු කියලා දක්වලා තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි තීරණයක් ගන්නකොට ඒ වගේම නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය මේ වෙනකොට නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියෙන් ප්‍රකාශයට පත් කරන ලද ප්‍රදේශවලට සැලසුම් හදලා තියෙනවා. මේ හැම සැලසුමක තියෙන කලාපීකරණයක්. ඒ කලාපීකරණය තීරණය කරන්නේ ඒ ප්‍රදේශයේ තියෙන සංවේදීතාවය, එහි තියෙන අවදානම, ඒ ප්‍රදේශයේ තියෙන භූමි පරිභෝග රටාව, ඊගාට ඒ ප්‍රදේශයේ තියෙන ජල මූත්‍රවල අවශ්‍යතාවය. ඒ නිසා කලාපීකරණය කියන එක හැම සැලසුමකම තියෙන මූලික අංගයක්. ඒ වගේම ජාතික භෞතික සැලසුම් දෙපාර්තමේන්තුව තියෙනවා ජාතික වශයෙන් කලාපීකරණයක්. නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියට ප්‍රතික්‍රියාවට පත් කරපු අය තියෙනවා. ඒ අතරතුර NBR එක National Building Research Organisation එක වෙනමම හරි ගස්සලා තියෙනවා ඔවුන්ගේ කලාපීකරණය. මම හිතන්නේ එක ආයතනයකට එක පුච්චලයකට එක අමාත්‍යාංශයකට කරන්න බැරි වැඩක්. ඒ නිසා අපට අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ මේ ප්‍රතිපතින්ගේ සියලුම ඒකාග්‍රතාවය තුලින් අපිට ඊගාවට ඉදිරි පියවරයන් පිළිබඳව තීරණ ගන්න. ඒ සඳහා හොඳම මේකක් තමයි අපිට මතක දැන් මේ මම දැක්ක ටාස්ක් ෆෝස් එකක් අපි හිටවල තියෙනවා. මෙහියුම. එතකොට මේ ටාස්ක් ෆෝස් එකේ මම දැක්ක හැම අමාත්‍යාංශයක්ම ඉන්නවා. එතකොට අන්න ඒ වගේ අපිට හැබැයි මේ ටාස්ක් ෆෝස් එකේ ක්‍රියාවලියට විතරක් සීමා නොවි අපි අනාගතයේදී විය හැකි දැන් අපිට පැහැදිලිව තියෙන පුළුවන් නම් මේ ආපදාවන් වලට කොහොමද කටයුතු කරන්න කියන ප්‍රිපෙයාර්ඩ්නස් ප්ලෑන් එක ඉස්සෙල්ලා හදන්න පුළුවන්. අපේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති වල ඒකාබද්ධ ඉන්ටිග්‍රේෂන් කියන එක වැදගත්. අපි ඉන්ටිග්‍රේෂන් කියනකොට බෞද්ධික විතරක් නෙමෙයි සමාජීය වශයෙන්, ඊගාවට ආර්ථික වශයෙන්, පාරිසරික වශයෙන් ඉන්ටිග්‍රේෂන් කියන වචනේ හරි තේරුම අරගෙන ඉදිරියට යාම තමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ. දැනට විශේෂයෙන් ඔබතුමා ඇහුවා මැප්ස් ගැන. ඕව අපි ගත්තොත් නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය විශේෂයෙන්ම තියෙනවා. නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරියට GIS වෙනම මම හිතන්නේ හොඳටම අවශ්‍ය ඉක්විප්මන්ට් සියල්ලම තැනක්. ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් ආයතන තුන ඩිසාස්ටර් මැනේජ්මන්ට් එකට මේක. ඊගාවට කලාපීය වශයෙන් ඕන් මේ ආපදාවන් ප්‍රදේශ දැනටම මැප් අවුට් කරගෙන යනවා. ඒ මොනවද අධිසංවේදී කලාප කියන එක මම හිතන්නේ දැනටම කරලා ඉවරයි. එතකොට අපිට අධිසංවේදී කලාපවල තියෙනවා no building zone කියලා. අපිට ඒක තුල කිසි දෙයක් හදන්න බෑ. හැබැයි මම මෙතෙන්දී යෝජනා කරනවා මේ කරපු වලට ඒ ප්‍රදේශ හඳුනාගත්තා වගේම යලි පුච්චලීන් එතෙන්ට නොයන්න අපිට වැඩපිළිවෙලක් තියෙන්න ඕන. එක්ක රීෆොරෙස්ටේෂන් අපි දන්නවා සුනාමි එකේදී අපිට තියෙනවා මේ උගත් පාඩම් වලින් සුනාමි එකේදී අපි හැම පුච්චලයකට ආපදාන දුන්න ගෙයක් දුන්නා. හැබැයි අපිට අමතක වුණා අර අධිසංවේදී ප්‍රදේශවලට මොනවද ඊගාවට කරන්න කියලා. අන්න ඒ වගේ අපිට ප්‍රවේශයක් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් මං හිතන්නේ ආයතන වැඩ කරන රජයේ ආයතන අපේ මේ රටේ තියෙන විශ්වවිද්‍යාල පද්ධතියක් මං හිතන්නේ ඔබතුමා දන්නවා ඇති කොච්චර ඔබතුමාත් කරන කොච්චර පරිශන කරනවද. මෙන්න මේ පරිශනයි අපි මේ ජාතික වශයෙන් තියෙන අනිකුත් ආයතනයි එකමුතුව කණ්ඩායමක් වශයෙන් වැඩ කරොත් පමණයි අපිට පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ මේක ජයග්‍රහණය ලබන්න.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි. අවසාන වශයෙන් මම කැමති මහාචාර්ය උපලි මුතුමියදී යමු වෙන්න. දැන් අපි මෙතනදී හඳුනාගත්ත ලංකාවේ සමහරක් ප්‍රදේශ තියෙනවා නිවාස සඳහා නුසුදුසු. හැබැයි සමහරක් වෙලාවට අපි කතා කරනවා නිවාස වගේම විවිධ ශේෂ්ඨ ගත්තොත් සංචාරක කර්මාන්තය ගත්තොත් එහෙම නිවසක් ඉදි නොකරන ප්‍රදේශයක් තුල ඇතැම් වෙලාවට සංචාරක කර්මාන්තය සඳහා අපි මේක විවෘත කරන්න වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට මෙවැනි අවශ්‍යතාවයන් අනුව පවතින ඉදිකිරීම සඳහා නගර සැලසුම්කරණයේදී අපිට සමහරක් වෙලාවට නවෝත්පාදනයන් disaster resilient housing ඒ වගේ concepts වලට යොමු වෙන්න අවශ්‍ය වෙයි. ඒ එක්කම මම නැවතත් මතු කරන්න කැමති මේ ආපදාවට ලක් වෙන ජනතාව නිවසා හිමිවෙනවා වගේම ඔවුන් නැවත පදිංචි කිරීමේදී අපිට කතා කරන්න වෙයි ඔවුන්ගේ ජීවන තත්ත්වය ඒ වගේම ඔවුන්ගේ රැකියාවන් කොයි විදිහටද මේ පවතින පරිසරයත් එක්ක බද්ධ කරගන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් මේ ඔස්සේ මම කැමතියි ඔබතුමීගේ අවසන් අදහස් දැක්වීම සිදු කරනවා.
මම කැමති ඉස්සෙල්ලාම මේ අර අනිත් විද්වතුන් තුන්දෙනාගේ අදහස් වලට මම එකඟ වෙමින් ඔබ ඇසූ ප්‍රශ්නයට දැන් අපි තේරුම් මම අර කලිනුත් කිව්වා වගේ අපිට තේරුම් ගන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා නිවසක් කියන්නේ හුදෙක්ම නිවසක් පමණක් නෙවෙයි. දැන් අපි වර්තමානයේ නිවසක් කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? දැන් වර්තමානයේ නිවසක් කියන්නේ අපි ජීවත් වෙන ස්ථානයක් පමණක් නෙවෙයි. ඒක ආර්ථිකයේ පැත්තෙන් බැලුවොත් ඒක එක්තරා විදියක යටිතල පහසුකමක්. ඒක ඉන්ෆ්‍රාස්ට්‍රක්චර් එක. මොකද අපි ජීවත් වෙන නිවස අපිට අපි යම්කිසි කර්මාන්තයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් සංචාරක කර්මාන්තය හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් ප්ලාන්ටේෂන් සෙක්ටර් එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒ කර්මාන්තය කරගෙන ඒකේ සස්ටේනබිලිටි එක තියෙන්නේ ඒකට කොච්චර ලේබර් සප්ලයි එකක් තියෙනවද. ඒතර ඒක සාර්ථක වෙන්න නම් ඒකට ඇක්සස් කරන්න පුළුවන් විදිහේ නිවාස පද්ධතියක් තියෙනවා. ඒතර නිවාසය කියන්නේ ඇත්තටම නවාතැනක් වගේම ඒක එක්තරා විදිහක යටිතල පහසුකමක්. ඒතර අනිත් පැත්තෙන් ගත්තොත් ඒක Taman ජීවත් වීම සහ නිවාසයකට ඉල්ලුමක් වෙන ආයෝජනයක් විදිහට. ඒතර මේ ඉල්ලුම එන්නේ දේශීය වශයෙන්ුත් එන්න පුළුවන්, ජාත්‍යන්තර වශයෙන්ුත් එන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතර නිවාස වෙළඳපොළ අපි කොහොමද ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ කියන එක ගැනත් අවබෝධයක් අපි ගාව තියෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒතර මේ කියන අර සංකීර්ණ తত্ত্বය සහ ඒක සිදුවෙන ක්‍රියාවලිය අපි තව දැන් අපි අද හදන නිවස අපි සමහරලාවට අවුරුදු දශක කීපයකට පාවිච්චි කරනවා. එතකොට ඒ ඇතරේ අපේ ජීවන රටාව සමාජාර්ථික වටපිටාව කොහොමද මේ වෙනස් වෙන්නේ? මේකට සරිලන නිවසක් අපි කොහොමද සාදාන්නේ කියන සංකීර්ණ తত্ত্বය අපි තේරුම් ගන්න ඕනේ පළවෙනි. ඒ කියන්නේ අර අපි විසඳුම හොයන්න කලින් අපි ප්‍රශ්නය ෆ්‍රේම් කරන විදිහ මම හිතන්නේ ඒක පළවෙනියට අවධානය අපි යොමු කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට දැන් අපිට දැන් නිවාස වලින් තොර කලාප කිව්වට සමහරලාට ඔබතුමා අහුවා වගේ සමහරලාට ඒ හරිය සංචාරකයින්ට අපි සංචාරක කලාප වශයෙන් අපි ඒක ප්‍රොමෝට් කරනවා නම් අපිට ඒක සම්පූර්ණයෙන් නිවාස වලින් බැහැර වෙන්න බෑ. ඒතර මේ සංචාර කර්මාන්තය ඒක පවත්වාගෙන අවශ්‍ය වන ඒ ලේබර් සප්ලයි එකේ සහ ඒ ප්‍රදේශවල පාරම්පරිකව ජීවත් වෙන පිරිසට ඒ නිවාස සාදා දීම අවශ්‍යයි. ඒතර මම හිතන්නේ ජාතික භෞතික සැලැස්මත් අර මේ urban areas ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන එකෙන් අදහස් වෙන්නේ අනිත් සංරක්ෂිත කලාපවල සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ජන ශූන්‍ය කරනවා කියන අදහස. නමුත් අර සාමාන්‍ය තත්ත්වයක් යටතේ ඒ පාරම්පරිකව ඉන්න මේ මිනිස්සුන්ගේ ජීවන රටාව පවතින ගමන් ඒ ප්‍රදේශ තුල නාගරීකරණය ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්නේ නැත්නම් ප්‍රවර්ධනය කරන්නේ නැහැ කියන අදහස තමයි තියෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට අපි ඒ වගේ අපි තුමු සංචාරක කර්මාන්තයේ මේ පැත්තේ අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා නම් එකක් තමයි සංචාරක කර්මාන්තය මේ තිරසාර කරන්න වැඩපිළිවෙලක් යොදන ගමන්ම ඒ සඳහා අවශ්‍ය වෙන නිවාස සැපීම යම්කිසි දුරකට ඒකත් එක්ක රෙසිලියන්ට් වෙන විදිහට අපිට සකස් කරන්න සැලසුම් සාදන්න වෙනවා. එතකොට අපි ඒ වගේම දැන් නිවාස ප්‍රශ්නය ගැන බැලුවොත් අපි දැන් ඉදිරියට එකක් අර මං කිව්වා වගේ ප්‍රශ්නේ අපි ෆ්‍රේම් කරන විදිය. දෙවෙනි එක තමයි අපි කොහොමද විශේෂයෙන්ම affordability ගත්තාම මේ අපි ලබා දෙන නිවාස වල land right එක property right එක මොකද ඒ අනුව තමයි අපිට ඒකේ මූල්‍යකරණය කියන එකට යොමු වෙන්න හැකියාව තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපි land right එක නැත්තම් property right එක කොහොමද හරියටම ඒ කෙනාට ලබා දෙන්නේ? මොකද අපි දන්න දැනට ලංකාවේ 80%ක්ම තියෙන රජ ඉඩම්. එතකොට ඒකේ රජයේ ඉඩම් උනාට මෝගේජ් රයිට් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කොහොමද මේ මූල්‍ය වෙළඳපොළ වෙත අර දීපල හරහා මූල්‍ය වෙළඳපොළ වෙත කොහොමද අපි ඒ කෙනාට ඇක්සස් දෙන්නේ කියන තත්ත්වය ඇති කරන්නේ. අනිත් ප්‍රධානම කරුණ තමයි අර ඉන්දු වීරසූරි මහත්මිය කිව්වත් වගේ අපි කොහොමද මේ ප්‍රතිපත්ති ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන්නේ. ඒ වගේම දැන් සැලසුම් තියෙනවා. අපිට සැලසුම් තියෙනවා, සැලසුම් වලට අදාළ රෙගුලාසි තියෙනවා. මේවා බලාත්මක කරන්නේ කොහොමද? දැන් සමහරලාට අපිට zoning regulations තියෙනවා, land permission, land use එකට අවශ්‍ය permission ගන්න ඕනි කියලා තියෙනවා, building එක හදන්න permission ගන්න ඕනි කියලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් අපි කොහොමද මේ தත්ත්වය බලාත්මක කරන්නේ? සහ අනිත් වැදගත්ම කරුණ තමයි දැන් අපි විශේෂයෙන්ම අපි දන්නවා අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අපි මේ vertical living වලට යනකොට තියෙන ප්‍රධානම ගැටලුව තමයි මේ condominiums apartments කොහොමද කළමනාකරණය කරන්නේ කියලා. මොකද මේකේ sustainability එක කියන්නේ අර ගන්න access එක විතරක් නෙවෙයි, ඒක ලබා ගැනීම විතරක් නෙවෙයි, නමුත් ඒක කළමනාකරණය. අපි දන්නවා පෞද්ගලික අංශයත් condominiums මේ වෙළඳ පොළට මේ සප්ලයි කරනවා නැත්නම් නිෂ්පාදනය කරනවා ඒ වගේම රාජ්‍ය අංශය. ඒතර මේ අංශ දෙකේම තියෙන ප්‍රධානම ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි මේ කොහොමද මේ කොන්ඩොමිනියම්ස් මේවා කළමනාකරණය කරන්නේ කියලා. ඒකේ යාවත් කාලීන වීම සහ ඒකේ සස්ටේනබිලිටි එක මම හිතන්නේ ඉදිරියට ඊටාම වැදගත් වෙනවා. ඒතර මේ කියන අනිත් දේ තමයි දැන් අපි කාලගුණ විපර්යාස පමණක් නෙවෙයි මං හිතනවා අපි මේක හඳුනා ගන්න ඕනේ අන්සර්ටන්ටි කියන එක. කියන්නේ අපිට තියෙන අවිනිශ්චිතතාවය. ඒක කාලගුණ විපර්යාස කියන්නේ ඒකේ ප්‍රධාන කාරණාවක්. ඒක ආර්ථිකමය වෙන්න පුළුවන්, දේශපාලනික වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඕනෑම විදිහේ මං හිතන්නේ අවිනිශ්චිතතාවයන් වලට මාකට් එකට මුහුණ දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. එතකොට මේ දීපල වෙළඳපොළ කියන එක අපේ අනිකුත් ආර්ථිකයන් අනිත් සෙක්ටර්ස් එක්කත් ඉන්ටර්සෙක්ට් වෙනවා. එතකොට අපි මේක එක සෙක්ටර් එකක් යම්කිසි විදියකින් හානි වුණොත් ඊටු සියල්ලත් ඒ විදියට වැටෙන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි මේ අර නැවතත් අර මං කියනවා වගේ අපි ප්‍රශ්නීය සංකීර්ණතාවය සහ ඒක ක්‍රියාවලියක් කියන එක හඳුනා ගන්න. ඒ වගේම අර කලමනාකරණය කියන පැත්ත ලංකාවේ යම්කිසි දුරකට මම හිතන හැමෝම එකඟ වෙනවා ඇති අර අපි හැදුවට පස්සේ ඒ හවුසින් ක්වොලිටි එක ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් සහ මැනේජ්මන්ට් ඔන්න ඔය කියන අංශ වෙත විශේෂයෙන්ම අපිට අනාගතයේදී අවධානය යොමු කරන්න කියන තත්ත්වය තමයි තියෙන්නේ.
හොඳයි බොහොම ස්තුතියි. මම හිතන්නේ අපි එකමාරකට වඩා අධික කාලයක් අපේ මාතෘකාව සම්බන්ධයෙන් සාකච්ඡා කරා. ඉතින් අද මේ සඳහා සහභාගී වුණා ඉංජිනේරු කුමුදුලාල් බෝගාවත් ලේකම් නිවාස ඉදිකිරීම හා ජල සම්පාදන අමාත්‍යාංශය සැලසුම් EAC ප්‍රියශාන්ත උපාධ්‍යක්ෂක ජෙනරාල් භූමි හා දීපල කළමනාකරණය නාගරික සංවර්ධන අධිකාරිය ඒ වගේම මහාචාර්ය උප්ලි පෙරේරා අධ්‍යක්ෂක දේපල අධ්‍යයන මධ්‍යස්ථානයේ ශ්‍රී ජයවර්ධනපුර විශ්වවිද්‍යාලය ඒ වගේම මිස් ඉන්දු වීරසූරිය හිටපු සභාපතිනේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා සැලසුම්කරුවන්ගේ ආයතනය කියන ආයතන වලින් සම්පත් දායකත්වය යටතේ අපි අද මම හිතන්නේ ප්‍රධාන වශයෙන් සාකච්ඡා කරන්න උත්සාහ කරේ මේ අවදානම් ඒ වගේම ව්‍යසන සමග ලංකාවේ නිවාස වෙළඳපොළද කියන එක සම්බන්ධයෙන් මෙතනදී රාජ්‍ය අංශයේ දායකත්වයේ ඉදිරියේදී ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ මොන විදිහේ සැලැස්මක්ද කියන එක ලේකම්තුමා බොහොම හොඳින් පැහැදිලි කරා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි උත්සාහ කරනවා නගර සැලසුම්කරණය සහ නිවාස සැලසුම්කරණය ඒකාබද්ධ කරලා විවිධ ස්ථානවල නිවාස ඉදිරි කරනවා කියන සංකල්පයෙන් ඔබට ගිහිල්ලා නගර තුලට ජනතාව කේන්ද්‍රීය කරගෙන වඩා නිවසකට එහා ගිය ජීවන තත්ත්වයක් උන් ලබා දෙන්න. එහිදී UD එකේ කාර්යභාරය ඒ වගේම අපි සාකච්ඡා කරා. ඒ වගේම මේ තුල එන්න පුළුවන් ගැටලුත් මම හිතන්නේ අද සාකච්ඡාව තුල මතුවුණා. විශේෂයෙන් මෙවැනි තත්ත්වයක් තුල ඇතැම් ප්‍රදේශ අපිට වෙන් කරන්න වෙනවා විවිධ කර්මාන්ත සඳහා විශේෂ සංචාරක කර්මාන්තය. එතනදී පවතින භූමි ප්‍රදේශය තුලම උන්ට වඩා ආරක්ෂාකාරී නිවාස ලබා දෙන්නේ කොහොමද කියන කරුණත් මම හිතන්නේ අද අපි සාකච්ඡා කරා. ඉතින් මේ සාකච්ඡාව සඳහා සහභාගී වූ සියලුම සම්බන්ධායකයන්ට මම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපිත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වුණු සියලු දෙනාටම ස්තුතියි.
බොහොමත්ම ස්තුතියි ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම ඔබගේ වටිනා කාලය අප වෙනුවෙන් ලබා දීම සම්බන්ධයෙන් ස්තුතිය පළ කිරීමට අපගේ කොෆි පාර්ට්නර් වශයෙන් අපත් සමග අත්වල වැඳගත් කොලම්බෝ කොෆි කම්පැනි ආයතනය විසින් ලබා දෙන සමරු තිරිණය ලබා දීමට කොලම්බෝ කොෆි කම්පැනි ආයතනයේ මැනේජර් Head of Department for Apartments and Domestic Sales ශෙහාරා ජයසිංහ මහත්මියට ගෞරවයෙන් ආරාධනා කර සිටිනවා.
Luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years. Introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air-conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
City-focused address, 224 stylish 2 and 3 bedroom residences. Nova Resort Apartments, Rajagiriya, a project by Homelands.
Hello, Mitra. තාම කොස්වත්තේ නේද?
මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත, කෙසෙල්වත්ත, වැල්ලවත්ත.
ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ.
මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තට.
ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා. තනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න. අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න. Tamanගේම නිවසක් හිමි කරගන්න.
හෙලෝ මිත්‍ර. දැන් මොන වත්තේද?
ජාවත්තේ. අපේම ගෙදරක. එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක.
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatiya, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Listen to the rhythm of the waves. Feel the calm in every breath. Architecture is inspired by the coastline, born from its nature. A design crafted not to stand apart, but to belong. Icon V, Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Introducing Sri Lanka's first oceanfront V-shaped apartment concept, ensuring every home enjoys a breathtaking sea view. Thoughtfully designed, 6 types of fully furnished apartments, 227 residences, 17 levels of elevated coastal living. Perfectly situated in front of the world-famous tourist destination, Rockpool Beach, Talpe. Step outside and wander through the historic streets of Gold Fort to the fresh fish market or paragliding experiences. The Southern Ocean is calling you to its golden beaches, turtle hatcheries, surf at sunrise, take a boat ride, whale watching, or enjoy a sea bath while watching the timeless grace of stilt fishermen. Here you don't just live by the ocean, you live where the ocean meets culture. Everything you need is within easy reach, with Icon V conveniently located close to Gold City. Live conveniently with the Southern Expressway, Pinnathua and Imathua interchanges, just a 20-minute drive from Icon V Talpe, and enjoy a 2-hour journey to Colombo International Airport from Icon V. Arrive through a refined entrance where every detail is designed to welcome you home. The reception lobby welcomes you into your own community. Modern and spacious lobby, a coffee shop, boutique store, and shared workspace and dining for everyday convenience. The sauna, cold bath, game room, and gymnasium offer the perfect balance of relaxation. Outside, a graceful concave pool and children's play area await, completing a truly luxurious way of living. Reach the pinnacle of luxury living with a rooftop terrace. Enjoy a romantic dining experience in an exclusive setting and an infinity pool for a truly complete experience. Celebrate everyday living with hotel-type facilities, elegant dining space, an ocean-facing living room, cozy bedrooms with balconies overlooking the sea, and carefully designed bathrooms that define luxury by the
Lanka Property Show Day 2 event at Cinnamon Grand. So now today we are going to be interviewing the panelists from our third panel. So the first panel for today, and let's go and have a little bit of a chat with them to get some more insight as to what is going on with Sri Lanka's real estate market. So let's go here. Right. Hello, sir. Hi. It's very nice to meet you. If you could give a small introduction to our audience. We have an audience from overseas, mostly coming from neighboring countries as well. Yeah. So if you could just give them an introduction to yourself as to what you specialize in.
Introduction me?
Yeah, and tell about the real estate market.
Yeah. So then actually, Sri Lanka is one of the best place for the real estate area. Recently there are many reasons. One is that we are in our country. Geographic situation is a good place. Airline and shipping route. Other thing is our climate is favorable for living. Other thing, there are free zone for the earthquake. And political neutrality and stability. Those are the reasons why there is a very good potential for the real estate expansion. I think so. There is more than 100,000 housing units requirement for Sri Lanka, urgent requirement. There are many inquiries. Therefore, investing here and purchasing the housing units here is the best for many areas. Thank you.
And one more question for you before I let you go here today. So these types of panels and these types of property shows is one of Sri Lanka's best property shows here, the Lanka Property Show. What do you think about these types of panel discussions to make people more aware as to what's going on?
Yeah. So then actually this type of panel discussion will be enhanced in this area. Lesson learned, practice and experience also will be shared among the group, and having this type of shows and exhibition will be enhanced in the real estate activities as well. We must thank all of you that one. Other thing I would like to mention that this is the area where we get the more contribution of the country economy. So then now extend the 2024 central bank report, 4.2% contribution given to from the real estate. It can be upgrade up to the 15%, 1.5. According to my calculation, there is a real requirement is 200,000 housing unit within 6 years. That means that 20,000 billion rupees investment value. This is enhanced in our GDP as well. Let's see. Then we ask the investors to come and invest here for the real estate. There is a most potential area to economic growth.
Thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show, and we will see you once again. Thank you so very much for having the time. Right, and now we will be moving on to another one of our panelists. So in this panel, we had a lot of insights, and now we'll be moving on to another one of them. Hi. Hello, madam. Hi. So thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show. You already had a very insightful conversation with the other panelists and our moderator as well. So if you could just give a brief introduction to yourself for our audience watching here and what you specialize in.
Well, my name is, I'm Professor Upuli Pereira. I'm from Sri Jayawardenepura University, and I am the director for Center for Real Estate Studies.
So what do you think about Sri Lanka's real estate market at the moment? And what do you think these types of panels help the people to get to know about what's happening right now?
I believe amidst this geopolitical situation at the moment, we are very lucky that our market stays stable yet. And I think platforms like this bring together all the stakeholders, I mean the developers, constructors and foreign investors. I think these platforms not only meets the market actors, but also it helps the economy in a greater deal, because these platforms are quite validated platforms. And on top of that, we also had a very fruitful discussion about the housing sector in large in the nation. So these even provide more insight to the community and the audience here. So there's a lot of, it's one package which offers you a lot. So in that way, I wish Lanka Property Web for having this kind of, I even believe this is kind of a CSR. And I believe this initiative to continue and grow more. Thanks.
Right. So thank you very much for attending the Lanka Property Show. And now we will be moving to another one of our panelists who had a very good amount of insights during our discussion. Madam, if I could just have you here. If you could give a brief introduction to yourself for our audience watching from overseas and Sri Lanka as well.
My name is Induvira Suri. I'm a chartered town planner. Now I'm serving as a freelance consultant.
So thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show. So my first question for you as well, it's basically going to be like, during this panel discussion, you had many very, very, very important points. So from these points, what is the one key takeaway that the audience should have?
To work as a team.
So if you could go a bit deeper into this, as a country, what can we do in the terms of real estate?
And make an enable environment. Because normally, as we discussed at the panel, one ministry, one agency can't do this job. And therefore, everybody, we have to create a suitable environment for housing.
Housing is very important for everybody. It's a need, right? So thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show, and I'm so happy to have you here, right? So at the Lanka Property Show, we have many of these types of wonderful panelists coming along, and let's have another one of our panelists, actually our moderator, join in here. Thank you so very much, madam, and we'll be moving on. Right, so here. Hi. Thank you so very much for the session you had before. You did a wonderful job there. So can you just give a brief introduction to yourself and as to how you specialize in this and about the discussion that you had previously?
Professor Chanakya, attached to the Department of Business Economics, University of Sri Jayawardena. I'm a business economics, so I look at this problem from economics perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Right. So when it comes from an economic perspective, you had a lot of points there to ask from the other panelists, right? So what do you think is, once again, the golden nugget, the key takeaway for the audience?
Actually, now, when we look at the property market in Sri Lanka, we have a big problem with the ownership of lands by the government. And when it comes to the developers, their main problem is securing lands. So this need to be sorted out. Because when we factor this land into the prices, it's not affordable for the people, and they need a solution for that one. Because if we can have a public-private partnership with Urban Development Authority and the private developers and factor this land into the Urban Development Authority and the development cost to the customer, then that kind of model maybe help to sort out this affordability problem.
And a final question for you. So the Lanka Property Show, this is a key event, right, for people to come and learn about the real estate market and what's going on from all across the globe. So what do you think about the Property Show?
Actually, this is necessary because what we realize, there's a huge information gap. Even for me, I don't know certain things because this information doesn't easily go to the community. So having this kind of exhibition, and people come here and learn the new changes, and sometimes we might think it's very restricted, only for limited groups. It's not only for housing. Now, even I had a chance to explore some investment opportunities. So it's good, and for people, I think this is a good opportunity.
Housing is for everybody, and this real estate, everything, for everybody, right? So the Lanka Property Show, we are here for all of you. You can join us here at Cinnamon Grand. Thank you so much for moderating our event and for attending. Thank you so very much. And with this, I will be going to a bit of a commercial break, and we will be back with some more interviews. Thank you so very much, and we will see you in just a bit.
Luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy efficient systems and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym and function hall. Fairway Properties shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keels Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
Hello and welcome back to another segment of the Lanka Property Show. Here we are here from a visitor from Bangladesh, came specially for the Lanka Property Show. If you could just give us a brief introduction about yourself for our audience watching right here.
Yeah, actually, my name is Inamul Haq. I'm very much happy to be here today. It's such a nice event organized by the Lanka Bangla Property Wave. So there's a huge crowd here and so many participants. I was roaming around and I think I was talking to some of the people regarding the Sri Lankan investment opportunity, because Sri Lanka is a very strategic location and bounded by sea. So if government people develop beachfront property and attract the investors, I think they can develop their country very short time. And I've been to real estate market for 30 years in Bangladesh, and I roam around globally, and I've been to many international property shows such as Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, US, UK, and many countries. So I think it's all of we are now global citizen. The investment opportunity is growing up, and real estate is the only sector where people can invest and there is nothing to lose. Always the property appreciate. So I think Sri Lanka can develop global property, and they should give the investors opportunity to develop such a beachfront property, beautiful properties.
So before I let you go here today, I have one final question. So compared to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, what do you think is the main key similarity and the main key difference? And what do you think Sri Lanka, like you said, the beachfront properties can increase more, right? And like you said, properties are always appreciating. In terms of Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, what do you think is the key similarity and the key difference?
The key similarity is the cultural, and we do believe in relationship. You know, if you compare to Europe, they're just very much economical solvent, and they don't have the family bonding. But we have the family bonding, and also I believe that Sri Lankan people have the family bonding. So we always try to secure our next generation by property. So that is one of the key strengths where people should invest in property, and they're similar to Bangladesh.
Right. Thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show, and I'm honored to have you here. Right. See you around. See you around. Okay. Bye-bye. Right. Now we are going to go back into a bit of a commercial break, and we will be back with more interviews going deep into every single stall here. Thank you so very much, and we will see you in just a bit.
For over 20 years, introducing Fairview Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air-conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
southern...
Ensuring every home enjoys a breathtaking sea view. Thoughtfully designed, 6 types of fully furnished apartments, 227 residences, 17 levels of elevated coastal living. Perfectly situated in front of the world-famous tourist destination, Rockpool Beach, Talpe. Step outside and wander through the historic streets of Golfort to the fresh fish market or paragliding experiences. The Southern Ocean is calling you to its golden beaches, turtle hatcheries, surf at sunrise, take a boat ride, whale watching, or enjoy a sea bath while watching the timeless grace of stilt fishermen. Here you don't just live by the ocean, you live where the ocean meets culture. Everything you need is within easy reach, with Icon V conveniently located close to Gold City. Live conveniently with the Southern Expressway, Pinnathua and Imathua interchanges, just a 20-minute drive from Icon V Talpe, and enjoy a 2-hour journey to Colombo International Airport from Icon V. Arrive through a refined entrance where every detail is designed to welcome you home. The reception lobby welcomes you into your own community. Modern and spacious lobby, a coffee shop, boutique store, and shared workspace and dining for everyday convenience. The sauna, cold bath, game room, and gymnasium offer the perfect balance of relaxation. Outside, a graceful concave pool and children's play area await, completing a truly luxurious way of living. Reach the pinnacle of luxury living with a rooftop terrace. Enjoy your romantic dining experience in an exclusive setting and an infinity pool for a truly complete experience. Celebrate everyday living with hotel-type facilities, elegant dining space, an ocean-facing living room, cozy bedrooms with balconies overlooking the sea, and carefully designed bathrooms that define luxury by the ocean. Icon V delivers a 5-star hotel lifestyle with the comfort of home for homeowners and investors seeking effortless returns from the tourism industry. As the sun sets into the horizon, life feels complete. Icon V Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Call us on 070-669-899. Another magnificent project by Audelia Group.
A rare dress where sky, nature, and privacy meet. Sprawling garden homes that bring greenery to your doorstep. Penthouses that open out to light, air, and expansive views. Sweeping decks and sunlit rooms to make every day brighter. A pool, spa, theater, and sky lounge that crown the experience. Built on a legacy of over 7,800 homes across generations. Iconic Galaxy, are you ready to claim your horizon?
Welcome back to the Lanka Property Show 2026 Day 2. And we are back here with another stall to be interviewed. And now we're here with Juniper. So, hello. Please give us an introduction to Juniper and what projects you have gone right now. And just give us a brief summary for our audience overseas and in Sri Lanka as well.
Right. So, Juniper used to be for land sales. And then we started our first project in Ahangama with villas. And we fully completed that. And we started our second and third projects in Unawatuna and Hirikatiya. Right, so we have about 11 villas in Hirikatiya and Unawatuna also. And if you compare with Colombo, most of the foreigners go down south when they come down to Sri Lanka. So what we do is we target our investors to get an income every month. So we are going to target mainly foreigners to rent it out and generate an income for them every month. Yeah. And we'll be managing the whole thing also. And then we are also planning on doing bed and breakfast for all the foreigners who come down and stay night. And yeah, that's it.
Amazing. So what a wonderful project you have going on. So now can you give us a brief understanding of how you think this Lanka Property Show is important for people to find these projects out and for people to find out what they like?
Of course. So in my opinion, I think this is a great opportunity for people who are looking for buying a land or an apartment, and as well as to see the options they have, and also the same way the opportunities of getting loans for home loans and meeting the bank guys. And yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for the real estate people and also the customers who are trying to purchase newly. Yeah.
So thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show, and we will see you. Right. Now moving on to the official banking partner of the Lanka Property Show. Now we have here Commercial Bank, and we're just going to get a small with our representative here from Commercial Bank. So if you could just step right here. Thank you so very much for attending and for this interview as well. Right, so just a bit of interesting questions for our audience here, watching from overseas, watching from Sri Lanka. So now my first question today is going to be, as the banking partner of the Lanka Property Show 2026, what does Commercial Bank bring to the table for someone who is seriously considering buying property in Sri Lanka today?
Yeah, first of all, as a market leader in home loans, we are really happy to be partner with the Lanka Property Show 10th edition. Here, Commercial Bank offers end-to-end support to our customers to take their property. Our dedicated team here always there to assist our customers to from the initial stage to delivery point. Yeah.
Amazing. So thank you so very much for being here once again. And my second question to you, what home financing solutions does Commercial Bank offer for Sri Lankans living overseas who want to invest back home, and how straightforward is the application process?
Actually, it's a very good question. In fact, foreign migrant segment, it's a emerging segment for us. I think it's not only for the bank and all developers, and we are keep focusing and trying to assist them every possible way. So from Commercial Bank, we are offering special home loan solution for Sri Lanka living in overseas with the flexible payment options, as well as foreign currency home loans, which enable customers to service their home loan in foreign currency at a lower and fixed interest rate.
So very accessible to all of them. So what a wonderful thing you have.
I need to add something more, and we do have overseas business promotion officers. So they are also ready to assist our Sri Lankans living in overseas, and we have established a dedicated help desk exclusively for Sri Lankan expats, so they can always connect with the bank and clarify their concerns related to the home loans and all products.
Okay, wow, what an amazing product you have, and thank you so much for that summary. I'm pretty sure everybody got a good idea. So now my final question here. Property prices in Colombo have risen significantly. How is Commercial Bank helping buyers navigate affordability, and are there any special mortgage products available right now?
To be honest, it's beyond our control, and it's also inevitable because of the market movement. What we do in as a commercial bank is we are helping customers to manage this situation by offering flexible payment options, competitive interest rates, and tailor-made home loan solutions. And also, when evaluating customers' repayment capacity, we are not focusing only for the current customers' income. We are considering customers' future anticipated income also, that which enable them to take higher loan amount. With that, we try to help our customers to, with this price rising situation, make things more affordable and easier to achieve their dream home reality.
So thank you so very much for all of that information. I love how you're making everything so accessible and affordable for everyone here. Thank you so very much for attending the Lanka Property Show. And now we are going to be moving to another stall as well. So we're going to get a bit of an interview there. And you know, the Lanka Property Show is composed of a lot of things, a lot of developers, a lot of banks offering different types of services and products as well. And now we are going to be moving to DFCC Bank. So here we are going to come over for an interview, ask a bit of questions and ask what they have to offer as well. So now here we're going to get an interview with one of their representatives. Hi, very nice to meet you. Right, so we're going to be asking you a bit of questions as to what the FCZ really has to offer in terms of this. So what home loan products do you currently offer that are specifically designed to make property ownership once again more accessible in Sri Lanka?
Hi, thank you for the question. As a leading bank of Sri Lanka, DFCC has a lot of home solutions. We cater all the audience, not only for the investors. We do cater if you are taking the loan for a residential purpose, we do have the tailor-made solution. If you are taking the loan for the investment purpose, we have the solutions. And we are the first bank in Sri Lanka who has introduced this 100% financing objective in Sri Lanka, so that we take care of all the burdens, and we advise you to invest on certain projects, and we partnered with most trusted developer in Sri Lanka. And our credit evaluation process is very unique and very easy to accessible. Entire loan process will be done in 10 days from the initial canvassing and initial discussion to disbursement. And we have the tailor-made repayment solutions based on the requirement, whether you are a salaried employee or you are a business income client. We do have all the repayment solution in equated monthly installments to cater the audience, and we do have the structured repayments, and we do have the bulk options also. And we do cater, if you are looking for a house, condominiums, villas, or what kind of a specialty, we do have all the options available with us.
What a wonderful thing you are offering right here. So another final question before I let you go here today. What do you think about the Lanka Property Show as a bank that has a stall over here? What do you think about the people coming over and the people who are interested in home loans, interested in all of these things that are going on with Sri Lanka's real estate market?
Actually, this is a great initiative because Sri Lanka, actually, to be frank, we do not have much data on the real estate. So we are very proud and to part of this show, and we can generate more awareness about the real estate market in Sri Lanka. So we are happy to part of this show.
Thank you so very much for being here, and we will see you once again. Right, so for everybody watching online, you can go visit our partners on lankapropertyweb.com/events virtual. And for you now, we will be going to a bit of a commercial break, and we will come back with some more later interviews in the afternoon. Thank you so very much, and I will see you very soon.
Ramazan today. So I have an esteemed panel, and there's a lot to be discussed, and we have about 90 minutes. As usual, on the panel discussion, I'll shoot few questions to all our panelists, and then the next stage I would like to move to the AI mode, that is artificial intelligence mode on panel moderation, that is allowing the audience to ask questions, which makes my job easier. So to begin with, I'll start with Kishore, since Kishore also has to leave a little early. Kishore, first of all, tell us, when it comes to Indian property market and Sri Lankan property market, still I think capital moves both sides, but I think still India has a slight advantage. Tell us what has to be changed in the Sri Lankan context if the capital also need to be favored for Sri Lanka with your experience. Over to you.
Okay. There's one thing that I don't think you can change, that's being the most populous country in the world. So that remains. India is the most densely populated country in the world, and hence you'll have a lot of demand that creates, because cities that are the main metropolis cities have more population than Sri Lanka. So basically that's the key point. So whether we could meet the demand of it, it's all about demand and supply, and there's more demand. So how could Sri Lanka beat that particular demand of population is to attract foreign buyers to keep coming over, and that's what Dubai did. Why did Dubai become a destination with a very small population? Probably not sure of the numbers, but I'm sure way less than Sri Lanka as well. And how did it become a destination? Because it's foreign buyers coming in and buying it. So one of the things what we need to look at is, we need to welcome these buyers. These are all potential investors who's going to spend money in the country. So India's market is completely domestic. There's a huge domestic market which actually has consumption. However, when it comes to Sri Lanka, that domestic market might not be the choice that you should be looking at. Though the density of apartments are growing, it's still not reached a stage where there is no space in the city, and hence your costs are going to go up, your demand is going to go up. So first step, why did India become a destination, is making it very easy for people to invest, including foreign investors. You know, India has taken over REITs at a time when people thought, okay, things were not moving in India. We spoke about REITs even before India, but even to date, we don't have even one REIT coming into Sri Lanka. And that pushes the demand. When a private fund starts investing, then your real estate appreciates. So unfortunately, I think we need to do a lot of regulatory work. We have come a long way. We have been doing quite a lot of work, even with the Condominium Developers Association. We've been pushing for a lot of things, including visas. See, we need to understand there needs to be buyers for the property appreciation as well as property development to happen. And if those buyers are not locally there, then we need to look at external buyers. And that external buyers requires comfort and ease of coming in. So visas, we've actually looked at the present regime actually came out with this 100,000, 200,000 investment, US dollars investment, and then to promote visas. So yes, so I think India still remains a destination because they've deregulated hundreds of archived laws which were there from the independence. The present government really pushed in to deregulate all the unwanted regulatory restrictions. That is something we've been pushing to the government of Sri Lanka as well. You need to do 25 approvals before you start construction, and that delays the whole thing as well. And then it increases the cost as well. So a lot of things, a lot of improvements. So why India is still a destination is a completely different market. We need to learn from that, but we also need to develop Sri Lanka as a destination. So I think if that answers.
Thank you, Kishore. Thank you very much. I think Kishore brought the sentiment on an investor's point of view, what needs to change if we are serious about moving forward. I would like to move to Saminder, because on the buyer's point of view, while the investors wanted to make the regulatory process easier, but when it comes to buyers, they also may have legal concerns, whether investing in the property market, whether it is safe, what's the legal framework, or are there any risk factors that they need to think before they invest or buy a property? Are there any risk factors that they have to be concerned, or overall how the legal framework on the property market helps as at now? Entire property with the focus on the condominiums.
Say, first thing is that if you are thinking condominium, you have to, as a normal land search, that you have to do a one property type search. That is,
of that there are a few things you have to think of a condominium, because most of the time that you are buying on the papers, that the property will come out in 2 or 3 years down the line. Because of, there are few things have to consider. Number one is who's the developer. What is the background of the developer, and what's the financial strength of the developer? Because the biggest issue in the regulatory part in Sri Lanka, that when you are giving approvals to a condominium project, they will never ask from you, do you have money to complete this project? Because that all regulations only on the construction. Then if you have a 100 perch property, how many floors you can go up to? Then what are the open spaces you have to keep? What are the amenities you have to keep? Those things only talk in the legal terms, but never they ask that how much money in your pocket, do you have the financial background, those things. Because buyers must concern about the financial strength of the developer. That is number one. Then after that, say in the sale and purchase agreement, that is the piece of legislation that you have until that you will get the deed of transfer from the developer. Say there are some other countries you have uniform sale and purchase agreement, but in Sri Lanka there is no uniform sale and purchase agreement. That mostly that what the developer prepared, and you have to adhere to that all terms and conditions. You have to check what are the terms and conditions in the sale and purchase agreement. Those are the main concerns.
Thank you very much, Saminder, for shedding light on, like, if you are a buyer, what you have to think about in terms of legal framework when it comes to condominiums. Next, I would like to move to Mario, because I think it's also important to understand before we move to the next segment of the conversation, how actually the real estate market working is when it comes to Colombo. Whether the real estate demonstration, is it primarily domestic driven, or like is it like who are the main buyers, what are the profiles, and how the environment when it comes to the investment, especially on the property market?
If you look at actually two phases. If you look at the global context, you should never look at only Colombo, because we are so diverse in terms of location. We need to understand the global buyer. That's very important, because each buyer in each region and each geographic and which point they are in their lives, their requirement differs. Now, for example, if you look at homelands on a whole, last year 40% of our portfolio of sales was from overseas. But we have segregated into multiple facets. That's why we have 11 projects, and people ask us why we have so much of projects. That is to cater to the market's demand. Now, for example, we have retirement for the empty nesters who are looking to come back to Sri Lanka. Then we have people who are looking into coming into the real estate sector into Sri Lanka for investment in small ticket sizes. Then there are people who want to live at luxurious segments. So you have to have, in terms of product portfolio, you need to have a good offering. That is one. You need to have, like Saminder said, you need to have a track record of delivery. When I say delivery, it's not just completing a project, but the deed is very important, because there's a lot of cross-reference that goes into purchase, especially from an overseas buying perspective. We have seen that basically when they come in, there's always a search done, and specifically looking at the credibility of the developer on a whole. And there's something that I would like, I know this was not in the question, but I think as a whole, as an industry, we need to go together, because you see there's a lot that everybody has right now. We need to understand there is demand in Sri Lanka, not only Colombo, but Sri Lanka on a whole. And unlocking that potential is possible. We are still not at a primary level. I would say we are not at a mature level, but we are actually at a stage where we can actually harness. We have seen from Europe, America, Australia, even the Gulf region, people are migrating back their investments. Primarily because two things. They want to make sure that their investment is secure, and returns. So returns, they're looking in two forms. One is the capital appreciation. You have to offer them minimum 25% in 4 years, otherwise they're going to park their money somewhere. The other thing is passive income. They are looking at rental returns. You need to have a formulated regulatory way of getting that across. I think Kishore has been instrumental with the Property Developers Association in getting this visa sorted out. It's just that we need to position Sri Lanka as a prime residential and real estate investment hub. That is crucial because if you see our geographic location, it lends for that. Within a few kilometers from the hills to the beach, basically you're looking at about 2 to 3 hours. That you can't find anywhere else, and we are a tropical destination where Europeans love. And if you convert the buying capacity, they can buy probably 4 units for the amount they pay on there. So we are right now positioned in the correct way, in the correct place. It's just that we need to understand how to harness it.
Thanks, Mario. Thank you very much. So far we got the insights from like an investor point of view, and also on a legal point of view, and also in terms of foreign versus local, and as a developer, what has to be the way forward and the framework to think about it. Next, I would like to move to Virat. Virat, also tell us a little bit about on the demand side, because whether it's driven, I mean, what's the interest shown by the foreign buyers versus the local, and as a developer, do you face challenges in terms of serving both needs? Because Mario said that they have a diverse product portfolio targeting multiple segments, empty nesters to retirees to probably young professionals. So how do you see the demand side and how do you see the sentiments basically being kind of diverse across these segments?
I would, when I first saw this panel discussion, the topic, there was one thing I really wanted to address, which is that the entire idea of going for foreign versus local investors, it feels very illogical to look at foreign investment while we're looking at so much of our own capital, so many investors in this country taking their capital out of the country. That is what I think we all remember seeing heavily in 2023, 2024. Then I was quite happy with the last year so far and this new year currently, where we are seeing local investors come out of their shell shock in their crisis period, look for opportunities in the market. But even then, and Dhananath, you'd know this much better than I do, we know that there is a large amount of liquidity, a large amount of capital in this country, either owned by people in this country, either held overseas or held in very low return assets because of either because of a fear of getting into the market or because of uncertainty on how to get onto the market in a clear and structured way. I strongly feel that before we talk about foreign investors and how to especially attract foreign investors, we need to do more to actually make our own investors feel more comfortable to come on. And those investors, our own investors, are the first people to then invite foreign investors down. Just personally looking at the last week, whenever I've come across foreign investors, typically when they want to come in for any kind of larger project, they always look at coming on with a local partner of confidence. If there aren't enough local partners of confidence to come on for their project, it's very difficult for a foreigner to put their money down. Like trying to sell an apartment while your previous customer is cursing you and walking out the door. That just doesn't work. Then with regards to your question on the what kind of customers are coming in, even when we see, just being entirely transparent, when we see foreign income investors coming in these days, typically pure foreign buyers, we do see people going in towards tourist segments, tourist-focused projects. But by and large, what we mean when we say foreign investment in our industry is the diaspora market. On that front, I'm very happy to see a lot of diaspora interest coming back into the country. That's people who are deciding either to retire from those countries or deciding that the deal they got working in those countries, in the West, in Europe, in Dubai, wasn't as good as they decided to do, and they want to bring their money back. But we can't take the fact that there's issues in those places to mean that they'll just park their money here. If you're willing to take your money abroad, there's options all over the world. Again, Just to summarize, all I'm saying is, before we talk too much about what foreign investors need, I feel we've as a country not done enough to say what do investors need as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Virat. Thank you very much for those insights. Next I would like to move to Subun. Subun, what is the perception about the Colombo property performance? Because sometimes there are also perceptions that it is like, there's an oversupply, so the prices may drop, or whether the demand may drop because of the interest rates, and we are just after recovering from a crisis. So always when someone is going to invest or acquire a property, those sentiments basically come across. What do you experience in terms of sales and demand and in terms of supply, whether is there an oversupply or what's the sentiment in the market?
Overall, if you ask me, there is an increase in the demand in the market, let's say last year or so. And a lot of projects are being launched after the crisis, if you take last 1 year or 1.5 years. And especially this year, we see it's like mushrooming. Every week or every other week, a project is being launched. So the supply is also increasing, as well as the demand is also increasing overall. But there is a difference in this demand post-crisis. Pre-crisis, it's a very distinct factor. Pre-crisis, people invested all these segments that we were discussing. Invested, they were not searching a lot, doing their due diligence a lot about developers, but when the location is nice and if you feel the project looks nice, they invest. But post-crisis, it's like basically I have to tell you the truth, the majority of the demand is divided into 3 main developers, especially the projects that are coming up in Colombo. It's not cheap either. You are talking about $400, $500, $600, even $700 a square foot. Still it's selling at pre-launch and off-plan, what we call. But it's basically within that developers, four main developers. When it comes to the others, people are looking at deliverables, like they are looking at how the delivery will happen. So it's a total different market post-crisis. Demand, yes, there is a demand. Supply, yes. A lot of projects are coming up. And the other thing is, if I only say that 4 developers are selling free, I'm not doing justice to the others. But what I see in the market when it comes to buying is the finished products. There has been a growth in the demand again because there is a heavy demand on rentals, especially when it comes to Colombo Center. So the finished product there, it's selling at a rate. But when it comes to pre-sales, people are very mindful, and it goes with brands. Like I heard some in the talking about the legal aspects of it. People has to go and do their due diligence on the approvals and all that. But when it comes to buying, to tell you the truth, it's more than that. It's basically the brand factor. Brand factor takes a big chunk of it, and people invest in those brands even though the prices are increased. So rounding up the answer, yes, there is a heavy demand, but it's centered in that very niche 4 or 5 developers. And supply, yes, there is increase of supply. And again, finished products, yes, there is again a demand. That is irrespective of these brands. finished product. If it is good, if the fuels are taken, people will buy because there is a heavy rental demand.
Thank you very much, Subun. So that's the first round of questions. But now I would like to also open the floor for questions. Of course, I have more questions prepared for our esteemed panelists. But if you have any questions, please indicate. So there will be someone who will pass a microphone, and then we can take the conversation forward. Are there any questions as we speak, or like we can give you more minutes to gather your thoughts? So till you gather your thoughts, I would like to again move back to Kishore. Kishore, now what we see on the Indian side of things is that there's a massive middle class that is growing, and even it is quite evident that when you look at the tourism numbers, that India is a leading market for Sri Lankans tourists. So if we were to attract the high net worth individuals on the Indian markets, do you feel that our property market is basically servicing that segment? Have we got the sentiments, the structure right to serve that market, or are we still missing something? And if we're missing something, what is it?
So I think the first thing, like Mario said, we need to promote Sri Lanka as a whole. It's not the developer, it's not the property sector, it's not the tourism sector. The moment the country develops or makes it more attractive, then everything falls in place. So the solution is that. Now getting back to what it is, I think India and Sri Lanka share, though in recorded history it's more than 2,500 years of relationship, partnership, and I always call it, I don't call them brothers, sisters on this, I say they're just twins of the same culture. The mother is the culture, and then you have two countries which are from the same culture. So you have a relationship which is very, very strong. When we say twins, the bond is perfect. If something happens to another, the other one feels it. The other advantage is we look the same. So when Indian investors or tourists come over, the reason they're getting more and more comfortable is they don't feel different. They feel, oh, I'm actually in a place where everybody looks like me. You know, not like if you go to any other place, where even Europe, for that matter, you always feel a little disconnected because you don't look the same there. So that connection is already there. So number one, Sri Lanka has got a great location, blessed by God. We have, like Mario said, you know, like from the beaches to the hill stations, it's a couple of hours. And to do the same thing in India, it's going to take probably hours, if not days. You know, so one of the things that we keep pushing up is when somebody comes and experiences Sri Lanka, they experience the culture, they experience the land, they experience the beauty of every single thing that's there. So if we start promoting Sri Lanka as a nation, all the rest of the things are going to happen. People are interested. As you rightly said, we have the maximum number of tourists coming down already. And these tourists, now linking them to the property market, they're all interested in having something. Where probably it could be an investment portfolio, or it could even be I would say majority of the properties bought in Dubai, for this matter, is from the Indian market. So, and the high end. And there is so much of potential. And that interest, I could see it coming over. And if we just keep making things easy and promoting Sri Lanka, I think we're there. We're just there.
Kishore, just a quick intervention now. When you say we need to promote, what do you mean by promote? Like, do we have to be present in India, or like, is it like, how are we going to promote? Generally, what we see on media is like there's a tourism promotion campaign or something like that, where you go and say, like, you know, the same things that you said.
Right.
Or like, just can you nail it down to like, what are you looking at when you say promote?
Okay. Promotion is nothing but exposure. What has Sri Lanka been exposed to in the last 3 decades? A war which was prolonged for a long time. Everybody knows about it. So we've got great exposure on the war, that don't go there was a war. We had a crisis which was probably more than what we felt in Sri Lanka. The people outside Sri Lanka thought, we had the country that was literally collapsing. Nobody is going to get food. Nobody was getting fuel. Everybody was starving on the streets. That's the impression the whole world got. And some people did it purposefully, thinking that we might get a lot of funding for that, but that didn't work out that way as well. So these are the things that we've got exposed to. So fair enough. We had crisis. Of course, media overplays it. They portray it in a way where it is actually very big. What have we done to change this exposure? In the last year, once things fell in place, everything was going on. When people were planning to have these MICE conferences and everything, I would give this example of NASSCOM offsite, which is NASSCOM is a multi-billion-dollar association of IT industries. SLASCOM works very closely with them. We convinced them to come and have their offsite seminar in Sri Lanka, which will give exposure to Sri Lanka as well. On the day of the crisis, when Cyclone Ditwa hit, again we had a lot of negative exposure, things are bad and everything. The NASSCOM CEO calls me and says, should we come? I said, yes, you should come. You're in Colombo, you're not traveling anywhere else. But that particular message, the way it went was Colombo was shut. Literally nothing had happened. So when I say we need to promote all the positive things and also promote how to remove all the negative impact that's actually happening. It's in a general picture for the whole country. I'm not talking about the property market where you could go and probably where the tourism could go and do some road shows and other things. But overall, I think we need to give this positive response saying that Sri Lanka is a great place to visit. Sri Lanka is a great place to invest. Sri Lanka is a great country in general. And every single Indian who has come here has never debated on that point. They still love it. They say like, wow, such a nice place. The people, and that's probably what, 200,000-300,000 people. But then we have millions or actually a billion who hasn't actually visited. And this is the thing that we need to get across.
Thank you, Kishu. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to move to Saminder. Now, in the first round of questions, you mentioned about the legal framework that the buyer should think about. Now, Kishore is doing a hard pitch on how we should promote to India and basically attract more and more Indians, which is, I think, growing at a rapid rate. We are expecting about 300 million middle class in a few years. But as buyers, there may be still complexities, especially when it comes to foreign buyers, when it comes to condominiums or any property in that matter in Sri Lanka. Could you shed some light on what are the legal pathways and the complexities if you are a foreign buyer, what you need to know and what things that you basically be aware of before you invest in the property market?
The law is very clear for purchasing condominium properties to foreigners, that the act called the Land Restrictions of Alienation Act in 2014. The act started with the no foreigners buy any properties in Sri Lanka, but there are some exceptions. The number one exception is condominium properties. That if you have a condominium property, it was in 2014, it defined the fourth floor and above. This is a fourth floor and above condominium. Foreigner can buy under two categories, not special conditions. Number one condition is you have to bring entire money from out of the country by way of foreign exchange. It means maybe you are a foreigner working in a multinational company in Sri Lanka. It means that you can't earn dollars in Sri Lanka and put that money in that property. You have to bring money from out of the country. That is number one. And you can't raise money in Sri Lanka, that you can't get a loan or some kind of thing. Even after purchasing that property also, that until period of 5 years, you can't get any mortgage loan against that property. Those are the conditions. And then top of that, in the foreigners, then although if you can inherit properties, say that your parents are Sri Lankans, but you migrate to Australia or some other country.
say the end of the day, that when they say after their demise, that although you are a foreigner, by that period you can inherit those properties. Those things are there, and this is a very clear piece of legal. And in 2018 there was a amendment came to that act that this fourth floor and above thing abolished. Now even from the ground floor, if it is a condominium property, you can be the 100% legal owner, and the respective stamp duty is same as a local, not a single cent, is just the 4% of the stamp, that of the market value that you have to pay. Other than that, no special taxes for the foreigners. It's very clear now, the law is that the foreigners can buy condominiums in Sri Lanka unless that if you have to just follow these rules.
I'm sorry, we have a microphone challenge, but just out of curiosity, what was the logic that the foreigners cannot own the first 4 floors? Because in my view, you really cannot move in a condominium like one floor to the other, or like, take the floor and run away. What was the logic, just out of curiosity?
Seriously, I don't see any logic on that. Maybe because of the scarcity of land during that period, the lawmakers thought better to keep the lower floors to the Sri Lankans and only upper floors to foreigners. There is no logic on that. But in 2018, that was abolished. And the condominiums that they say not only vertical, even horizontal condominiums are there. There are villas coming up that they say that condominium, the concept is if some property adjoining there are properties, that means a condominium. That not necessarily to be the towers. That there are many horizontal condominiums coming up like villas, that those kind of properties also now foreigners can buy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Daham, let me just clarify that particular question you asked. I think how that law of 4 floors came in, because we studied a lot and we were instrumental, including Virat's father, Hemka, was also there at that time, where we actually instrumental in clearing that off. We actually removed that. See, most of these laws, there are old laws that were, at that time, everybody learns from another. So our lawmakers decided that Singapore had a great law of how to protect the land, which was very small, and copied quite a lot of those from the Singaporean laws. Singapore had an issue. The Malaysians and the Indonesians, when Singapore was growing, the Malaysians and the Indonesians started to acquire property and land in there. Then they said, no, if you do that, then it would be a problem. Then they said, okay, if you build 4 floors, like a house with 2 floors, 1 basement, 1 something else, and then do it, or 2, 3 floors, they were actually taking over that and still owning property. So then they said, okay, let's make it into a condominium which is higher than 4 floors, where only you could buy. So that was the whole logic at that time. And hence it worked for Singapore. But then, of course, in Sri Lanka, it didn't make sense that if there is a 20-story building, why would you not buy the ground floor or the first or the second? And that changed.
Thank you, Kishore. Thank you very much for that clarification. Next, I would like to move to Virat. Now, Virat, the cost of the project is one of the key concerns, because when we did a study in terms of cost of construction, what some of the developers said was the price can be in fact brought down by ranging from about 20% to 40% if you have the access for material, the cost of construction material at the global prices. At the moment, what we see is it's about, ranging from 20 to 40% higher than the region. So wanted to understand in terms of the cost side of things, and we are also in keeping the Sri Lankan cost side, costings aside, also there's a global crisis that is looming up with high energy prices, probably which will impact the steel prices, the cement prices, and everything there onwards. So what are the challenges in terms of cost, and is the numbers right? Actually, can you give a better offering if the cost of construction being brought down, and what are the challenges that you see, and why it is not coming down? Why we are above the market rate compared to the global standards?
All right. So, just do I sound okay? Okay. There's a few different points inside there. One is the relative cost of. Is the sound correctly?
Can it?
One is the that's better. One is the relative difference in cost of construction in Sri Lanka as opposed to the rest of the region. The other is in terms of questions of how price fluctuations are affecting the current market and construction. This ties very closely to some in this discussion earlier again on the financial strength of developers going into projects, where there's also a third point that you also brought up, the tax element as well. Regarding first on financial strength and in terms of materials, one thing we can say is that these are challenges that the country has gone through several times before in terms of sudden price hikes. This has always come to a situation where when developers set their prices, they must always set prices taking into consideration price increases across a project period. This is why, again, when we look at prices in Colombo, those prices are not cheap relative to the region, and part of the thing that developers in Sri Lanka have to budget in is massive price fluctuations if they are trying to develop responsibly. Going on from there, in terms of taxation, Sri Lanka has long had an issue where for substantial parts of projects where we needed to import goods from India, China, the rest of the world, having to deal with the large tax component there, obviously having to deal with more local things like that finally to the customer. At the end of it, I remember I actually heard this in discussion with other developers as well. Over 40% of the final price of an apartment that we sell to you will come to taxes. Now, this is an inescapable thing, but if there is anything at a national level that can be done, if there is a focus on delivering more affordable housing to the market, obviously that would be a strong addition. Those would be my two comments regarding current tax element. Obviously, it is a massive cost. Regarding the materials as well, the only way a developer can handle that is, again, forward fixed contracts with their suppliers, maintaining strong liquidity to manage periods of fluctuation. These are all the same things that developers should be doing and can do prior to entering into a project, which any project that goes over 2-3 years or any significant period is bound to face. There is one more thing I wanted to address just from the earlier discussion regarding Kishore's comments on promoting Lanka. Again, like I said, tying back to what I said as well about what we can do to open the country for investment generally, not just into foreign investment. In terms of promoting the country as well, I don't think what foreigners want from Sri Lanka is that different to what locals want from Sri Lanka, in the sense that we want places that are livable, we want beauty around us, we want easy to access services that include services in terms of obviously things like flights and easy investments and logistics, but even in terms of public transport, scenery, all of these things to make Colombo more livable and the rest of Sri Lanka more livable. That comes down to the UDA, that comes down to the policy that we implement. And when we talk about these things, they might sound unimportant at first. I'm talking really about cleanliness, aesthetics, and beauty. But in terms of development, in terms of where we live, those are extremely crucial. And in terms of foreign investment, I think before maybe large players might be looking purely at quantitative return, but at a lower level than that, people are also looking at places where they can live and work happily. That becomes a large part, not just about the developments and projects we ourselves do, they also have to be beautiful, but also a part of the urban environment that we create in Colombo and Sri Lanka. There's lots of things where if you take the Singaporean market as an example, standards on what signage is done, standards on pavement, standards on public property, there's a lot of discipline needed both in development and in public development, that right now that infrastructure is either there and not enforced or is entirely lacking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Virat. Any questions before I move to Supun and Mario? Please indicate if you have any questions, and we can, you have the option of shooting questions to our esteemed panelists, and I have the option of moving to the AI mode of panel moderation. We have one question here. Can we move the microphone, please? Yes, you will get the microphone, sir, please. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is, I would like to inquire about low-cost construction of apartments. Now, there are so many technologies in the world and so much of different materials in the world also. Now, globally, there's a concept called low-cost housing, low-cost construction of housing, and low-cost construction of apartments, which means you using something like more prefabricated material or something like that, so that the cost of the apartment might be low. Now, since we have a gentleman from abroad also, I think, I would like to know whether you have low-cost apartment techniques in your countries which are not available in Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much. The question, Mario, you want to take it up, and maybe Kishore can also add in afterwards.
In terms of low-cost housing, cost, especially the cost, and the perceived product is the most important thing, especially in the Sri Lankan context. You see, if you look at most of the overseas apartments, they use panels to demarcate their rooms and all that. In Sri Lanka, as soon as we go to do that, our Sri Lankan buyers will go and tap. There is no brick, there is no mortar. So it's actually a mindset actually of the Sri Lankan buyers also, who are, I think, getting there. But you see, if we bring those certain, I'm just only giving one small element. But you see, they want structurally sound. Yes, there is no compromise in structure. But you see, as soon as a developer in Sri Lanka uses boards to demarcate their living premise, it's perceived as weak. Even if we do housing, low-cost housing, I know the Indian government also looked at it and they are doing some housing. As soon as you put that, our mindset is, make a baleka. It's not that. So that's the it's our mindset, which we actually need to, like Kishore said previously, like we are promoting Sri Lanka as a destination to invest, we need to educate our real estate buyers also, even at the lower level. If to give that, there has to be compromise, but there is no structural integrity in terms of delivery. It's just that it's a mindset.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect answer what Mario gave. I think there are products all over the world that are available for low cost. It's what you accept. There is low cost housing even in the Indian grant that was given. There's lots being built, which is very low, but whether you want to be in that or not is the choice of the person. So I think all over the world there are facilities. You can convert a container into a house. You could basically build something with wood, which a lot of things are not acceptable to the people, but there are ways you could reduce the price. There are many ways that could reduce the price, and I think the engineers in Sri Lanka are all aware of it. There's nothing that it's something new. It's just that what people want and what you deliver.
Thank you very much. And we have another question in the front row. Yes. Second row. Yes.
Yeah, my question is regarding the global competitiveness of the real estate sector. This is an open question for the entire forum. So now when it comes to the Sri Lankan real estate setting, we are stuck with the one is the tax structure of the country, and other one is the housing price index. So we are in a very higher level. So compared to the Dubai market, we are one of the main real estate investment sector. So how Sri Lanka can be a globally competitive real estate market? What are the strategies or what kind of proposal you can propose for the government as well as the development company?
Sure. Anyone in particular want to take that question up?
Now, just acknowledging what real estate is, there's no point, you can't go and build a mansion in the middle of a wilderness. Development comes in to fit a national need, and that's part of, again, Dubai started attracting investment structures, openness to foreign investors across different industries. making it an easy place for people to work in terms of easy tax structures, to open their companies, to deal with the global market. And as that starts happening, developers start to build products that suit that niche. Right now, both addressing the early gentleman's question as well on low-cost housing, as well as the overall market, we need to develop developers must focus on current people coming in, which is a heavy residential use in terms of the local and also the tourism requirement. But in terms of the national level, the biggest element would be first activating the economy itself and opening the economy itself across industries up to that global demand. And only with that can developers start looking forward building to suit the demand.
And another thing, I think you also actually said, what should the government do? Government should actually look at, I think Dubai was a great example. How did Dubai become what it is? If there was no connectivity with Emirates, which they made it into a hub, would this development would have happened? So we should have actually, we missed the boat where we should have made Sri Lankan Airlines to do the same thing what Emirates did to Dubai and create Sri Lanka as a hub. So connectivity is very key. So we went for a promoting Sri Lanka event in Gujarat, which has the most wealth in India. All the billionaires come from there. So Ahmedabad is the city. And for probably 5-6 years, we kept saying they have 8 flights a day to Dubai and 0 flights to Colombo, and which is so close. So that's connectivity, and that's what it does. So, of course, thanks to Cinnamon as well as Fitchair, they got together and launched the first flight to Ahmedabad. So the connectivity is very key from wherever whoever wants to come in. If you're going to tell them that, we want to make this into a destination, but then you need to shift 3 flights before you land here, nobody is interested. So that's something that the government could look at.
Thank you, Kishore. Before I again go back to the audience, I want to move to Supun. Supun, want to understand in terms of the current interest rates, because there's a financial side of things when it comes to this market. With the interest rates after the crisis, with what's happening in the global, pretty much the geopolitics, are you happy with the products that are available when it comes to the financial markets to support the industry? Because there was a point that when it comes to taking a loan, to finance, it has been a bit of a challenge. And of course, we experienced, like after the crisis, interest rates were above like 15%, 20%, even it went up to about 30% at one point. So how do you see the context? And are you happy as a developer who is a key stakeholder in the industry with the financial products that is available? Not to the developers, of course, that is one side, but in terms of the buyer's side to induce demand.
Yeah. I would talk about the project financing part. Post-crisis, yes, right now, for a long period, the construction industry and the development was called in the banking sector as a long-term stress. But last year, let's say they have taken out that, and now they are aggressively promoting loans for the end users, and they are very flexible. And the interest rates also they are giving at very attractive rates, and the period also they have increased to up to about 25 years of repayment, and most of the private banks are now with most of the developers, even at the construction stage, by signing a master agreement and a tripartite, they offer facilities. So in that context, right now it's very positive for end users, and if you can show your income and you have age, you can reap the benefits right now. But about the fluctuation of interest rates, I can't predict the future, but for the last year or so, it has been very calm and quiet. It rather went down than shifting up on the interest on loans. But interest on FDs are coming down. that is always better for us, for the industry. Then people take the money out because no point of keeping your money is in treasury bonds and bills or FDs. You have to take it out and invest in more lucrative areas. When it comes to lucrative areas, Sri Lanka has very few investment opportunities. Like you can go for stock market, which is high risk, or gold. We don't have gold trading here. Then you have to buy jewelry or property. So most of the people go for property due to that issue. So it's right now, interest-wise, bank loan-wise, if you're trying to take loans and all that, it's a very positive period for you to take loans and invest in projects. But I cannot predict the future. As you mentioned, the global scenarios, the new norm has become uncertainty. So we cannot plan for the long term, but gradually build and invest. So that's I missed out on one of your previous questions. You were asking about oversupply. Oversupply, I can't say whether there is oversupply right now in the market. It will all depend on the market activity. When all these projects complete, and at that time, if we have a lot of business activity going in the market in Sri Lanka, and tourism has boomed, and people are coming in and out of the country for business reasons, I don't think there will be an oversupply. But again, we have to see how the market will grow in the future.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you very much. Mario wanted to understand, given the geopolitical context, because Kishore spoke about how Dubai was made to Dubai what is today, and now with the Middle Eastern kind of instability, there's also a lot of buzz in Sri Lanka that, okay, we can, probably tap that market and attract some of the investments from there. But again, the regulatory changes or the barriers still remain. Because if you look at the Dubai labor force, it's quite an immigrant population, and the regulation is quite flexible. I'm sure there are a lot of even promotions happening in Sri Lanka, even to invest in Dubai. So in that context, how do you see as a developer, if you are serious about really tapping that market, is it a possibility? And what do we need to think about it? Because then that means because you spoke about the need for the people who are investing looking at a rental income, and there are multiple aspects now. The market has quite matured and evolved. If you are serious about it, how should we think about a framework? Whether it's, Virat spoke about the cost side, and Kishore spoke about the regulatory thing and the investor's point of view. How we should think about the framework if we were to capture the geopolitical tensions which is in the Middle East for Sri Lanka to thrive?
You see, if you analyze the Dubai market, 80% of their transactions in terms of real estate inventory is expats. One factor is none of them can ever be a resident of Dubai. Fact. But you will see other developing nations, there are different investment tools that lend to get citizenship or permanent residency. Either way. You see, Sri Lanka needs to look at three things. One is our stakeholders need to look at a common agenda. That's where the government, the private sector, right, and our small-term and long-term investors as well. Now, for example, when I said government strategy also needs to help us. Now, for example, when I look at foreign missions, we do a lot of road shows. We have our bases overseas as well. You need to be present there. Otherwise, you're not going to, coming and going will never sell. But, you see, to date, we have still not got proper support to look at Sri Lanka as an investment destination. It's the private sector that has been driving it. So that's one. The second thing is, we need to show them, like I told you before, we need to emphasize the 25% 4-year return, because otherwise there are enough more investment tools where they can park their money legitimately or illegitimately, it doesn't matter to them, but to get that return. The third and most important thing is we need to showcase what we have on offer on a permanent basis. We need to be in their site. Meta alone, when I say Meta, Facebook alone is not going to help us here. We need to look at a progressive way of taking ourselves to the market there. Yes, true, we are a resilient nation. We had a 30-year war, but still, development still happened. Dubai will also bounce back. Fact. But we have an opportunity to harness from them, because you must understand 80% of the investment that goes into Dubai is not from Dubai. It's from other nations. If you look at, Virat actually spoke about something. There are Sri Lankans who invest in Dubai. Why? Why are we letting our foreign currency go, our own foreign currency go overseas? That can be invested in Sri Lanka, but it has to be positioned properly. So you see, there are nations that we have not even touched. If you look at the European nations, the Eastern European nations, we have never gone there. But if you look at Dubai, 30% of the inventory offtake is actually from that region. So we need to have a concise strategy in terms of delivery. Because you see, we can't just go and, if there's, for example, just an example, a bank has a roadshow, we go, that doesn't work. You need to have a structure, and the government also needs to have a buy-in, which I think the government is right now looking at. And that's an easy way to bring in FDI into Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mario. Any questions from the audience before we go for final round? Yes, we have a question in the second row. Yes.
Hi, Mario. I'm with you, actually. We want to really position Sri Lanka as an investment destination. But then government sometimes, taking, some of the, different strategies which will not, help us. So as developers, why don't you collaborate and do a framework? So example, this recent renting, policy, which is not really workable as investors, everybody got panic. So, developers like Homelands, Prime Lands, and we have this 5 to 10 premium developers. In Dubai also the same, main few developers only makes the market stronger, and advise the government as well. So what is your strategy as collaborative mechanism?
Thanks. To be honest, we actually have an association, which is the Property Developers Association. Kishore also sits in that. I think Virat is also a member. So when this first the Parliament Act came, we actually lobbied as one. At that time, it was not us against our competitor or what, we stood as one. In the same way, we are actually setting up the framework for this. We are lobbying very hardly. I think Kishore is one of the forerunners in doing it with the other members as well. We're really trying to do it because you see, right now what we have seen is the private sector has been driving this right throughout for the past few years. I remember when I started real estate, the late HDA used to send me to Australia, to England. We were pioneers there. When we actually went there, nobody knew what investment in Sri Lanka was about because they were running away from Sri Lanka, right? But now it has reversed. The opportunity is there. We are seeing a lot of empty nesters wanting to come back to Sri Lanka, but we need to keep the status quo ready for them. And we need to have infrastructure in terms of, when I say infrastructure, it's not only the framework. We need to look at the banking sector, how we are going to, because we don't have cross-border financing still. It's a big bottleneck right now. But we as a developing association have lobbied with the private commercial banks. It was earlier 5 years, 7 years. Now you can actually go up to 10 years. But you see, if you're financing overseas, you can even go up to 20 years. So that's a mindset of theirs. So we are in the process. You see, change doesn't happen overnight. But I think, Kishore, you would agree we're in the correct direction?
Yeah. So let me actually elaborate on that. What you said is already there a decade back. I think it was Prime, Homelands, myself, Fairway. We all came in. As a founding board member of this particular Condominium Developers Association, we could actually say that we've achieved so many things as a group for the sector, not individual properties. So when the Rental Act came, we were the first to move in, and we actually were instrumental in doing this. When the investment visa things came, we were instrumental in doing it. Getting off quite a lot of regulatory things, we were instrumental. Last month we had a meeting with the governor. So it's been happening very quietly behind the scenes, but we don't really publish it on the platform. But what you exactly said is happening already, and I think all developers in this particular thing, like you said, the top 10, we have, I think, around 20, top 20, 25 people and do this. So I think it's happening, and it's been very effective, I should say.
Thank you, Kishore. Next, I think, any other questions from the audience before I move to Saminder? So, okay, we have one more question, but I'll ask the question, but I also have a question too. Saminder, we'll take both together.
Yeah, it's regarding marketing Sri Lanka as an attractive destination for investment. Now, I would say it might be advantageous if foreign brokering firms had an office in Sri Lanka or something like that. Because when we were living in Australia, I think there were international real estate brokering firms that had a strong presence in Australia, which I think head office may have been in the UK. Now, as experts in the real estate industry, do you think we should invite foreign real estate brokering firms to have office in Sri Lanka also, as well as having offices abroad in other countries?
Got it. Thank you very much. I'll pass the question.
Just quickly,
Yes.
it's already there. It's happening,
there.
so there's no point in discussing
Got
that.
it.
That's there.
Yes, Saminder, just wanted to ask now, from the sentiments that has been expressed, it seems lot is on your side, in the sense for the legal fraternity, where there are a lot of regulatory changes being discussed, change this, change that. So as a legal profession, as someone who has been in industry for a long time and who has a first-hand experience on the property and condominium market, how should we think about the structural changes and what legal reforms or like what changes that you recommend to do in the immediate term if we have the option to pretty much move the markets with the current context? And you can conclude your remarks, because I think we are running out of time with that question.
Mainly the present apartment ownership law, that is the law that governs the condominium industry. We are mostly talking about the regulatory part when the construction going on, and after that how the buildings are maintained, like that the management corporation, how runs the management corporation, how to govern the buildings and so and so. But however, for protecting investors, there is no, even not a paragraph or nothing in the apartment. There are only small sections saying that if the developer not complete the building by 18 months, that you can go to the regulator and you can complain. That's the only provision you have. That we have to have some more strength to the regulator also to govern this industry, as well as that we have to put some protection parts to the apartment owners. Those are the things. And we know in some countries you have escrow accounts. It's a compulsory. In the USA it is compulsory. Say that when you get money from the apartment buyers, that you have to put it to escrow account, and from the escrow account they are releasing only for constructions. That we have seen some construction stop or completely not doing anything. So that the earlier we mentioned that when the construction is coming up, you are not asking how do you build this thing. When they will collect the money and vanish, those things we have to stop. From the beginning of the construction, you have to put some, say, you have to have some developer registration system. Then you have to have some scoring system of the financial stability, and put it some protection on the apartment buyers. Maybe that we have to have some government intervention also on this. Now everything doing by the private sector, that mentioned by Mario and Trisho. So those things should be there.
Thank you very much, Samit. Thank you very much. Next, Subun, very briefly, I think there are three segments being discussed. One is people who want to buy for capital preservation, also people who want, buy for as a rental income, and also as a basically lifestyle. if you were to divide the market onto these three segments, how do you see the future? Because like countries like Sri Lanka, we also have, as you mentioned, the fixed deposit rates are quite volatile. It's low at one point, and stock market, it's quite challenging. I mean, it's riskier. How should we think about on those three segments, connecting with what this side of the panel spoke about, also attracting investments, and also on the local context, because that means your yield rates also need to be somewhat globally competitive, because someone, if you are really attracting someone from another country, those aspects has also to be considered. How should we think about a framework to wrap up our conversation?
I can talk about the current market situation, how these three categories are being invested. So I think vast majority invest in the capital appreciation as investment. Second would be rental income, and the minority factor will be lifestyle or buying to live. Especially when it comes to CBD, Central Business District, all these large and very luxurious projects coming up, vast majority buy as investment. So most of these buyers will have 5 to 10 apartments in several projects. So what they do is at the introductory price, they buy it a very good price, and with the appreciation, they go on a payment plan. And then when the project is ready for occupation, or when the documents are ready, like COC and the deeds are ready, they flip it. They sell it at a higher price and get their return on investment. So that's the majority of people right now in the market. And then it comes to a rental. Most of these rental investors will be buying the properties at a very later stage, especially when it comes closer to completion. So they buy it, keep it, and rent it, because as I mentioned to you earlier, the rental demand is increasing and at a very high rate right now. The third is the lifestyle, or people who are buying to live. That has becoming a minority because of the pricing factor. Because right now CBD prices are at a very steep level. Even though we are talking about investing and promoting Sri Lanka, one of the indexes recently came. It shows Colombo city as the most unaffordable city in the world. So we are at the start, but we have become unaffordable already in the world. So we have to find ways and means of curbing all this and addressing all these issues. I think the panel discussed a lot of areas how we can bring solutions and what are the problems that we are faced with. What I feel is like we need stability in this country. Like global, we cannot control certain things. Now this Middle Eastern war, we cannot control. But there are certain things as a country, as an island nation, which we have faced in the last 10 years, 15 years, which we could have prevented. So a lot of shocks in this market, which we have to stabilize to grow and develop on the long run, which we should do, and especially when it comes to governance also. Like masses, we keep on changing governments. A government will come after 5 years, we say, no, this is not the government that we want, we change it. So whether we are changing it with facts and figures and wisdom, or we are changing with our emotions. So we as a country should mature if we are looking at the development also. And so we need a stable governance in this country to move forward. And then we need open doors if we are to become another Dubai or Singapore. Singapore developed because they opened the doors mainly for China. So all the people who wanted to invest or do manufacturing in China set their bases in Singapore. That's how Singapore developed. And when it comes to Dubai, they open doors to Africa. All the precious metals coming into Dubai, and they open their doors to the Middle East, the GCC, and then to Europe. So that's how all the people started coming in. So we have to look at opening doors. The easiest is to open doors to India. We've been talking about EDCA for the last 10 or more years, and we have come to a conclusion in 2023 or 2024, but we have not actioned it. And we are talking about signing other agreements with India, about 7-8 agreements, and we have deprioritized EDCA, which is the main agreement. So we should open doors. And then we should have efficiency. Efficiency comes, like, for example, I'll tell you, ETA was passed in 2024, the Economic Transformation Act. And one of the main things in that ETA is to demolish BOI and bring another commission which has more teeth, more power, which even the investors will have one-stop shop. But we have enacted the act 2 years back, but we have not actioned. So we need more efficiency coming into the system, into government institutions, where we have to go to about 5 or 6 places or even more places to get the same approval being reconfirmed by several institutions. So we have to narrow it down and bring efficiency. And then if we want ROI, so we have to give ROI comparative to Dubai, a better ROI, or to Singapore, or even to that context, Vietnam, or these emerging markets. We have to look at that. So if you have, like we were talking about just now about the war and whether Dubai investors want to relocate to Sri Lanka, we can't look at these shortcuts. We have to look on the long run. If Trump announces, okay, the war is done, we have hit hard enough on Iran, tomorrow we are going to settle the war, people will go back to Dubai. So we can't run on those terms, whether we can bring the investors on Dubai to Sri Lanka. But we have to do all these policy changes, governance changes, and then look at the long run and develop this nation where we will prosper. If we don't do that, and if we are open for all these shocks every year or every other year, we are not going to go anywhere.
Thank you, Subud. Thank you very much. Mario, very briefly, there's another general question is about the delay in delivery of those projects. Could you shed some light on, as a developer's point of view, are there any bottlenecks that generally the end customer won't see which causes to the delays, if there's any? I'm not speaking about like on your particular company, but overall as an industry, what are the bottlenecks that when it comes to the delivery delays, why is it? Or what is the other side of the aisle doesn't see?
Well, I'll be very generic here. Because you see, as a developer, there are 4 things I see. First thing is, during the construction period, we don't have it because we have our own construction company, but I've seen the construction company keeping the developer to ransom. That is something I've seen very generic, across the board, and they want more. So now by that time, probably 70% of your inventory has been sold, right? How are you going to bridge that financial gap? That is one. Second thing is, what I have seen is high gearing ratios by developer. You should look at your financial prudency of making sure you understand the threshold your company can go in terms of a gearing ratio. Third thing is actually your supply chain. Your supply chain has to be precise and properly managed with your project management team, because project management is paramount of delivery. Because when you say project management, there is supply, there is delivery, there is execution, all that. And the last thing is, Sri Lanka experienced after the economic crisis a big drain in terms of labor. that we are still recovering from. I've seen that. I know that because we have our own construction company, there is a huge skill drain, which I presume should come back again. But we are having a big problem in terms of skilled labor migrating. That's the 4 things I have seen that the others, in terms of the purchaser, doesn't see. Those are the 4 things I've seen.
Thank you, Mario. Virat, now we spoke about 3 categories. People who want to preserve their wealth, want to rent income, which you spoke about, and at the same time who buys it for lifestyle. But according to Supun, it's mainly skewed towards people are basically want to preserve their wealth and kind of rental income. But ultimately, someone needs to live in that apartment, right? There has to be someone really has to occupy that. So where does that come from? And what's the importance of like having the economic growth and development when it comes to, running this industry?
Something I badly want to highlight here, just to give a full history of projects. Now, I would agree with Supun that, is that okay? I would agree with Supun that in the initial stage of a project, and Mari will also know this, people who come in are investors looking at getting that yield. However, what I've typically seen looking at our projects, again, this is with experience, looking at the ones over 20 years now, typically over time, those projects, the highest yield is at the very start of a project. After the first 4 or 5 years, it typically changes hands to the hands of the final holder of an apartment, somebody who decides to live in it as a residential purpose. This works out because by that time when the yield growth has slowed, which it typically does after the construction phase, the price will become relatively cheaper for customers looking purely at a residential purpose. This is what we've seen throughout most projects in the country after a 10 to 20 year window. This is how the market, even if it starts at these luxury levels, eventually does become affordable for that retail market, and that retail market really does matter. Dananath, where right now Colombo is to South Asia an extremely expensive city with extremely expensive land prices. Colombo is also the only city in Sri Lanka that's really seeing aggressive growth, with all the job opportunities in Sri Lanka and basically crowding around Colombo. For Colombo to grow long term, to sustain that growth and to become a hub for South Asia as a whole, developing Colombo will be essential. Part of that includes how we develop the housing. There's 2 points I would like to mention inside that. One, in terms of the 2 connected points, basically addressing the affordable housing thing mentioned earlier, and in terms of the retail buyer. For the larger market of retail buyers in Sri Lanka beyond luxury projects, the most essential component of real estate as a whole becomes location, which the essential component of that is transport. Now in Sri Lanka, we live in a country where most people above the higher middle class are required to have a vehicle. This is also easier for apartments because for apartments in Sri Lanka above 750 square feet, you are required to put a parking space for the apartment. What this basically means is, to our estimate, an additional 10 to 15% in the final cost of a unit alongside everything else when you include the land cost. At least around 10%, less depending on the size of the project. What I would suggest is, again, to, in the long term, make Colombo more livable, make apartments more reasonable for that retail buyer, is improvements in the site focus on transport. So that includes developing around transport circuits, and that includes the government developing Sri Lanka's public transport sector. I would also, and I think we've discussed this with Samin as well, strongly recommend that restriction on requiring car parking for an apartment at certain sizes be removed to increase the flexibility of the market to incorporate different lifestyles for different families.
Thank you, Virat. Thank you very much. Kishore, any final thoughts where we can position, and there was a geopolitical aspect that India also brings in, because we are located at a juncture where we really cannot forget about the neighbor, because that's a massive market which is growing up. If we are really serious about positioning and getting benefit of the current geopolitical kind of tension, Supun, is in the view that it's a shortcut because we have to think more long run, which is the right way to think about it. But again, in terms of positioning ourselves, how we should position, and if we were even to get a short run benefit out of what's going around the world, what we should do.
So I think what Supun said and what you said, I think everybody touched on the same point. But I would say the first thing that we need to look at, just because somebody is bad doesn't mean everybody will come to us. We need to be good to attract investments. There could be crisis in Dubai, but there could be 100 other markets which are attracting the same clientele. So we need to just make sure we are good enough to attract. So I think with that point, I think that should summarize everything else.
Thank you. I notice it's only your clip-on microphone is working. There's some connection with the sound engineers. Anyway, with that lighter note, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to wrap up our conversation. Please put your hands together to Kishore Reddy, Supun Fernando, Samin the Jayasekara, Virat the Alvis, and Mario Ofen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us. Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim friends who are celebrating Ramadan today. So I have an esteemed panel, and there's
residences with European standard fittings, energy efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
A modern, city-focused address, 224 stylish 2- and 3-bedroom residences. Nova Resort Apartments, Rajagiriya, a project by Homelands.
Hello, Mitra. තාම කොස්වත්ත නේද?
මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත
ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ.
මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තද? ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා.
තැනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න. අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න, Tamanගේම නිවස හිමි කරගන්න.
හෙලෝ මිත්‍ර. දැන් මොනවත්තේද?
ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක. එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක.
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Listen to the rhythm of the waves. Feel the calm in every breath. Architecture is inspired by the coastline, born from its nature. A design crafted not to stand apart, but to belong. Icon V, Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Introducing Sri Lanka's first oceanfront V-shaped apartment concept, ensuring every home enjoys a breathtaking sea view. Thoughtfully designed, 6 types of fully furnished apartments, 227 residences, 17 levels of elevated coastal living. Perfectly situated in front of the world-famous tourist destination, Rockpool Beach, Talpe. Step outside and wander through the historic streets of Gold Fort to the fresh fish market or paragliding experiences. The Southern Ocean is calling you to its golden beaches, turtle hatcheries, surf at sunrise, take a boat ride, whale watching, or enjoy a sea bath while watching the timeless grace of stilt fishermen. Here you don't just live by the ocean, you live where the ocean meets culture. Everything you need is within easy reach, with Icon V conveniently located close to Gold City. Live conveniently with the Southern Expressway, Pinnathua and Imathua interchanges, just a 20-minute drive from Icon V Talpe, and enjoy a 2-hour journey to Colombo International Airport from Icon V. Arrive through a refined entrance where every detail is designed to welcome you home. The reception lobby welcomes you into your own community. Modern and spacious lobby, a coffee shop, boutique store, and shared workspace and dining for everyday convenience. The sauna, cold bath, game room, and gymnasium offer the perfect balance of relaxation. Outside, a graceful concave pool. And children's play area await, completing a truly luxurious way of living. Reach the pinnacle of luxury living with a rooftop terrace. Enjoy a romantic dining experience in an exclusive setting. And an infinity pool for a truly complete experience. Celebrate everyday living with hotel-type facilities, elegant dining space, an ocean-facing living room, cozy bedrooms with balconies overlooking the sea, and carefully designed bathrooms that define luxury by the ocean. Icon V, delivers a 5-star hotel lifestyle with the comfort of home for homeowners and investors seeking effortless returns from the tourism industry. As the sun sets into the horizon, life feels complete. Icon V Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Call us on 070-669-899. Another magnificent project by Audelia Group.
Where sky, nature, and privacy meet. Sprawling garden homes that bring greenery to your doorstep. Penthouses that open out to light, air, and expansive views. Sweeping decks and sunlit rooms to make every day brighter. A pool, spa, theater, and sky lounge that crown the experience. Built on a legacy of over 7,800 homes across generations. Iconic Galaxy, are you ready to claim your horizon?
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo.
Everyone, good afternoon, gentlemen. So let's just dive right into the topic. In today's world, there are a lot of macro changes, and how Sri Lanka's real estate landscape has changed in the face of the macro changes in the global context as well as the local context. Let me turn to you, Professor Abiratna. Are we building for the population of the country? Are we building the right housing for the population? Or are we facing a housing shortage? What is your take on this?
Thanks. How long do I have to speak?
You can speak as long as you want, but keep it short.
And the whole panel discussion would be about
yes, yeah.
1.5 hours. Yes. Okay, right. Thanks, and thanks for the invite as well. Dorutu, I think we all know that the housing market and also the commercial advertisement that we saw earlier, and when you look at those things, it is not the kind of housing demand that we are catering right now. It's primarily coming from the upper class as well as from the foreign clients. So that's the housing market that we are catering to. But there is a lot of economics in it too. Let me elaborate the point that I want to get across. When we look at the development experience of the countries, when the population grows and when their income levels rises, and then we see a particular pattern of changes. What is that pattern? People move from, people get concentrated, number one, and they move from the rural areas to the urban sector. number one, and also they move from the traditional agriculture sector into modern industry and service sector. So that's what we have seen, and that's what we have experienced by looking at the statistics about structural changes in the economies. When you look at the Western countries, developed countries, you will see about 20% of people, less than that sometimes in some countries, live in rural areas, and 80% or even more in the urban sector. But you don't see that one happening in Sri Lanka. That's the point that I want to get across. We know that over the last 75 years, our population has tripled. And I think it was around 6 million at the time of independence, and now we have more than 21 million. So more than triple. And then, if you look at their distribution, physical, the location, spatial location of the country, you look at the census department's population census. And in the most recent one was 2024 publication, where you see, also it highlights, Sri Lankans like to live in rural areas because our rural population has hardly changed. And in fact, when you look at that one, you will see 78.5% of our people live in the rural sector. And if you look at the employment, also you see more than a quarter of our workforce is in agriculture sector. This is something against the world economic trends, world demographic trends. That's the point. And in fact, when you look at the China, I think everybody knows that over the last 25, 30 years, China has been the world's fastest growing economy. And China also had the problem that Chinese government recognized this in 2010 around that time. So after 2010, the government took policy measures to address this issue. Same issue. Too many people are in the rural sector, and too many people are farmers working in the agriculture sector. So if you do your Google search, you will find in 2014, as I remember, the government brought a plan, urban plan, called New Type Urbanization Plan. One of the objectives of this plan in 2014, one of the objectives of this plan was to move 100 million rural people to the urban sector. Urban sectors, the urban cities are located along the eastern coast of China. We also have the same problem, but we don't see it as a problem. China had the same problem, although the size is different, but China recognized it as a problem. So how come we are satisfied when we say that we have 78% of people live in rural areas? We actually, I think we are romanticizing this rural life much more than it used to be. Why this problem is there, one of the issues is actually housing, apartment, because you exactly to your question, the middle class and the local people cannot afford according to the prices. And why prices are so high? I read recently somewhere Sri Lanka is one of the countries in the world which has the highest housing prices in the cities. I think it is true. Why? Because our policies, our protectionist policies keep, even the apartment prices are so high because of these protectionist policies, and which made actually the middle class and the lower middle class, they cannot afford it, the housing in the urban sector, so they move more and more over the last 75 years into rural areas and clearing the jungles. And we also had policies to create rural housing programs. We didn't hear much about urban housing programs, and our industrialization has been weak. So these are the issues that we need to address at policy level. If you recognize this as a problem, what is the problem? Too many people are in the rural sector, also having many issues, development issues, and even having a conflict with wildlife, elephants, leopards, snakes, and they want to find jobs in the non-agriculture sector, but they can't because our industrialization has been weaker, so urbanization has been weaker, industrialization has been weaker, and apart from these two factors, the housing has become expensive, unaffordable to the middle class.
Thank you very much for setting the tone, Professor Abiratna. Let me turn to Mr. Mendes. Mr. Mendes, who is really driving the apartment sales or the demand today? Who are the end users? Is it purely for investment, or are the diaspora buying these?
I think I think earlier the presentation was very clear. It is the local high-end network, high individuals are buying it. Because when you look at it, 80% of the sales are driven by locally. Only 20% is diaspora investments, and then expats buying it. So there again, when you dissect it, you're looking at a range of Gen X, millennials, who has the bigger purses. Gen X is basically having retirement, bigger gratuity, EPF funds. They're looking at investments more than living purposes. Then the millennials are basically just driving in. They're looking at long-term prospects. For example, infrastructure, for schooling, we have this mentality where you want to send your kids to the popular school. Like if you basically look at, say, if you're to go to Royal College or Ananda or Nalanda, then those areas are getting more demand. So there are no lands to cater to that demand. So then the existing prices of the apartments which is already built will go up in price. And the Colombo demand is merely catered to the foreign workers who are coming mainly for port city investments. You see the rental returns going very high. That is because of that, for locals it's making very unaffordable to live in Colombo even on rent. Right? Because when you look at it, 2022, mid to 2022, the dollar was say 175 or 180, it doubled. So the apartment prices doubled, the rental that was basically granted also basically doubled. But the income that the households were getting didn't get double. So it was basically there. So it makes buying an apartment or renting an apartment in Colombo pretty expensive. So the demand for investment is there because you're looking at a retirement option. That is how the numbers show. Because you can't afford in terms of coming, looking at Gen Zs, they can't basically, they have the mentality of digital nomads. So wherever the digital, the networks are connected, they will work from anywhere. And they don't want to be bogged down in one place. So you're looking at the range of 30 to 60 age range, purchasing Colombo apartments and other apartments merely for investment based on the Gen X. The millennials are looking at the residential angle on long-term basis because they are looking at the time. Time is of essence. They are looking at shorter commuting times for them to take their children, do their work, because they have busy lifestyles. So the professionals in that millennium target only are looking at that category.
Let me turn to Mr. Yatila Vijayamana. Mr. Vijayamana, could you please unpack for the audience the buyer preferences of these apartments? What changes have you seen in recent years?
Firstly, I would like to thank Lanka Property Web for inviting me this evening to be part of this panel. Before I speak as a developer, I would firstly like to speak on as a human being. Housing is critical. Housing, in my opinion, it's definitely a human need. And in that context, we all have been there. A home, a house, it provides us with the security that we require. So from that standpoint, as a human being, I will now move from the perspective of a developer. I agree with the two other panelists on the platform that there is an inequality as far as the developments that are taking place and the target segment where the middle market is getting marginalized in owning a unit within Colombo. However, looking at it from that perspective, the penetration of the apartment industry in Colombo is still lower in comparison to many parts of developing countries and developed regions. So I think the apartment penetration has to take place, and we do also, on the other hand, provide an opportunity for the youth who are professionals who come in, aspiring to work in rapid growing cities, and then we shouldn't marginalize them out. But there are issues that we need to discuss later on. But the client segment, coming back to it, has changed. It has changed post-COVID, and before that the system has changed. Then, as mentioned before, there was also the situation with the currency, the economic situation. Construction cost has escalated. And I'm sure some of us are sitting here today wondering what's happening with the cost right now, which we are debating with the commitments we have all undertaken. So looking at it from that perspective, we came out with a concept a bit different because vertical living is critical. Vertical living is also generating a different perspective where they work from home. So we decided to embark 2 years ago into a different arm, which was largely to the tourist-driven areas where they can have a villa-based lifestyle as opposed to a lifestyle in the urban cities. But now I have realized with launching that it's actually complementing. So as mentioned, the buyer who is a high net worth buyer, their income brackets are definitely over $1 million to $1.5 million a month is their take home per individual. That is the bracket that is actually purchasing. So there are things that we can discuss that has changed in the last 3-4 years. So that is marginalizing. So I would leave it there, and then I hope I've answered what you were looking for.
This is a general question to the panel. This demand for apartments, we have heard over the years about, oversupply, then no supply, less supply. Is this a long-term shift, this demand in this country? You can start, Mr. Mendes.
I think it's a structural thing because you're looking at on a policy angle, you're looking at the urbanization to hit 70 to 80% in 2030, and then you're looking at 4 million tourist arrivals in 2030. So then where are we placing them? Like you need to have maximum efficiency on your land, what you're doing. It's not about a choice, it's a necessity going forward because we need to maximize the urbanization in terms of land. The apartment living is going to be there. So it's a structural thing, it's not a clinical thing where it's just a boom or whatever. It's a long-term process. So you're looking at, you can't basically put a apartment overnight. It takes time, at least minimum 3 to 4 years, you need to construct. So with that, the demand, you need to structure it in a way where it's affordable living. The government has to play a crucial role in terms of the land bank that they have, the partnerships that basically help in terms of lowering the apartment cost for the middle income range. It will be affordable for anybody looking at something like that. But having said that, we have to get over the mentality of living in apartment as well. I don't think 80% of the population is geared in terms of living in apartment, because we are used to grass. We say, okay, no, it is not for us. We need grass when we go home. Hardly you especially spend time cutting that grass. You don't see sunlight when you basically go in the morning. You don't see sunlight when you come in the evening. But still we want something to be our feet firmly be placed on the ground. So that mentality needs to be changed. If you are looking at urbanization, we're going to be closer to Colombo. That mentality needs to be changed. And you need to have ownership in terms of setting your mindset in terms of having to live in an apartment which is be convenient.
Yes, Professor, your thoughts on that?
Okay, I think the housing market here is lopsided, and the demand comes from different sectors, and the supply is catering to that sector, leaving the majority, the urban, the upper middle class and also the lower middle class behind. So there's nothing wrong with that, matching demand and supply, but the problems are created by many other factors outside. When a young couple get married and finding jobs, and so that they hardly, in this country, they hardly talk about buying an apartment. But in many other countries, they are talking about actually buying an apartment. Here, you also have that mentality part that you need to have 10 piece of land and then you need to build your own house, and that is actually encouraged also by our price structure, because building materials are so expensive. Why are they so expensive? Because they are highly taxed and import duties are applied. In fact, it affects the upper apartment projects as well, and you need to recover your investment within a shorter period of time. It affects tourism industry as well. If you are building a tourist hotel and you need to recover it within 10-20 year time period, and it affects the middle class housing problem as well, because people cannot talk about, even though they like to move into urban areas, they cannot afford an apartment. I'm not talking about only Colombo, I'm talking about all urban cities that have developed halfway throughout the country. I think those are the concentrating point, because the development is not going to be equal everywhere on the space. It concentrates in certain places for a number of reasons. And I know that many of you are here. You live in Colombo because you have to, you find your occupation, you find your skills and knowledge can be used only in this city. And that's why you are in urban. And many people in the rural areas, through education, they also find that requirement, but there is no incentive. I think that we need to create it through policies, providing, there are various ways the different countries have addressed these issues. Not only the big apartment construct, but also the other various kind of municipalities and housing societies, the central government and private sector, and they all build different types of houses which can be affordable to different income classes. But here what you see is only one type.
Thank you. And Mr. Vijayamana, your take on it?
Yeah, actually, adding from that, there is this disparity that has been created because of the economic downturns that we've experienced. So the young couple, like Professor mentioned, who's coming out, the income levels are low, and also the saving capacity in Sri Lanka is one of the lowest in comparison to even India. So for example, even if you go into a bank and you have your monthly income, and the banks generally are conservative in Sri Lanka, so the banks also require an equity down payment. So this down payment keeps getting lower and lower when the cost of living keeps escalating, because they are unable to save. So there is a social crux to this matter which has to be addressed on a macro level. Yes, definitely it has to be addressed on a macro level, but then also it has to be brought down in such a specific way to specifically speak to specific target markets. For example, satellite cities have to be created. You can't allow developers to move into areas and developments to take place when there is no social infrastructure to it. We have seen a number of cities, both locally and internationally, that have failed by trying to do such things when the social infrastructure is not there. So on a macro level, they need to identify certain specific districts, specific cities, and then move across and arrange satellite cities for those. And from the research that we have undertaken, I've identified that if you are 90 minutes from Colombo, travel time, that can be a turning point for these cities to be created. So the critical factor here is our railways and also the infrastructure. The expressways have to be speeded up, which we can see taking place. For example, even taking a step further, when it came to our projects, down South Belt, because of the expressway, it provides an opportunity for people to actually, who come to Colombo for 2 days to work, who will have an apartment in Colombo, but can have a villa facing the beach or closer to the beach with a private pool, at a marginal, at a certain price. So it's a complementary relationship. But then again, coming back, that's a different target segment again. So it's not the middle market, the urban, young professional who's coming out. So that is the addressing that on a macro level they need to do, identifying specific target markets.
That's an immediate progression to my next question to Professor Aberatna. This affordability issue for the middle income market, which is getting crunched from both ends, it's a very serious issue. And could you please unpack for us the importance of access to loans in this current context?
Yeah, that is one way of getting access to this housing or an apartment as a basic need as well. However, when we look at housing, is actually all over the world expensive thing, and you need to have a mortgage for 10, 20 years, and that's a normal thing everywhere in the world. But the prices vary depending on various factors. And so if you are going to look at an apartment, for a small house, yes, you can have 20-year loan for an average person. But again, you need to provide your collateral, you need to provide your down payment, and all these things, restrictions are there. There is no cheaper housing loans that much available in this country, restricting the affordability of people to cheaper housing. And also particularly in the apartment sector, and young people hardly think of having an apartment, buying an apartment, because even with the bank loan, they cannot afford it. And for a lifetime loan, they can have a house which is quite expensive too in the suburbs of Colombo. So that's the trend, that why people are gathering in the suburbs of Colombo, not within the city of Colombo. Colombo is not a residential city compared with many other countries. They are main cities. And when we go outside Colombo, the other part of the country, although there are emerging cities, and those cities lack many other infrastructure, social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, as well as industrialization. These things have actually limited our people moving into urban sector as well. And the other side of the story is now, when we have a quarter of people working in the rural sector and getting stuck in that low productive and low rewarding domestic agriculture sector, I don't think many of them have chosen that occupation. Okay, this is my preferable activity that I must perform for the rest of my life. No, that is not the reason. I think 90% of those people who are in the agriculture sector also just slip into those areas without having any opportunities outside that. And that's clearly elaborate the lack of industrialization, to absorb this rural population into urban sector. And if we, because only the banking loan cannot be separated in this area as well, because it should come along with many other things as well. Now, 25% of our workforce, if they are stuck in the agriculture sector, obviously they are not going to make good progress there as well. But they will just survive also with the support of the government, support of the taxpayers' money. But going beyond that is not possible for generations, and that's why even the 80% of our poor live in the rural sector, attached to the rural agriculture sector. So this is the problem that we see at macro level, and so that the getting access to housing and housing loans and banks, and that is, you cannot sort it out all alone by looking at the banks. You need to look at this overall picture, and then policies should be directed at there.
If I may ask you, like, what kind of progressive policies can be laid out in order to make it easier for them to access loans?
Yeah, I think many countries have, when the countries are growing fast, always the housing sector, construction sector becomes more expensive. And that's why there is also a concept called housing bubble. And that's a natural thing which we need to be aware of, which we need to have proper policies in place to handle that part. So since Sri Lanka has not been such a fast growing country many years, so that we haven't seen it yet, but if we are having a peaceful environment and better business environment, and I think there are many opportunities coming up in the coming years also. With that, if we are going to make a progress, then actually housing bubble will also build up in this country as well. But however, the policies that it requires is different from by looking at just allowing it to happen. What I want to stress is the policies that create cheaper housing programs by the government and by the other sectors. I'm not talking about financing it through the tax budget to taxpayers' money, but affordable level of housing programs should come up with. In fact, the private sector can also participate in these programs. The municipalities can do these things. The housing societies can do these things. So there are various models that can be applicable as they are implemented in many other countries to provide housing, because it's a basic need. You cannot leave out the people without houses. So that basic need has to be supported by a broader policy framework. In fact, the example that I quoted earlier, Chinese example, moving 100 million people from rural sector to the urban sector. Well, you can't do that here. The strategies may be different. China can do that, but you can't do that here. The strategies may be different, but the principle is the same. Why? Because China also had that problem of rising labor cost and without labor shortages for industries and so on. So we don't see that problem here because there is no industrialization. If there is fast-growing industrialization, you would see that it requires labor inputs, and that labor should be available in close proximity. Therefore, as China did, not only they built apartment complex for these rural people, but also all the living amenities, urban amenities, including schooling for their children and hospitals for them to go and houses for them to live and industries for them to work and all necessary urban amenities they created. So that's how you support. You don't ask people to come here, but you create opportunity so that people, young people particularly, they choose. We should not stay in this village, but we should move there. There we have our future.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Mendes, let me turn to you. Young professionals in the country, are they choosing to buy or rent property?
Well, like I think Professor mentioned, the access to the financing, if you look at the central bank condominium market survey, you have purchased from 80% of the apartments have been bought by people from their own money. Only 20% have been mortgaged. So there's a huge disparity with regard to access to, like Professor said, access to the financing. So then it becomes more cheaper, affordable to rent. But there again, the external pressures with regard to the rental market, where you see for tourism purposes, the Colombo condominiums have been rented out. Your rentals have basically shot up. So then you have only this suburban areas where you can afford. So it's a matter of the professionals also, they want to be closer to Colombo, but it becomes more expensive for them to afford. So the banks have to come up with a strategy with the developers to have a easier financing on a long term, mitigating their risk. Now, for example, a reason for people not to go with all the banks getting discouraged is because of this parat execution rights. It's very cumbersome for them to recover what they have given up. So then they are in a negative mindset whether to give loans on this. So these have to be mitigated having a systematic and simplified manner so that you have long-term access. Combining with the developers, in such a scenario, you have buyback options with the developer so that you don't have to look at the parat execution. So then you're making not even a professional, anybody, it's easier. At the same time, you can differentiate the pricing. If you're looking for commercial purposes, investment purposes, currently we are taxed with 18% VAT, 2.5% SSCL. If you're looking at your first investment, housing requirement, you can take that portion off if it is possible. And then with the land bank that the government is having, they can give concessions. Anybody developing a property like that, no taxes. The purchaser doesn't have to pay VAT and SSCL for that. So that it makes it much more affordable up to a certain extent on a long-term scale.
So, Mr. Mendes, have these been mooted to the relevant authorities or the banks or the sector?
It's like this. When you're looking at policy alternatives, you need to look. You can't look at in a condominium sector. You need, if the need is there for housing, the government should basically come up and differentiate those areas. You can't treat the condominium sector in a holistic level and say, no, we are taxing irrespective whether you are the first time owner or you are obviously investing. You can't have the same policies. You have to have a certain amount of differentiation if you are going to make it affordable for the general first time buyers or anybody who is basically having a housing need. So that needs to be brought up by the government. I mean, as a condominium developers association, we are part of that association. So we have lobbied when it was introduced for the first time, the 18% VAT, 2.5%, yes, we can afford. But the 18% VAT, when it was basically brought up, we lobbied not to do this because then it's going to be, the price will be borne by the end user. So, not that we have not done, but depending on the country situation, the fiscal requirements, you need to look at it in a broader way if you are to bring this down.
Thank you. Mr. Vijaymanan, we discussed about the affordability factor, which has left out certain segments of the society. to mitigate this, will there be different housing models? Like, do you expect it to come as we go on, like co-living, micro-units, rent-to-own, that type of models?
When it comes to micro-units and so on, I think it would definitely start taking place. It's just a matter of time. But also adding from the previous, I completely agree with the first-time buyer can be identified. Like I said, the policy.
Hello everyone. Before I give you another update on the statistics of today, a very small announcement. Even though we are removing some of the chairs, that does not mean the show is over. The show is still going on. Everyone, you can still go to all of these stalls that are available, speak to any of the representatives there. We are just removing the chairs for ease of access and ease of movement. And now with that, let me get back to the statistics. So now here you can see that the increase of virtual website viewers has gone to 12,759, and it's a drastic difference compared to yesterday, because yesterday most of our viewers came from India, and today almost all of our viewers are coming from Sri Lanka. So that doesn't mean that people around the globe aren't viewing in. They must be viewing on all our social medias, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Wherever you are watching live, you are also counted as one of our viewers. But this is our website viewers. So people who are visiting lankapropertyweb.com/events virtual and looking into all the properties that are available right there. So you can see here the active number of visitors right now is 1,227. More than 1K people interested in what's going on at this very moment. And with that, we'll be going to a bit of interviews afterwards after this very short commercial break.
Introducing Sri Lanka's #1 hotel residency developer, GHR.
And we are live to you once again from the Lanka Property Show here at Cinnamon Grand. So now we are here with one of our other stalls, Odelia Homes, and we are here with the Assistant General Manager of Sales and Marketing. So, dear sir, please do tell us at this event, what projects do you have to offer to all of these people here and to all the people watching online? We have an audience from many other countries watching right now. What do you have to say to them in terms of your projects?
Yeah, so when it comes to Odelia Residencies and Homes, actually, currently we have two tourist-based focus investment models. One is Panadura Oceanista, that's a service apartment. And then we have the Talpe, Icon V Talpe. That's the concept is a 5-star hotel plus residencies amalgamated together for the investment model as well as residence.
And you are targeting these into what types of audiences? Like, is there no specific segmented target audience, or is it open to everybody?
Yeah, actually, it's open to anyone who would like to invest, who would like to have the capacity to invest in a real estate project. So basically, as I told you, we are targeting the foreign market, the tourism based, because Talpe is going to be a 5-star hotel. So we are mainly targeting the expats or the Sri Lankan people. And the Sri Lankan people who are working in overseas countries. Whoever wants to invest with us, are most welcome.
A wonderful opportunity right here at the Lanka Property Show from Odelia Homes. So one final question before I let you go here today. What do you think about the Lanka Property Show? There are so many people coming here, first-time buyers, investors, people looking to get properties to rent them out. So from those, what do you think about this entire property show?
Yeah, so I think it's our first time in this show for the last 7 years. I think it's a good 10 years. So it's a good concept where the customer has it's like one-stop shop. You have everything here, including the financial assistance. So I think it's a good show for everyone, and especially for your segment on online based. It's I think very good.
All right, so you can go and visit them at lankapropertyweb.com/events/virtual. You can visit their property and their site and get more details right from them. Thank you so very much, and we are happy to have you here. Right, now we will be moving on to another segment, another partner of ours at this property show. We have covered many stalls in the past few days, going from developers to banks, so many things. And you can see right here at the property show, we have legal assistance. So if you are able to show up to the property show in real life, you can always come over here and get some legal advice. We have buyer and seller assistance if you are looking to get a property of yours sold, and you can advertise right here, get any information. So many people looking here and waiting here to get their inquiry set in. And now we're going to be talking to another one of our partners right here at the Lanka Property Show. And now we're moving to the Colombo Coffee Company, and we have a representative right here. Let's go talk to her. Right, so welcome to the Lanka Property Show. How have the last 2 days been?
It has been very exciting. We have been meeting very potential domestic market clients, and also we have been meeting the giants of the property development market here. And so it has been a great opportunity for Colombo Coffee Company.
Thank you so very much for being here. So I have a bit of questions to get an insight on Colombo Coffee Company and the target market that you have planned out, right? So one of my questions is, what representation is Colombo Coffee Company offering to the property developer market?
So Colombo Coffee Company has been known to be one of the coffee service providers for mostly B2B, business to business. But now, of course, we are also having a domestic range of coffee machines and coffee products. So that's how we are entering the property development market. So it's just not buying a property itself. We are trying to have the emotional connection of having your own coffee machine, having a cafe quality coffee every day at your home.
What a convenience to have right at your home. And now another question to you. What Colombo Coffee Company offers to the residents? Like you said, these machines, but can you go into a bit more detail about it?
Yes. So we are a 360-degree company where we offer not only the coffee machines and the coffee, they are also having a technical department where if you need any installation, demonstration, and after-sales services, we are here to provide that for you. So we are a 360-degree company. Anything that you want, we have it in-house, and I think it's only offered at Colombo Coffee Company at the moment.
Right, you have some wonderful energy when answering these questions. I think it's all the coffee right here. Definitely the coffee, right? And one final question to you. So what brands can Colombo Coffee Company offer to the residents?
So we have been the sole agents for Lavasa Coffee in Sri Lanka for over 10 years now. And we are also working with brands like Gajia, and also Ili is also now an agent. So they are a new addition to our portfolio last year. And we also have Solis, a brand new semi-automatic machine, which we brought in from last week from Italy. So we have a full range of domestic machines from high-class Italian premium products.
Amazing, amazing line of products you have here and partnerships as well. So one final question to you about the Lanka Property Show. How does it feel to be at an event like this, being a coffee company in the midst of all these developers, banks, and all these types of property conversations?
The atmosphere has been really amazing. You can feel the energy of all the potential buyers coming in, and also once they see the properties and they are like, oh, how can I connect the coffee here at Lanka Property? So it's a little bit of a different concept. We would like to step in. So and I just want to say thank you so much to Lanka Property Web for having us here, because it's a different concept and we feel very energized to be here and to also bring a little bit of a homely feeling to all these amazing properties that you have seen inside.
Everybody loves a home brewed coffee, and we are so happy to have you here. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for coming to the Lanka Property Show. We will see you right after. Yes, definitely. An honor to have you here as well. And now we are going back to the live segment with a bit of commercial breaks once again. Thank you so very much for tuning in to the Lanka Property Show wherever you are across the globe. Thank you, and I will see you in just a bit.
Professionals in the country, are they choosing to buy or rent property?
Well, like I think Professor mentioned, the access to the finance, if you look at the central bank condominium market survey, you have purchased from 80% of the apartments have been bought by people from their own money. Only 20% have been mortgaged. So there's a huge disparity with regard to access to, like Professor said, access to the financing. So then it becomes more cheaper, affordable to rent. But there again, the external pressures with regard to the rental market, where you see, for tourism purposes, the Colombo condominiums have been rented out. Your rentals have basically shot up. So then you have only the suburban areas where you can afford. So it's a matter of the professionals also, they want to be closer to Colombo, but it becomes more expensive for them to afford. So the banks have to come up with a strategy with the developers to have a easier financing on a stretched long term, mitigating their risk. For example, a reason for people not to go with all the banks getting discouraged is because of this Parat execution rights. It's very cumbersome for them to recover what they have given up. So then they are in a negative mindset whether to give loans on this. So these have to be mitigated having a systematic and simplified manner so that you have long-term access. Combining with the developers, in such a scenario, you have buyback options with the developer so that you don't have to look at the Parat execution. So then you're making not even a professional, anybody, it's easier. At the same time, you can differentiate the pricing. If you're looking for commercial purpose, investment purposes, currently we are taxed with 18% VAT, 2.5% SSCL. If you're looking at your first investment, housing requirement, you can take that portion off if it is possible. And then with the land bank that the government is having, they can give concessions. Anybody developing a property like that, no taxes. The purchaser doesn't have to pay VAT and SSCL for that. So that it makes it much more affordable up to a certain extent on a long-term scale.
So Mr. Mendes, have these been mooted to the relevant authorities or the banks or the sector?
It's like this. When you're looking at policy alternatives, you need to look, you can't look at in a condominium sector. You need, if the need is there for housing, the government should basically come up and differentiate those areas. You can't treat the condominium sector in a holistic level and say, no, we are taxing irrespective whether you are the first time owner or you are obviously investing, you can't have the same policies. You have to have a certain amount of differentiation if you are going to make it affordable for the general first time buyers or anybody who is basically having a housing need. So that needs to be brought up by the government. I mean, as a condominium developers association, we are part of that association. So we have lobbied when it was introduced for the first time, the 18% VAT, 2.5%, yes, we can afford. But the 18% VAT, when it was basically brought up, we lobbied not to do this because then it's going to be, the price will be borne by the end user. So, not that we have not done, but it, depending on the country situation, the fiscal requirements, you need to look at it in a broader way if you are to bring this down.
Thank you. Mr. Vijaymanan, we discussed about the affordability factor, which has left out certain segments of the society. To mitigate this, will there be different housing models? Like, do you expect it to come as we go on, like co-living, micro-units, rent-to-own, that type of models?
When it comes to micro-units and so on, I think it would definitely start taking place. It's just a matter of time. But also adding from the previous, I completely agree with the first-time buyer can be identified. Like I said, the policy aspect has to be brought into a specific target segments. So that's what I did mention previously, that the target segment can be first-time home buyers, young professionals, where the VAT can be removed. Because not only the VAT, everyone has to pay the 4% stamp duty on top. So anyone who's purchasing today has to pay 25% on top of what actually the developer puts out. So construction, housing is also the engine of growth in a country from one side, and also on the other hand, we have to provide the social justice, so where they are able to own. For example, in Singapore, the Central Provident Fund plays a critical role through and throughout, from arranging slums into 90+% urbanization. So these are examples that we can draw and systems we can bring in. And government banks especially can be the example that can be brought out to provide more home loan strategies to young professionals. But this has to be looked at it from an overall perspective, including the amount of land the government is holding right now. So for example, if you're going to live and you're going to rent throughout, a private developer would struggle in the present context to pay that price for the land and do the development and recover the funds with the present cost at the moment if you're only renting at the rent you're receiving right now. But then also on the other hand, if the government land banks can be brought out, the government doesn't need to get involved in actually building this. They can hand it over on proper procedures to private sector to do it. They will be willing, we are willing to come forward and do it. If they can provide a strategy along those lines, because this social injustice will come into effect later. And we are just on top of that entire matter. So these are aspects that needs to be considered from a macro perspective, but again, the target audience has to be identified.
Thank you. Mr. Mendes, are we simply building too many luxury apartments or properties and not enough affordable housing?
No, I think we need luxury. It's the target segment again, like Mr. Vijaymanan said. Like you're catering in Colombo, luxury apartments with all the amenities, to have a work-life balance. But the end users are not the required people who is looking for housing. It's purely done on the basis of catering to this tourism market or the expats who are coming, because only for them these luxury projects are affordable. So just to add on what Mr. Vijaymanan said, the micro apartment concept even if we bring, now we have basically launched a project in Colombo having this micro apartment concept. But then again, the policies of designing, the red tape that we have, for a micro apartment to be done in Colombo, you need to basically see that the traffic congestion to be lowered. You're selling a micro apartment on the pre-context that there is no parking requirement. But that is not the case. We need to provide one-to-one car parking. So when you add one-to-one car parking to a micro apartment, say one bedroom is say 500 square feet or whatever, the cost of having the structure done for one-to-one car parking is huge. So then the plot coverage needs to be improved in terms of having an efficient design. When you factor all this, it's going to cost you more, even if you do a micro apartment. So the policy, the regulators have to have a mechanism where you need to allow in highly urban areas, like in Colombo, to have say 3-to-1 car parking, something like that. So then you're bringing down the overall cost structure down for apartment, which becomes affordable for any buyer. So these are the aspects that you need to look at going forward.
Thank you. Professor Aberatna, what are the changes that are needed in Sri Lanka to make sustainable housing and more accessible for all these sectors for property?
There are a couple of things that we need to focus on. Number one, and as I said before, the housing industry has become quite expensive because of our protectionist policies. So the import duties can be lowered to a great extent, to my understanding, because these are basic needs. Another area would be the food and drinks, and food, shelter, these are basic needs. And if you are going to import taxes and other license requirements and all these things, actually you are penalizing mostly the poor, not the affluent class. So if we want to allow people to have easy access to the housing, I think number one thing, immediate thing that we can do is reduce the taxes on it, and then remove the restrictions. And that will also benefit the apartment sector, the condominiums as well.
Hello and welcome back to the Lanka Property Show. Once again, we are coming to you live here from Cinnamon Grand for another interview. But this time, it won't be me conducting it. We'll be having our Tamil spokesman conduct this interview. So, Sharma, over to you.
Thank you, Ashton. 2026 லங்கா ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ஷோ மிகவும் பிரம்மாண்டமாக முறையில் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்க இந்த தருணத்தில் எங்களோட முதலாக நீங்கள் இணைஞ்சிருக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ உங்களுடைய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் என்ன மாதிரி இருந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்லி எங்களோட ஆடியன்ஸுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஷேர் பண்ண முடியுமா?
கண்டிப்பாக. ஸோ இதுதான் எங்களோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் நாங்கள் லங்கா ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியோட செய்கிறது. ரொம்ப நல்ல எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸாக இருந்தது. நிறைய பேரை மீட் பண்ண கிடைச்சிச்சு. அண்ட் நிறைய கஸ்டமர்ஸோட டிஃப்ரெண்ட் ஒப்பீனியன்ஸ் எங்களுக்கு பார்க்கக்கூடிய மாதிரி இருந்தது.
ஐலண்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருந்தாங்க. ஸோ அவங்களோட ரிக்வயர்மெண்ட்ஸ் என்னென்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கொள்ள முடிஞ்சது. ஸோ இப்போ இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இப்போ கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் நல்லா வளர்ந்துட்டு வருது. ஸோ இப்போ இந்த ஷோவை லங்கா ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி நல்லா ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க. நல்ல வெல் ஆர்கனைஸ்டுமே.
ஸோ தேங்க்யூ.
ஸோ எங்களுக்கு இன்னொரு கேள்வி இருக்குது. ஸோ நான் காணக்கூடியதாக இருந்துச்சு இங்கே உங்களோட நிறைய கஸ்டமர்ஸ் வந்து நிறைய விஷயங்கள் நீங்கள் அவங்களுக்கு ஷேர் பண்ணி கொண்டு இருந்தீங்க. ஸோ உங்களோட இண்டஸ்ட்ரி என்ன மாதிரி, உங்களோட எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் என்ன மாதிரின்னு சொல்லி நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் எங்களோட ஆடியன்ஸுக்கும் கொஞ்சம் ஷேர் பண்ண முடியும்?
ஸோ எங்களோட கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் வந்து நாங்கள் இப்போ 23 இயர்ஸாக செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ இது எங்களோட 23rd ப்ராஜெக்ட். ஸோ இது வந்து எங்கே வருது அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் அல்ஃப்ரட் பிளேஸ் கொல்லுப்பிட்டியில் வருது, ரைட் நெக்ஸ்ட் டு டேர்டன் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல். ஸோ நல்ல லொக்கேஷன், கிட்டத்தட்ட 11 மாடி வருது அண்ட் டோட்டல் யூனிட்ஸ் வந்து 25. நல்ல லொக்கேஷன், நீங்கள் ஸ்கூல் ஸ்டடீஸ் அண்ட் டியூஷன் எல்லாமே பக்கத்தில், ப்ரைம் லொக்கேஷன். அண்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங் ப்ரைஸ் வந்து 68.7 மில்லியன்லேருந்து வருது. அதை விட வந்து பெரிய வீடும் இருக்குது. அதாவது வந்து இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எங்கள்கிட்ட 3 பெட்ரூம்லேயே வந்து 5 சைஸஸ் வருது. ஸோ நீங்கள் உங்களோட பட்ஜெட்டுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி நீங்கள் வாங்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்கும். நல்ல லொக்கேஷன். ஸோ இன்னும் 3 ஹவர்ஸ் இருக்குது, 8 o'clock வரைக்கும் உங்களுக்கு சான்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ நீங்கள் மறக்காமல் வந்தீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் எங்களோட கைடன்ஸ் உங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும். ஸோ மறக்காமல் வந்துடுங்க.
தேங்க்யூ.
ஸோ லங்கா ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி சார்பாக எங்கள்கிட்ட மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்கள் உங்களோட பிஸ்னஸ் இன்னும் மென்மேலும் முன்னேறதுக்கு. நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ. ஸோ நவ் ஐ ஹேண்ட் இட் ஓவர் டு ஆஸ்டன்.
Thank you so very much, Sharma. And now you have seen once again another wonderful property as well. Now we will be going back into another commercial break. We are getting closer and closer until the Lanka Property Show ends, but don't count it over just yet. We have a lot more in store with us. So just go visit our website or visit us here at Cinnamon Grand Colombo. And with that, I will leave you for just a bit.
Development policy as well. So the second thing, urban-based industrialization and service sector development, this has to be the focus, main focus. Now, when you look at our peoples, about 2.2 million people in this country out of 8.5 million in agriculture sector. So that is too much if you look at the many other countries. I always quote the experience of the Netherlands. Why Netherlands? Because Netherlands is a smaller country, smaller than Sri Lanka, only 17 million population. Out of 17 million, 10 million people are in the workforce. And right there is also a question that why in a country with 17 million people, 10 million are in the workforce, but in a country with 22 million people, why only 8.5 million are in the workforce? And there are some other issues if you go along that line. So then, Netherlands, if you check its agriculture side, it is the second largest agriculture exporter in the world today, after USA. And all these land-abundant countries are out. They come after Netherlands. And the next point is, this miracle is being done only by 200,000 farmers. Whereas, in this country, our food production is not enough even for us. If you exclude the plantation sector, and there are 2.2 million people are there engaging in small-scale farming. So the main problem there is too many people produce too little on too small farm plots. So they cannot have a progress. From generation to generation, they remain there. Lack of urbanization and lack of industrialization result in that this excess population cannot be absorbed from the rural sector to the urban sector, providing better incomes. So these are the long-term development planning that will support the housing, affordable housing to the middle class as well.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Mendes, we are witnessing a changing buyer needs, such as smart homes and lifestyle features. How are you as developers adapting to this?
Well, we play in a different segment. We basically provide hotel residency concept, where the trend currently, when you're looking at the Gen Z, they don't like I said earlier, they don't like to be bogged down in one place. So they are looking at multiple places to be on rent or to invest in different areas where they feel they can be better equipped. For example, most of the Gen Zs are on creativity side. They are like digital nomads, like I said. So wherever the connectivity is there, faster internet for them, they prefer beachside properties, the hill country, or the nature. So you have the flexibility of going. So those are the needs that will be there in time to come. And we give them the opportunity of selecting one property, but they have the chance of shifting those credits to multiple properties. So the looking at the demand, the lifestyle balances of the generation to come in terms of purchasing, you're looking at minimum time. You're maximizing your time that is there, professionals or anybody. All the apartments which are being developed currently have the facilities in terms of facilitating that. You don't have to go anywhere else for that. The cinemas to the gyms to yoga centers, you name it, all the premises are there. Those are the demands that are there. Even investing on an apartment, you look at what are the common amenities that will be there. Having said that, having all those common amenities have a price. So there again, it's a chicken and egg situation. You have all the luxuries coming in. For a developer, those are common amenities. The service maintenance of that also goes up. So then again, even if you basically buy your service related stuff for the common area management is high. So then there again, the demand, having said that, the demand for that in terms of the common amenities are there. It has become not a luxury, it's a necessity, because all the apartments will have the same common amenities and the luxury features to be competing with each other and to have the same playing field for everybody. So in time to come, it becomes not a luxury, a necessity for all these projects which are coming to have the luxury amenities.
Thank you. Mr. Vijayman, we are also witnessing global trends such as mixed use and build to rent. Will these become popular in Sri Lanka in time to come?
Actually, it's already very popular. We've just, in the last 18 months, we are actually going to launch our 4th development, especially catering to this segment. Because even recently, the government also forwarded a policy saying that foreigners who are bringing $2,000 a month are entitled for 1 year visas. So which is happening right across. So what we do is we do these developments in specific areas where you're supported by the local infrastructure. For example, the restaurants, the lifestyles which are not only within the development but which are outside the development. So for example, certain pockets in the southern belt, you're looking at 300-400 choices for restaurants. So people like to spend time in those areas. So what they do is they tend to purchase those units and they would hand it over for us to manage it for them when they are not using it. So maybe 2 nights they will spend in Colombo and maybe 3-4 nights they'll spend in one of these developments. So we will structure it accordingly. So they spend more time, then they spend time outside, they spend a bit more time with their family on the weekends there, but they also get a rental yield. And then due to the increment in the number of tourists that are coming in, and especially patronizing the southern belt heavily and certain other pockets within the country, they are spending they're spending a lot of time there. So as a result of it, the rental yields and all that are heavily going up, which encourages them to purchase those units because their ROI becomes faster.
Is this similar to timeshare?
It's not a timeshare model as such, but you will have a freehold ownership of the property for yourself, but they will enter into a management contract along with our hospitality arm for us to operate the development for them. And then we'll share that revenue to them end of each month. So it's a very transparent model. So they prefer that sort of a model, and they can at any given time use it if they have informed us in advance. However, if otherwise, they will still be coming into the development. They find that more attractive at the moment.
Mr. Mendes, you mentioned about digital nomads and nomads in general, and recently the government relaxed some regulations for them. I suppose they have a special visa, and I think they are also looking to relax regulations about repatriating funds overseas, because digital nomads can be local as well as foreign. And I also heard, just as a side comment, I also heard that many digital nomads in the country, like those software engineers predominantly, they earn in dollars and they have no way of spending it, so they go to Singapore and they spend it on a weekend and they return because of these tax issues and things like that. So now with this relaxation of the visa and the potential relaxations of funds being repatriated, would you be seeing increase in your type of property demand?
Yeah, we are already seeing a lot of interest with regard to, if you look at the tourist arrivals, less than, I think, 30% of the tourist arrival to Sri Lanka is less than 30 years. So that you basically fall into that category where they can work from anywhere. So the hotel resident, like I think Mr. Vijayman also said, we are pre-launching our 7th hotel residency project today. So we have diversified our interest into hotel residency because we cater to that market where they can, if they want, they can purchase it and then rent it out, and not, for example, if you buy a property in Hikkaduwa, you don't have to wait there if you get bogged down. We have other properties in Sigiriya and then Negombo. You can transfer the credits and spend there 1 week in Sigiriya, 1 week in Negombo, 1 week in Aurelia. So you can travel. So you need to give that flexibility for them so that they will earn when they purchase it. At the same time, they can experience other destinations without being bogged down to the place that they have bought. So that is kind of flexibility and the innovation that we can give them, because they are not going to, I mean, it'll be boring for them to spend their entire life in a beachfront apartment. So when you have the flexibility of routing it through anywhere where you transfer your credits and then you go, you don't have to own properties in every destination. So you can basically transfer the credits and then you can enjoy your lifestyle and then come back to the original place that you started at. So these are the trends that will be there in terms of focusing on the digital nomads that I was talking about, where they are connected through the net. It's not only locals. You're looking at the foreign nationals also. Like, for example, we get most of the tourist arrivals from India, UK, Russia, and then Chinese tourists. So these are the type of people who will be coming, and they are connected wherever. They love the beach, and the time zone that we are placed makes it easier for them to do both worlds, because they can enjoy the sun, they can enjoy the scenery, they can enjoy the wildlife, at the same time go back to their places and then start working. So that is the connectivity that we can give in terms of catering to that market segment.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those insights. But before you go, I have a final question for all three panelists. If you look into your crystal ball, let me start with Professor Aberatna. If you look at your crystal ball, how would you see Sri Lanka's housing market in another 4 years?
There are a couple of changes taking place even right now globally. I think we should prepare for those things as well. And even the Gulf crisis will create some opportunities, although there are challenges. it will create some opportunities, so that we need to prepare for that as well. What are these new ways of looking at these things? In fact, the sustainable housing is coming to play, and rather than this modern, the current modern housing construction patterns are now changing, because Sri Lanka is a country which is vulnerable to the natural disasters and climate change. It is already confirmed factor. And so the housing is also now getting this, not only the affordability character, but also the sustainability character. And those things are innovative things that we need to look at in the future. There are challenges as well, because we divide this construction industry, we put it as a non-tradable sector, if I use an economic jargon. And then we have tradable sectors and non-tradable sectors. They cannot survive on their own. That means there should be complementarity. If the construction industry is booming without a progress in any other area, agriculture industry, that is not going to last that long. I think we also have an experience about that during the last 10 years or so. We had a remarkable construction boom, which actually which resulted in a vulnerability of this economy to external shocks as we experienced in 2022. So the construction industry in general cannot survive on its own. It should go along with other industries as well. Right now, at the moment, why there is a high demand? Because of this foreign demand, because of tourism. However, again, the over-dependent on tourism is also a dangerous thing, because it's a highly sensitive industry, sensitive to security conditions, sensitive to health conditions. Suddenly, if there is a change, if you are over-dependent on it, and then the challenges are quite going to be dangerous. So the balanced approach to economic growth is also necessary, and construction is not going to make a big contribution. Construction itself is a contribution to GDP, but it's not going to last if those construction activities are not connected with other industry services and agriculture sectors, so that balance and interconnectivity, those are important in policy making in the coming years.
Thank you. And Mr. Mendes, your take on it?
I think totally agree with Professor Veratna, because you need to have structure going forward in terms of policies that the market will have. The demand is there. How you manage that demand on long term in terms of the government support and the policy makers there need to address these issues and give support to developers to have a balanced portfolio for the tourism sector as well as the housing general sector. You need to have policies and structured and give lowering the cost down in terms of sustainable developments and a minimalist luxury. You need to balance all that to have a sustainable pricing and affordability going forward.
Thank you. And Mr. Vijay, what do you think? How do you think Sri Lanka will see the housing market in 4 years?
Actually, at the outset of the discussion today, it was what is available in the market right now and what we as developers are bringing out. And then on the other hand, the urban middle class being marginalized. So looking at this, it's like Leonardo da Vinci trying to never finish the Mona Lisa because he wanted to draw the perfect, paint the perfect smile, which he never was able to do for 13 years. So in my opinion, with the Gulf crisis taking place, different security concerns that are coming, we should attract those investors in by providing them opportunities and easy access to come in to purchase the units that are already in the market. Whilst they are moving into that, then you can probably arrange systems where those funds can be brought in to provide better housing and affordability to the marginalized. So these are the kind of dynamic policy shifts that need to take place. So in that sense, when the policy framework changes, the UDA and the relevant authorities need to change those because it's very dynamic. It can't take 2 years and discussions because in 2 years the whole context can change. So how do we bring that about? Yes, you provide from this end for the investors to come in, give them the security. I recently read an article yesterday how Thailand is progressing heavily by trying to attract those investors to come into their luxury developments. So on the other hand, you can utilize those taxes and extra stamp duty or the revenue that the government is generating to provide housing for the marginalized young professionals to come in by opening. So the policy framework has to look at revenue from one end and then transfer it for social justice. So I think that is the kind of angle that one needs to. It will never find a proper equilibrium, but it can at least bring some balance to the inequality that is there right now.
Thank you very much for that insightful panel discussion and giving time for us on a not so busy Saturday, hopefully, for all of you. Thank you very much for joining us, the rest of you, and have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever. A modern, city-focused address, 224 stylish 2- and 3-bedroom residences. Nova Resort Apartments, Rajagiriya, a project by Homelands.
හලෝ මිත්‍ර. තාම කොස්වත්තේ නේද?
මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත
ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ.
මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තද? ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා.
තැනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න. අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න. Tamanගේම නිවසක් හිමි කරගන්න.
හලෝ මිත්‍ර. දැන් මොනවත්තේද?
ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක. එන්නකො වෙලාවක.
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Listen to the rhythm of the waves. Feel the calm in every breath. Architecture is inspired by the coastline, born from its nature. A design crafted not to stand apart, but to belong. Icon V, Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Introducing Introducing Sri Lanka's first oceanfront V-shaped apartment concept, ensuring every home enjoys a breathtaking sea view. Thoughtfully designed, 6 types of fully furnished apartments, 227 residences, 17 levels of elevated coastal living. Perfectly situated in front of the world-famous tourist destination, Rockpool Beach, Talpe. Step outside and wander through the historic streets of Golfort to the fresh fish market or paragliding experiences. The Southern Ocean is calling you to its golden beaches, turtle hatcheries, surf at sunrise, take a boat ride, whale watching, or enjoy a sea bath while watching the timeless grace of stilt fishermen. Here you don't just live by the ocean, you live where the ocean meets culture. Everything you need is within easy reach, with Icon V conveniently located close to Gold City. Live conveniently with the Southern Expressway, Pinnathua and Imathua interchanges, just a 20-minute drive from Icon V Talpe, and enjoy a 2-hour journey to Colombo International Airport from Icon V. Arrive through a refined entrance where every detail is designed to welcome you home. The reception lobby welcomes you into your own community. Modern and spacious lobby, a coffee shop, boutique store, and shared workspace and dining for everyday convenience. The sauna, cold bath, game room, and gymnasium offer the perfect balance of relaxation. Outside, a graceful concave pool and children's play area await, completing a truly luxurious way of living. Reach the pinnacle of luxury living with a rooftop terrace. Enjoy a romantic dining experience in an exclusive setting and an infinity pool for a truly complete experience. Celebrate everyday living with hotel-type facilities, elegant dining space, an ocean-facing living room, cozy bedrooms with balconies overlooking the sea, and carefully designed bathrooms that define luxury by the ocean. Icon V delivers a 5-star hotel lifestyle with the comfort of home for homeowners and investors seeking effortless returns from the tourism industry. As the sun sets into the horizon, life feels complete. Icon V Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Call us on 070-669-899. Another magnificent project by Audelia Group.
මිස් ශාන්ති
නෝන කාවත් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මම නිහාරිකාගේ යාළුවෙක් කියන්න.
ඒ දරුවට එන්න කියන්න. ඔය දරුවා කවුද?
මිස්ගේ පොත් කියවන්න මට පුරුදු කළේ අපේ අම්මා. නිහාරිකාගේ වගේ මටත් හිටියේ අම්මා විතරයි. මේකේ දෙවෙනි කොටස එනකම් මං අවුරුදු ගාණක් බලන් හිටියා.
අසනීපෙද්දිත් භාගයක් ලියලා.
ඒ පොත එනකම් මම වගේ තව දහස් ගාණක් බලාගෙන ඇති.
කතාව හිතේ තියෙනවා. ලියන්න අත කීකරු නෑ.
පොතක් ලියන්න හිතක් තිබ්බම ඇති. මම මිස්ට අතක් වෙන්නම්.
සුහද හදක් කියන්නේ අභියෝග ඉක්මවා යන්නට ලැබෙන ශක්තියක්. සෙලාන් බැංකුව සුහද හදක් ඇති දේශීය බැංකුව.
A rare address where sky, nature and privacy meet. Sprawling garden homes that bring greenery to your doorstep. Penthouses that open out to light, air and expansive views. Sweeping decks and sunlit rooms to make every day brighter. A pool, spa, theatre and sky lounge that crown the experience. Built on a legacy of over 7,800 homes across generations. Iconic Galaxy, are you ready to claim your horizon?
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media.
Good morning, sir. How do you like your money in the morning?
Printed.
How about you, ma'am?
Digital.
Introducing The Morning Money. The best weekly analysis of all money matters every Friday. Subscribe today.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our seventh luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
Zen-inspired architecture and endless paddy views for balanced, serene living. Serene Heights Resort Apartments, Talawattagoda. A project by Homelands.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media. With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media.
Good morning, sir. How do you like your money in the morning?
Printed.
How about you, ma'am?
Digital.
Introducing The Morning Money, the best weekly analysis of all money matters, every Friday. Subscribe today.
Sri Lanka's first luxury beach resort apartment and villas, consisting of 3 towers, the 321 resort-style apartments and 91 villas. Have a taste of an endless experience with Ocean Beach Resort Apartments and Villas, Valdua. Experience oceanfront luxury resort living. Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
At Thunmala Handia, something extraordinary rises. Sri Lanka's first cantilevered sky pool, dining in the clouds, a 5-star floating restaurant, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments. Come experience it for yourself. Pentara Residencies, Thunmala Handia, the address in Colombo. A project by Homelands.
ஹலோ சிவா இன்னும் மாளிகாவத்தையிலையா
இல்ல குமார், அதுக்கு பிறகு பஞ்சிகாவத்தை, எட்டியாவத்தை, அலுத்மாவத்தை
பிரைவேட் பஸ் மாதிரி சொல்ற.
இந்த மாசம் பிளவத்தைக்கு வீடு மாறுறோம்.
இடத்துக்கு இடம் வாடகைக்கு வீடு மாறும் கஷ்டத்திலிருந்து விடுபடுங்கள். மிக குறைந்த வட்டியில் வீட்டுக் கடனை பெற்று உங்களுக்கு என்று ஒரு வீட்டை சொந்தமாக்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள்.
இப்ப எந்த வத்தையில?
வெள்ளவத்தையில என்னோட சொந்த வீடு கட்டாயம் வா.
வீட்டுக் கடன் கமர்ஷியல் வங்கியிடமிருந்து.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna. Inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever. Sri Lanka's first luxury beach resort apartment and villas, consisting of 3 towers, of 321 resort-style apartments and 91 villas.
Have a taste of an endless experience with Ocean Beach Resort Apartments and Villas, Vagdua. Experience oceanfront luxury resort living.
හලෝ මිත්‍ර තාම කොස්වත්තේ නේද මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තද ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා
තැනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න Tamanගේම නිවසක් හිමි කරගන්න
හලෝ මිත්‍ර දැන් මොනවත්තේද ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air-conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow.
Hello and welcome back to the Lanka Property Show live from Cinnamon Grand, and we are here at day 2. And now I'm here with the managing director of Lanka Property Web, the company that has brought you this amazing, wonderful show, the Lanka Property Show. So, Mr. Dham Gunaratha, please do give me an insight as to the Lanka Property Show, the history of it, and what is to come in terms of this wonderful real estate event.
So, first of all, thank you for having me for this interview. So a brief history about the Lanka Property Show. This is the 10th edition. We started in 2017. The idea was to bring everyone together. So that kind of concept wasn't really there in Sri Lanka, where you would have all the developers, the banks, legal, and all the kind of supporting services in one place. On a weekend, so then everyone's free and then they can kind of come, what are the latest projects, compare them, and also getting insights into the market, expert kind of panels and presentations, that kind of thing. So we wanted to bring everyone together, buyers, sellers, experts, banks into one place for 2 days for the year. That's how the Lanka Property Show was born. And we are now the largest property show in Sri Lanka, the oldest running, and it's kind of transformed itself into a more kind of a flagship real estate event. So it's an event for real estate that you would look forward for the year. So I think I'm glad that we could bring everything together, everyone together, and happy that people are kind of coming here, finding the properties. And throughout we've seen a lot of sales being happening, and I'm happy to say even this year there are many kind of confirmed sales and many potential more than that happening, despite all these kind of issues that we've had in the last few days, weeks. It's kind of really kind of good to know that people are actually still coming and looking for properties, and coming to shows. And first of all, I'd love to thank the exhibitors as well. Despite all these things, they've come to the show. They've been here for the last 2 days. So thanking the exhibitors and also our visitors for coming here. And what we wanted from the Lanka Property Show, I think we are seeing it here, everyone together in one place. So I think 10th edition, I think we have achieved what we wanted to do.
So thank you so much for keeping this Lanka Property Show, letting everybody get into insights of all of these types of things, developers, banks, everything related to real estate. And one final question before I let you go. We have multiple of overseas audiences watching from different sorts of countries, visiting the website, going to see these projects. So what do you think about that type of an audience tuning in to Sri Lanka's real estate market?
We've always seen that the overseas expat market mainly has a lot of interest in Sri Lankan real estate. They have been investing as maybe a second home or as an investment, because when you compare with the USD amounts, their foreign currencies, I think Colombo is one of the cheapest per square foot in the region. Our research shows that if you take the region like Mumbai, Bangkok, Singapore, we are the cheapest in terms of per square foot. So that's a really good investment opportunity. We've seen a lot of really high growth previously, maybe even 100% growth in terms of the values previously. Still the growth is there. So you get a really good value for your money. Beachfront properties, the uber luxury, something that, you can't buy somewhere in another country, really prominent prime real estate. So we've normally had about 1/3 of our visitors have been from overseas. So even during this event, we've seen that. In addition, every day we see at least 1/3 coming to our site looking for properties. So it's a good market to tap into, and we have given that option to all the exhibitors here through our virtual show. So the virtual show was born during COVID because we couldn't have physical shows. Then once the restrictions were lifted, we thought, why not have that as well, combine both together, and we have best of the both. So if you can't visit the show, you can join virtually, and you can see what's happening here, and you can also contact developers. And this year we have introduced live chat, so they can chat in real time with someone at the stall here. So we want to kind of take it forward next year and have a kind of very professional program in terms of different items, maybe certain programs specifically for virtual as well, showing Sri Lankan kind of real estate, maybe have some videos for them. So I think that's what we want to do for the global audience, and it's great that they are coming for this show virtually and visiting. Yeah.
The Lanka Property Show 2026 has been a massive success, thanks to Lanka Property Web and Mr. Daham right here. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. And with that, we'll be going back to the live segment at the commercial breaks, and I will see you later.
A modern, city-focused address. 224 stylish 2 and 3 bedroom residences. Nova Resort Apartments, Rajagiriya, a project by Homelands.
හලෝ මිත්‍ර තාම කොස්වත්තේ නේද?
මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත
ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ.
මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තට ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා.
තැනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න. අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාස ණයක් අරගන්න. Tamanගේම නිවසක් හිමි කරගන්න.
හලෝ මිත්‍ර දැන් මොනවත්තේද?
ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක.
නිවාස ණය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්.
And we are back with the Lanka Property Show here with the senior manager of the research and analyst team at Lanka Property Web. So, Mr. Chamara, මට පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න market outlook report එක ගැන අයියේ presentation එකක් දුන්නා. දැන් මේ presentation එක ගැන මට පොඩි brief summary එකක් දෙන්න. අපි දැන් audience එකක් ඉන්නවා, foreign audience එකක් උත් ඉන්නවා. හැබැයි අපේ ලංකාවේ audience එකට පොඩි introduction එකක් දෙන්න. මොකක්ද outlook report එක කියන්නේ? market එක ගැන මොකක්ද ඒකෙන් කියලා දෙන්න එකත් එක ගැන පොඩි summary එකක් අපේ audience එකට.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම අපි market outlook report එක කියන එක අපි 2023 තමයි initiate කරේ. එතකොට දැන් අපි මේ වෙනකොට අවුරුදු 4ක් අපි මේ 4th edition එක තමයි market outlook report එක. ඉතින් market outlook report එක කියනකොට මෙතන sectors කීපයක් අපි cover කරනවා. අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලම අපි බලනවා macro economic environment එක මොකද්ද? එතකොට ඒ indicators වලින් කොහොමද real estate market එකට තියෙන impact එක, ඒ environment එක කොච්චරක් දුරට healthyද, මොන වගේ positives ද තියෙන්නේ කියන එක අපි පළවෙනි chapter එකෙන් කතා කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අපි එතනින් එනකොට apartment market එක ගැන, residential housing market එක ගැන, land market එක ගැන කතා කරනවා. එතකොට land market එකෙත් අපි sectors කීපයක් කතා කරනවා. bare lands, එතකොට cultivated beachfront land, ඒ වගේ අපි chapters වලින් කතා කරනවා. කොහොමද මේ asking price එක තියෙන movement එක මොනවද, කොහොමද මොන වගේ areas වලටද වැඩිපුරම searches එන්නේ කියන එක. එතකොට එතනින් එහාට ගිහපුවම අපි තව එකක් තමයි commercial spaces. කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ වැඩිපුරම ගත්තොත් කොළඹ area එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම commercial spaces තියෙනවා, කියන්නේ office spaces mainly. එතනින් එහාට ගිහපුවම retail mall අපි දන්නවා ලංකාවේ තියෙන ප්‍රධානම retail malls වල rate එක කොහොමද, එතකොට market penetration එක කොහොමද, searches කොහොමද මේකට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ, මොන වගේ movement එකක්ද තියෙන්නේ, මොනවද positives තියෙන්නේ කියන ඒවා ගැන කතා කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අනිත් වැදගත්ම chapter එක තමයි කියන්නේ අපි tourism market එක. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සමහර වෙලාවට directly හිතුවේ නැති වුණාට tourism market එකෙන් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි එකක් විදිහට ලොකු ඉම්පැක්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා රියල් එස්ටේට් මාකට් එකට. ඉතින් එතන ටුවරිස්ට් අරයිවල්ස්ලා කොහොමද, එයාලගේ බිහේවියර් එක කොහොමද, මොන වගේ ඒරියාස් වලටද ඒගොල්ලෝ ඩීවියේට් වෙන්නේ කියන ඒවා ගැන අපි ලොකු දෙයක් කතා කරනවා. ඉතින් එතකොට මෙතනදී අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අවුරුදු 6ක 7ක වගේ data analyze කරලා තමයි අපි report එක compile කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් එතකොට කවුරු හරි ඉන්වෙස්ටර් කෙනෙක් නම්, එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔයාට property market එක ගැන idea එකක් ගන්න අවශ්‍ය කෙනෙක් නම් ඔයාට මේ report එක refer කරලා ඔයාට idea එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් price movement එක කොහොමද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට එතනින් එහාට ගිහපුවම අපි search traffic එක analyze කරලා තියෙනවා. අපි තමයි ලංකාවේ leading real estate platform එක. ඉතින් එතකොට අපිට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් 500,000 වගේ search traffic එකක් generate වෙනවා. ඉතින් එතකොට ඒ සර්ච් ට්‍රැෆික් එකත් එක්ක අපි ඇනලයිස් කරනවා මොන ඒරියාස් වලින්ද අපිට වැඩිපුරම සර්චස් එන්නේ මොන කන්ට්‍රීස් වලින්ද වැඩිපුරම සර්චස් එන්නේ. ඉතින් ඩිවෙලොපර් කෙනෙක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් ඩිවෙලොපර්ස්ලාට ෆෝකස් කරන්න පුළුවන් මොන ඒරියාස් වලටද ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට්ස් ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්න ඕන. එතකොට ඒ වගේ කියන හැම ඒරියා එකකම අපි රිපෝට් එකේ කවර් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඊට අමතරව අපිව කන්ටැක්ට් කරලා රීසර්ච් පැත්තෙන් යාලට මොනවා හරි ඉන්ක්වයරි එකක් තියෙනවා නම් එතකොට අවුට්ලුක් රිපෝට් එකට අමතරව රීසර්ච් පැත්තත් අපි කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ඉන්ට්‍රෙස්ට් එක තියෙන ඕනම කෙනෙක්ට මේ අවුට්ලුක් රිපෝට් එක පර්චේස් කරන්න පුළුවන් නෙක්ස්ට් වීක් ඉඳලා.
එතන මේ වගේ අවුට්ලුක් රිපෝට් එක දැන් පර්චේස් කරනවා නම් ඔයාට යන්න පුළුවන් lpw.lk/mor26 next week මේක රිලීස් වෙනවා. මිස්ටර් චාමර්ගේ රිසර්ච් එකයි රිසර්ච් ටීම් එකත් එක්ක ඔක්කොම කම්පයිල් කරලා තියෙන data ඒක ඇතුළේ තියෙනවා. ෆ්‍රී version එකක් උත් තියෙනවා. ඒකත් එක්ක paid version එක ඔක්කොම extensive knowledge එක ඒකේ තියෙනවා. Thank you so much Mr. Chamar. Thank you so much for the market outlook. Thank you very much. And with that we will be having another interview in just a bit, and now we are almost at the end of the live section for the Lanka Property Show, but I will be leaving you for just a bit. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Standard fittings, energy efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
A modern, city-focused address, 224 stylish 2- and 3-bedroom residences. Nova Resort Apartments, Rajgiriya, a project by Homelands.
Hello, Mitra. තාම කොස්වත්තේ නේද?
මොන්න ඊට පස්සේ පැලවත්ත කෙසෙල්වත්ත වැල්ලවත්ත
ප්‍රයිවට් බස් එකක් වගේ නේ.
මේ මාසේ රාවතාවත්තට ගෙවල් මාරු කරනවා.
තැනින් තැනට කුලියට ගෙවල් මාරු කරන කරදරෙන් නිදහස් වෙන්න. අඩුම පොලියකට නිවාසනයක් අරගන්න. Tamanගේම නිවස හිමි කරගන්න.
හෙලෝ මිත්‍ර. දැන් මොනවත්ද?
ජාවත්තේ අපේම ගෙදරක. එන්නකෝ වෙලාවක.
නිවාසනය කමර්ෂල් බැංකුවෙන්.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatiya, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampath Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampath Bank. Sampath Sevana, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Listen to the rhythm of the waves. Feel the calm in every breath. Architecture is inspired by the coastline, born from its nature. A design crafted not to stand apart, but to belong. Icon V, Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Introducing Sri Lanka's first oceanfront V-shaped apartment concept. ensuring every home enjoys a breathtaking sea view. Thoughtfully designed, 6 types of fully furnished apartments, 227 residences, 17 levels of elevated coastal living. Perfectly situated in front of the world-famous tourist destination, Rockpool Beach, Talpe. Step outside and wander through the historic streets of Golf Fort to the fresh fish market or paragliding experiences. The Southern Ocean is calling you to its golden beaches, turtle hatcheries, surf at sunrise, take a boat ride, whale watching, or enjoy a sea bath while watching the timeless grace of stilt fishermen. Here you don't just live by the ocean, you live where the ocean meets culture. Everything you need is within easy reach, with Icon V conveniently located close to Gold City. Live conveniently with the Southern Expressway, Pinnathua and Imathua interchanges, just a 20-minute drive from Icon V Talpe, and enjoy a 2-hour journey to Colombo International Airport from Icon V. Arrive through a refined entrance where every detail is designed to welcome you home. The reception lobby welcomes you into your own community. Modern and spacious lobby, a coffee shop, boutique store, and shared workspace and dining for everyday convenience. The sauna, cold bath, game room, and gymnasium offer the perfect balance of relaxation. Outside, a graceful concave pool and children's play area await, completing a truly luxurious way of living. Reach the pinnacle of luxury living with a rooftop terrace. Enjoy your romantic dining experience in an exclusive setting and an infinity pool for a truly complete experience. Celebrate everyday living with hotel-type facilities, elegant dining space, an ocean-facing living room, cozy bedrooms with balconies overlooking the sea, and carefully designed bathrooms that define luxury by the ocean. Icon V delivers a 5-star hotel lifestyle with the comfort of home for homeowners and investors seeking effortless returns from the tourism industry. As the sun sets into the horizon, life feels complete. Icon V Talpe, where the ocean lives with you. Call us on 070-669-899. Another magnificent project by Odelia Group.
මිස් ශාන්ති
නෝන කාවත් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මම නිහාරිකාගේ යාළුවෙක් කියන්න.
ඒ දරුවට එන්න කියන්න.
ඔය දරුවා කවුද? මිස්ගේ පොත් කියවන්න මට පුරුදු කළේ අපේ අම්මා. නිහාරිකාගේ වගේ මටත් හිටියේ අම්මා විතරයි. මේකේ දෙවෙනි කොටස එනකම් මං අවුරුදු ගාණක් බලන් හිටියා.
අසනීප ඇද්දිත් භාගයක් ලියලා.
ඒ පොත එනකම් මම වගේ තව දහස් ගාණක් බලාගෙන ඇති.
කතාව හිතේ තියෙනවා. ලියන්න අත කීකරු නෑ.
පොතක් ලියන්න හිතක් තිබ්බම ඇති. මම මිස්ට අතක් වෙන්නම්.
සුහද හදක් කියන්නේ අභියෝග ඉක්මවා යන්නට ලැබෙන ශක්තියක්. සෙලාන් බැංකුව සුහද හදක් ඇති දේශීය බැංකුව.
a rare address where sky, nature, and privacy meet. Sprawling garden homes that bring greenery to your doorstep. Penthouses that open out to light, air, and expansive views. Sweeping decks and sunlit rooms to make every day brighter. A pool, spa, theater, and sky lounge that crown the experience. Built on a legacy of over 7,800 homes across generations. Iconic Galaxy, are you ready to claim your horizon?
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media.
Good morning, sir. How do you like your money in the morning?
Printed.
How about you, ma'am?
Digital.
Introducing The Morning Money, the best weekly analysis of all money matters, every Friday. Subscribe today.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air-conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
Zen-inspired architecture, and endless paddy views for balanced, serene living. Serene Heights Resort Apartments, Talawathagoda. A project by Homelands.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna, inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media. With graphics that dramatize your product's benefits, we add vibrancy to city life with strategically located elite digital billboards in the heart of Colombo, reaching millions of people in full view with hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Every single day, we are the leaders in unlocking the potential of out-of-home media advertising. Choose from a wide range of Storm Media LED screens that best fit your brand and its audience. Your advertising partner, Storm Media.
Good morning, sir. How do you like your money in the morning?
Printed.
How about you, ma'am?
Digital.
Introducing The Morning Money, the best weekly analysis of all money matters, every Friday. Subscribe today.
Sri Lanka's first luxury beach resort apartment and villas, consisting of 3 towers, the 321 resort-style apartments and 91 villas. Have a taste of an endless experience with Ocean Beach Resort Apartments and Villas, Vardua. Experience oceanfront luxury resort living.
Fairway Properties has redefined luxury living in Sri Lanka for over 20 years, introducing Fairway Latitude, our 7th luxury project in Colombo 5. Rising 27 levels, it offers 176 residences with European standard fittings, energy-efficient systems, and premium air conditioning. Enjoy your rooftop infinity pool, gym, and function hall. Fairway Properties, shaping Sri Lanka's skyline, one landmark at a time.
The story of John Keel's Properties is the story of creating new worlds. Worlds that begin with a vision, where imagination meets ambition and purpose shapes possibility. We redefine the skyline of Colombo, introduce Sri Lanka to a new era of modern luxury. With homes built for tomorrow, at John Keel's Properties, we create new worlds. Then, now, forever.
At Thunmula Handia, something extraordinary rises. Sri Lanka's first cantilevered sky pool, dining in the clouds, a 5-star floating restaurant, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom apartments. Come experience it for yourself. Pentara Residencies, Thunmula Handia, the address in Colombo. A project by Homelands.
ஹலோ சிவா இன்னும் மாளிகாவத்தையிலையா
இல்ல குமார், அதுக்கு பிறகு பஞ்சிகாவத்தை, எட்டியாவத்தை, அழுத்மாவத்தை
பிரைவேட் பஸ் மாதிரி சொல்ற.
இந்த மாசம் பிளவத்தைக்கு வீடு மாறுறோம்.
இடத்துக்கு இடம் வாடகைக்கு வீடு மாறும் கஷ்டத்திலிருந்து விடுபடுங்கள். மிக குறைந்த வட்டியில் வீட்டு கடனை பெற்று உங்களுக்கு என்று ஒரு வீட்டை சொந்தமாக்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள்.
இப்ப எந்த வத்தையில?
வெள்ளவத்தையில என்னோட சொந்த வீடு கட்டாயம் வா.
வீட்டு கடன் கமர்ஷியல் வங்கியிடமிருந்து.
On Sri Lanka's stunning southern coast, a new kind of lifestyle awaits. Welcome to Juniper Villas Hirikatia, a peaceful coastal escape surrounded by nature, world-class surf, and a relaxed tropical lifestyle. Thoughtfully designed villas with private pools, elegant spaces, and modern comforts. Perfect for those seeking both lifestyle and strong investment potential with high return on investment. Along the vibrant southern coast lies Juniper Villas Unawatuna. Inspired by timeless Dutch architecture and designed for modern coastal living. Combining architectural elegance, premium amenities, and exceptional capital appreciation potential. 2 remarkable locations, 1 exceptional opportunity.
When you obtain a home loan, do you pay the same installment the same way for that long?
You can, but you can also do it the Sampat Bank way. Just pay the interest in the difficult first 5 years and then at your convenience. Or in equal installments or 50% monthly and 50% as the last installment. Or the whole amount as your last installment. Or there are even more ways.
Choose your repayment method from the most flexible home loan brought to you by Sampat Bank. Sampat Sevena, the most flexible housing loan in Sri Lanka.
Hello and welcome back to the Lanka Property Show. I am coming to you live from Cinnamon Grand at day 2 of this fine event. We have finally reached the end of the live segment of the Lanka Property Show. For everyone tuning in through all platforms, thank you so much for your viewership. And now, let me show you the stats of this wonderful event. So at this event, we have massed up over 250,000 viewers for this event. Over 4 platforms. What an achievement. For everybody watching live, we couldn't have done this without you all. And for everybody at the stalls, the show has not ended yet. For everybody here at Cinnamon Grand, we will be going up until 8 p.m. But for all of you watching on the live stream, we will be closing things off here. We have done multiple interviews with every singular stall. Multiple developers, banks, and many other partners have showed up to this real estate event. Thank you so very much for joining in. And everyone, stay safe at home, no matter where you are across the globe. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye for now. And with that, everybody who is in the stalls,